Yeah.
Okay, guys, remember, be somber. Be sad.
Well, I need some sad music.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
I don't have any non-copyright sad music.
do 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 do. Come on, go.
Guys, we're sorry to announce that we've misplaced something. So we're running an appeal to help find our missing Australian.
Yeah, sad noises. He's gone, and we've tried to find him, but he's nowhere to be found. Not on the sofa, under the bed, or the toilet seat.
We believe that he may have been abducted by the Australian government and had something forcibly shoved up his nose to test to see whether he was positive or not.
Either that
Sadly,
or
it was
he's
his
still
attitude.
frantically power washing things somewhere.
That's true. He was last seen power washing aggressively. Well, maybe not aggressively, because the game was taking over and doing it for him. But
Yeah, they should really check that. But anyway, we are missing we are missing a Bezek, and we're very afraid for him and worried about his safety. So if you ever seen him, there is a reward for him.
please remember to go contact your local Australian consulate. They'll promptly ignore you, but please contact them.
At least we might be lucky in their nicer days, and they might even acknowledge us for half a second.
Yeah. I don't know, a student of history. I don't know if I'd call where he probably is right now a better place. I think he's probably surrounded by porcelain.
We have a tip from UCIB1 who says he's in a camp.
Oh. A willing camp, I assume. You know, one of those camps you're willingly into, but if you try to climb the fence, you will be stopped by any means.
I mean, he's suggesting it's either COVID or wrong think. I mean, is there really a difference?
Not in this day and age. We will never know.
Vacation? Well, I mean, maybe if you have some of the similar letters in there. I don't think it's quite a holiday for him.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, we're offering a reward for his safe or unsafe return of him streaming one thing of your choice.
Yes. And the thing is, though, we're not really that picky. Just bring him back somewhat functional, and they'll do the rest.
Bring him back safe. Well, just sound. Let's just do sound.
One piece, preferably. We don't want to have to put him back together.
Yeah.
Can't be fucked to do the work, honestly.
The commercial with hot chicks, I mean, sadly, I think in this case you mean hot chicken. Yeah, maybe he's gone out for a bit of roast or fried chicken. Never came back.
Yeah, or he went to go get some milk.
Also, or a pack of cigarettes and never returned, like a father in Detroit.
I've just seen your milk carton. Oh, that's great.
Oh, I'm loving this.
We've put out a campaign with the local milkman to get the word out that we're missing our Australian.
Yeah. We're very afraid or worried about it.
Hashtag free Bezic.
There's gonna be a global shortage of black pills if he's not returned.
I mean, well, I guess, Disco, you're going to have to go and overcompensate with Monkey then if there's no black pills.
Yes, but then there will be a saturation of white pills, I
mean, couldn't we have that for one day?
Everything white can become black if you add enough oil to it.
Oh. So yes, chat. Do you have any ideas? Have any sightings?
Have you seen a wild Bezic running through the distance,
Hopefully not naked.
Well, that's reserved for Valheim.
Exactly.
No, that's you two. Me and Patrick keep our goddamn armor on.
Yeah, until a random abomination.
FBI, open up!
It's not a good thing.
You cop bastards won't take me back there alive!
You call that living?
No!
Oh!
Get the guns!
Jed, watch out!
we-
Back in heat.
We found Bezik's twin brother.
Yes,
Where you been, Bezic?
Kezib.
The
Kezib,
bastards
are you
tried to
okay
get me in the
with your
camp.
brother?
How did you get over the unclimbable chain link fence that is totally there for your own choice?
I snuck out in the washing carts.
Fought your way off with a...
Besides, they were too busy chasing the black teenagers. Because they're racist.
Yeah.
Weren't they just trying to give them free housing in a hotel and some money? Oh no, that's England. Never mind.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or little
As
girl.
they're screaming, "Get back here! It's voluntary!"
Don't make me volunteer you into the next life.
You made your choice. Well, I made it for you, but still, it's yours now.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh dear. I blame Discordia.
What? Oh!
They saw the power washing and they decided they wanted me as a slave.
I see.
Oh, so Borzik.
Yes.
You were just too good at the power washing. That's what it was.
Yes.
You can work a shaft, all right.
Jesus Christ.
What?
Down, boy.
Whoop.
Don't make the internet get a spray bottle at you this time.
Watch your
Don't make it gay this early in the stream.
Too early. It's never too early.
Yes. Okay. I have acquired coffee and I will be awake possibly in the next hour or so.
Nice. If you had been much later than me making the missing poster, I absolutely would have wandered off and looked for bacon.
I mean, that's entirely understandable. Bacon is an acceptable choice.
Bacon is
And-
necessary.
Party's late to the party.
Good morning, Arden Party.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Oh dear, where are we? What are we doing? What are we looking at?
More black pills.
Oh, you
As
want to
usual.
start with the black pills? You sure now?
I don't want to start, but do we do anything else here?
Yeah.
But before further ado, it's the Sultans of Shadilay podcast, episode 55 for June 18th, 2022. With, let's see, what's Bozic or Borzik? Here we go.
I'm a fan of Kazeb.
Oh yeah. Should we tell chat what's really going on? No.
No. If you want to know what's really going on, join the Discord server.
Subscribe to our YouTubes for more information.
Yes. What shenanigans are we looking at? Because normally I put this into at least something resembling an order.
Or what now?
Welcome, chat, to live podcasting. You get to see the sausage made today, boys.
Though you can also say this is basically how we do. This is how we do it on the kitchen every day. Everybody comes up, drinks coffee, waits for their brain to start working, And we, of course, started using dangerous utilities from the first second.
Basically, yes.
Meanwhile, Discordia is lost in the kitchen, staring at the walls, demanding bacon.
I mean,
Kinda. I do have some food on, so I'll have to run off and retrieve that.
understandable.
There's that's bacon.
Here's one. Here's one of the articles. Of course, it's fucking paywalled.
Off
So-
to archive.
Yes.
Okay, Arden Party has a good one. Bolshevik.
Okay, here we go. So, remember how the doctors in England are a bunch of pussies?
Yes.
Yes.
Like the police in America.
Yeah.
At least in Uvalde.
Yeah, so the doctors want to do all their work by teleconference. Turns out that's a fucking stupid idea.
Really?
Yeah, I know. Who'd have thought?
I am surprised.
You okay there, Cat?
No.
Whenever it's a cat, alright.
Cat, meow into microphone. Directly into microphone.
Denied.
Yep. So,
You can't tell me what to do, biped.
from the Telegraph, GP made end-of-life care recommendation after incorrect Zoom diagnosis.
Just
End of life.
fantastic, isn't it?
End
Ye-
of like they died from it?
No.
No, I think they basically would be like, you're dying,
palliative
so
care.
we're gonna give you palliative care, and then it turns out like they weren't dying, so they like should have active treatment and not palliative care.
Yeah, basically that. So, a former NHS worker was mistakenly told she had organ failure when a doctor noticed her skin was yellow during a video consultation. A 92-year-old former district nurse was recommended to begin end-of-life care after a GP wrongly diagnosed her with organ failure via video consultation, the Telegraph can reveal. What, are you
That's
telling me that the
horrendous.
$3
'Cause,
camera...
That's horrendous, because I'm pretty sure they're supposed to do blood tests to see if your organs are fucking failing.
Yes.
Yeah. It's like, oh, you're jaundiced. Time to die.
It's like, okay, you could be, if you're jaundiced, sure, that could be indication that your liver is failing, but like it could be other things as well to do with the liver, just that the liver's not like doing what it should be doing.
Or it could be that most consumer-grade cameras, especially when the lighting's poor, have fucking awful white balance.
Well, there's that too, yeah.
Oh, quit being logical. The physician's never wrong.
What are you, a science disbeliever?
It's horrendous.
Christ.
I cannot believe somebody over a Zoom call is like, yes, you're going to die. Congratulations. Let's start your end of life care. What? No, you get them in.
That would be the point in which you would say, okay, I'm concerned that I'm seeing signs of liver failure here. I would like to either send someone out to do a blood test or bring them in to hospital to confirm that.
But
What
that
about
would
Say,
require
we're stopping
doing your
treatment
job,
based on the
Disco.
fact that you look slightly yellow on camera. Like, we're stopping treatment and we're going to wait for you to die. Because, if you delay treatment for some of these other things, then yeah, it will become end-of-life care.
Yep.
Is it just me, or is the doctors more fatal to their patient now than they used to be in the age before, they started cleaning themselves?
It's starting to seem that way. I mean, we might as well just be looking at their humors and trying to balance all that like they did back in
Well,
the
at least back in the
1600s.
1600s, they were doing their best for their patients. Their best may have been absolute dog shit, but they were doing it.
Yeah.
Though I do remember there was a... Oh, shit.
I'd rather have somebody shaking bones and whispering the ancient tongue over me than a
Well, at
fucking Zoom
least-
call.
At least they would be seeing you in person, you know?
Exactly.
A story about those times. There was a doctor who they had full control of everything. So there was this lady who had to remove something, but he said he would come sometime between 6 months. So he just came at her home while she was lying in bed. Then he just took out his knife, like, prepare for death.
Oh.
And that is fucking better service now than we're getting.
Yeah.
At least he came to see her.
And on time.
Yeah.
I mean, they're now saying like that some waiting lists in the UK are like 7 years long. 7 years. Like, can you imagine? Like,
Not just 7 years
such a-
long, 7 years longer.
Like, that's having to wait 7 years to get, even if it was something minor, like that's 7 years of your life that you're gonna not have, you know, the best quality of life that you could be having, even if it's not something that could be fatal.
Yep, but if it is something that could be
Yeah.
fatal, what's
Well,
that?
FCJ.
You're due for a routine check that could pick up stage 1 cancer that is entirely treatable. You can just wait 7 years for that initial consultation. The fact that you'll be dead in 4 doesn't matter in the slightest. That just solves the problem for us.
Yes, because we don't want
Means
to
we
do
can
shit.
take you off the waiting list. I bet you weren't
Exactly.
boosted anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just reading through this article, so it's like the GP who needs to be named in this article is just like, yeah, she has dementia, she's recovering from COVID, whatever, we don't care.
Yeah.
She's recovering from COVID. I bet she's within 28 days. We can put it down as a COVID death.
Yeah. Also, what the fuck is a GP doing diagnosing organ failure?
That's a good question.
They're inclusive.
Like, I mean, technically they can, I guess, but also, no, that's not your job. Your job is to send them to a specialist. They have specialists for this.
But
Mhm.
maybe the ranks in the hospital nowadays after COVID is now directed by how well you dance on TikTok. And this
Yeah.
is a really good dancer.
Yeah.
Uh,
So yeah, the article says the prognosis was given because the doctor was able to spot from the video that her skin was yellow. The fact that the white wall behind her was yellow as well, doctor didn't notice that.
What?
Is that actually something it says? Or...
No, but
that was
it's
Bezic
not wrong.
editorializing.
Gee, I wouldn't be surprised if she actually was, though.
Well, I guarantee that's what it was. I'm sure she was sitting in her care home with the warm yellow light over her, that's not particularly bright anyway, bouncing off the walls, and oh look, because of the lighting her skin looks yellow.
Holy shit, Bay-State. His dad had the, what the doctor called most rapidly growing tumor he's ever seen. Waited 4 months just for a scan.
What?
That's insane.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is, honestly, at this level, it's like they're just trying to murder people. That's the way it's coming across.
Run
Yep.
from that fucking island.
Oh, we've got to, do population control. Let's kill all the patients. Really?
And also, let's keep importing people. Let's keep putting pressure on the system by
Yeah.
importing people who've never paid into it.
Well, as
But they
ECYIB1
because
says,
that would be racist. You
letting
know?
everyone die is the most cost-effective way to clear the waiting list. Now that's efficiency.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the feisty former NHS worker, who has dementia and lives in a care home in the Isle of Wight, was recovering well from a COVID diagnosis. Can't talk about that, but of course she fucking was. She was 92.
Yeah.
She was too young.
Wow.
They contacted the local GP surgery to ask for an in-person visit, but the GP would allegedly only see the pensioner via video call because he's a slimy, cowardly bastard. Her son received a call from the home informing him that his mother had been diagnosed with liver failure and end-of-life care was advised. He was shocked to find out the GP never visited his mother in person to make the diagnosis. I bet he fucking was! And asked for the doctor to call him and explain the assessment, he told the Telegraph.
No, I would have called the doctor, bitched at him for 5 hours, then taken my mother and gone to some place where they actually...
I mean, it sounds like that's what had happened. Like, first of all, he's like, all right, explain yourself.
Yeah. He was later contacted by a different doctor from the same practice who was reading the appointment notes from the video call to inform the discussion. Asked how his mother could be diagnosed with organ failure via video without any physical examination, the doctor said the other GP could spot from the video that her skin was yellow. I said, that could have been an awful lot of things, the son said. The doctor said, yes, but this is what he's come up with. What? And then he's like, I asked if he could make a visit, and he said he can't because of my mother's COVID condition. What, you mean recently recovered? Cat. Hello.
Words.
But the doctor
not
might catch the
described.
sniffles, though.
The
Boo-hoo,
92-year-old
physician, heal
survived. The doctor will be fine.
And she might not survive the doctor, though.
Clearly.
Yep.
Yeah, but the doctors are a poor and oppressed class.
Yep.
You know, it's harassment to ask doctors to see patients in person.
Apparently.
Really?
Harassment.
How
So they tell
dare
us.
we expect our physicians to actually do their fucking jobs?
They get paid
Yeah.
enough.
Yep.
See,
So,
this is actually the one thing that I do quite like about the US system. Like, you're essentially a customer in the US system. So, you know,
Oh, yeah.
you could take your business elsewhere. And they know that.
mhm.
Whereas over here, you prepay via the government by force. So they have absolutely no incentive to give you good service. None at all.
Yep.
And I will tell
And I'm
you
not
from-
saying the US system's perfect because it has its problems too. But that is one upside to it. Like, you're a customer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll tell you from personal experience, when I was going to have massive shoulder reconstructive surgery, which I didn't have to have, thankfully for a second opinion from a physician that was in a different hospital network, because they actually spent time and went over the MRI scans rather than, oh, no, well, we just want to schedule you for surgery. Yeah, I was able to tell the first doctor to go, jump off a bridge, and yeah, I was like, no, I've got options, but unfortunately, and I will also say, having been kind of in a position to observe some of the secondhand shenanigans, a lot of the American cost problems are driven by the government with
Probably,
Medicaid,
like-
Medicare, because they dictate what hospitals have to charge for those patients, and then the hospitals have to compensate by overcharging everybody else for the loss of income, but they have to take the patients to get any government work.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, your system's not perfect and either, but that is, in my opinion, one of the good things about it, that they know that you're a customer, they know that you've got options, they know that you can go elsewhere, and bye goes your money.
Yep. Well, that's
So they
why
can sue the
I
living
think
fuck outta you.
Australia has, at least theoretically, the best solution to the problem. If you're super poor and completely shagged, you can go on a 7-year government wait list and at least get seen eventually, theoretically. Or, if you've got slightly more dollars, you can go, you know what, fuck you cunts, and go see a private clinic and just pay.
Yep.
See,
We got the same in Norway.
we can go to a private, get private insurance, but you end up paying a lot more because you can't opt out of the national insurance thing. So you end up paying for the national insurance for the NHS, which just went up again. And then you end up buying your own insurance on top of that. And then if you look at COVID, well, during COVID, the NHS co-opted a lot of the fucking private beds, and it's like, okay, so I'll be paying twice and still be stuck on the NHS if shit hits the fan.
Yep. Speaking of the NHS and how fucking useless they are, so the only way they could get a second opinion of the fatal diagnosis was to take his mother to the A&E, the doctor said. She was collected by ambulance the following morning at 9:30 a.m, March 18th. But 6 hours later, she was still in the emergency department awaiting the tests. Thanks, NHS!
That sounds about right, because I think was it last week we looked at the video where, or I think I sent you that video, where the nurse had come out and was like, yeah, some of you guys will still be sat here in like 12 hours because, you know, we don't have any beds in A&E and we can't move people out of A&E because the wards are full. So, yeah, you're still going to be sat in the waiting room in like 12 hours.
Yeah, sounds about right. So,
and it's just ambulance bosses are saying that about August, the ambulance service will probably fail because so many people will be sat in ambulances outside A&E that the whole service will grind to a halt because nobody will be able to get an ambulance.
We can import 1 million more people every year.
No, that'll help, won't it?
I'm not saying the population replacement is a conspiracy theory, but it, you know...
It's no fucking conspiracy theory. We've got them on video admitting to it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm just reminded of that JonTron thing.
Yeah.
He's just like, they just started coming out saying it publicly on television. Like, when did you come up with this theory? Well, when they just started.
When they told me that that's what they wanted to do.
Well, that's it. When someone tells you that they have evil intent against you, you are entitled to believe them. Believe them. It's the same thing with, like, when unarmed people get shot in the States. Well, he said he had a gun, but he didn't have a gun. Yes, but he told me that he had evil intent against me, so I'm entitled to believe him. So I shot him.
Fair.
He was brandishing a weapon at me, but no.
Well, that's it. Meanwhile, down in Polk County, Florida, where they've actually got a base sheriff, it's like a dipshit came up and said he had a gun. He was believed.
Believed until death.
Well, that's it. If someone tells you they've got a gun,
you
don't have to wait till you see it. Just shoot them.
It's like, I didn't take the guy for a liar, sorry.
Well, I already knew he was a criminal and didn't have my best interests at heart, so when he told me he had a gun, I believed him. And then I shot him. Graveyard fucking dead.
Yep.
Cat, I see you. Stay out of it. Come here and meow at the microphone.
Black's not here to hear it, though.
I know, but if the cat meows at the microphone, we can go, Black, check out the board for kitty meows.
Disco, make George meow. That usually summons him.
George is asleep.
Yes.
Oh.
And the cat.
Well, then I'll do it.
The cat's in a playful mood. What a depressed cat. Okay. So eventually, the 92-year-old was admitted to hospital overnight because the ultrasound department had closed after long delays. That's right, she got there at 9:30 in the morning. And then the ultrasound department closed before she was seen. She was isolated alone in a single room because of her previous COVID diagnosis. No, not getting started on that. An ultrasound the following day revealed she had no liver abnormalities, but staff noticed a history of gallbladder infection in her medical notes and decided to administer antibiotics. After a 4-night stay in hospital, she was discharged and has now made a full recovery.
But the infection probably would have killed her if it had been left unchecked.
Yes.
Yeah.
As in, if she'd been given end-of-life care, it would have been self-fulfilling.
Yep. So
and the physician would have been, yes, look, I was right. I'm the smartest damn Fauci in the room.
Yep.
I diagnosed liver failure from Zoom. See, I can do all my appointments on Zoom.
Yep.
Like, yeah, you caused that death.
Yeah.
Oh. And,
So
and this is one we noticed. Think about those who aren't fucking noticed.
yeah.
Well, this is why, always be... No one else is going to advocate for you. Like, advocate for yourself and your family if you think something's wrong.
Yeah. I never trust the government.
Medical professionals won't.
Especially not the ones that work for the government.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Like all people who work for the government. Don't trust them.
I agree with Reagan. Those are the worst. Those are the most scariest words. Is I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
Yep. So, in his complaint, the Sun said the NHS treated his mother successfully more by luck than judgment. He also questioned the waste of NHS resources, which could have been mitigated if the doctor had examined her in person. Yes, instead of having her in hospital for 5 fucking days, they could have given her antibiotics in their care home. You know, the place that had nurses anyway.
But basic, that's wasted. I think.
I have acquired a cat. Did I want a cat? No. Do I have a cat anyway? Yes.
Does the cat want you? Yes.
Yes. And apparently that's all that matters.
It is.
So he says, I feel that had we not had the second diagnosis, she would have been left to languish in the home and her condition would have deteriorated. The doctor made a misdiagnosis, which you can sort of understand, but the fact that he or anybody in the practice was unprepared to go and see her, I thought that was surprising. If my mum had been compos mentis with her medical background and her kind of feisty character, she would have really given them a rocket, I can tell you that.
Yeah, I bet she would have.
The medical practice has said its GPs are visiting patients face-to-face when it is clinically needed. Oh, so when someone has a gallbladder infection and you accidentally misdiagnose them, oh, no, in that case?
Yeah, but they might have got the sniffles, though. You don't understand, Basic.
The 92-year-old with dementia was fine.
She had the plague. She might have killed the doctor. She had the plague, Basic.
It's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
Clearly it was a sacrifice the doctor was willing to make.
90%, you know, fatality rate. Sorry, no, wait.
99.8% fatality rate.
Hey, is the deaths after the the injection from
silence, man?
Not
Careful, we're on YouTube and we're
shit.
We can't speak truth to power on YouTube.
I'm just saying that if everybody gets the beaver look and goes down from that, does that count as COVID death?
Yes.
Yes. See?
It's like the comedian joke. Just sprinkle a little bit of crack on him and so it's a crack death. Just sprinkle a little bit of COVID on him and it's a COVID death.
Well, that's the thing. She would have been marked as a COVID death too. They would have said
within 28 days of diagnosis. Yep.
God, I hate these people. I actually physically fucking hate these people. Oh yeah, well, Rumble when, by the way, Besic? Were you supposed to do the whole?
Well, we would have been on Odyssey if I'd not been kidnapped, and I'd had time to set it up. Rumble when you bastards in chat fork out.
Yeah.
Rumble costs money, everybody.
Yeah, Rumble costs money. As
Yes.
in, like, they're actually quite greedy for their streaming services when all the others are free. I certainly wouldn't stream on Rumble. Like, it's a worse service for more money.
Yeah, BitChute also wants you to pay to live stream, but Odyssey doesn't. So we're going to Odyssey. when Bezic has time fighting off his government oppressors.
Indeed.
Yeah. So meanwhile, we have an article from The Telegraph again, because The Telegraph's actually doing something that resembles journalism for a change.
What?
Yep. So, 2nd of November 2021. Remote appointments disastrous for some patients have been misdiagnosis risk, warn doctors. Vast majority rate phone and video consultations is worse for accurately assessing patients. Cambridge University study finds. No, really?
Okay, I don't know if I should be more surprised by that or the fact that it's the Telegraph that made that.
Yeah. It's different. Mm-hmm.
I mean, a broken clock is right twice a day.
Yep.
It's bound to happen.
Like, at this time, 93% of clinicians rated remote appointments worse than traditional methods for being able to make an accurate assessment, with warnings of increased misdiagnosis. And 86% of patients rated phone and video appointments as worse for accuracy. No shit!
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying that there shouldn't be any video appointments, because I think there's some cases in which, like, they have their place, they could be useful, especially for people who, you know, have struggled mobility and don't want to go outside, or, like, you know, they should be offered, but as soon as the doctor thinks that it's something more serious, they absolutely should either send someone out or call them into hospital.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you used to have home visits back in the day.
Well, the
And
thing is, they will do home visits to, or they would, when I worked in a nursing home, the doctor would come out to the nursing home.
Well, that's theoretically the advantage of the nursing home over them being at home. Is the doctor comes out there at least once a fucking week to check on everybody. Like a lot of
Or at least the nurses are trained to check.
at least in places where a lot of places, well, yes, nurses are trained, unlike doctors who are apparently not.
Yeah, often you have the nurses advocating for you in a nursing home as well, because they'll notice something's off, and they'll phone the doctor and they'll be like, "No, you need to come out. Like, this is something's wrong. Get your ass here."
Especially in a place like that where the nurses know the person. The nurse will be like, "She's not as lively as she was last week. Check. No, go fucking check. You will check or I will eat your soul." which is helpful for patient outcomes.
yeah.
I mean, if it turns out my parents were having a medical crisis and nobody would help, I would start holding hostages.
I think I've seen that movie.
Wait, there's a movie?
Probably.
Yeah. Huh, maybe that's where I got it from.
Yeah, probably.
But yes, especially in places where they'll have like a network of care homes. They'll have a doctor on staff who'll visit all the care homes. Like each day of the week, he'll be at a different care home doing, doctoring.
Yeah.
Wait, not
Funny that.
scams on TikTok? Huh.
Yeah.
Surprised.
I know. I mean, shocking.
Yeah. The fuck?
But yeah, like Disco said, there's a lot of places where remote stuff would come in handy, especially for basic shit like, no, I've got the sniffles, and I apparently need a medical professional to tell me I've got the sniffles, because my boss is a cunt.
So, I'm doing a little investigation into that medical center thing, and there's like, oh yes, 86,700 pounds per is that per physician for one full-time GP, 4 part-time GP. So, and 4 locums, which is not a term that we have here in the States. So,
I mean, I think you do have locum in the States, but it's less common because but yes,
yeah, it's not a term I'm familiar with.
No,
so.
which it's basically a substitute doctor. You've got substitute teachers, locums are substitute doctors.
We call them nurse practitioners here.
No, nurse practitioners are something distinctly different.
Well, I'm not in the medical term.
But locums are real doctors. They just like.
Oh yeah, no, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
I guess they just don't work at the practice full time.
Correct. Technically, they don't work for the practice. It's more like an end. It's literally like a substitute teacher, who in
We would
a lot of
call them,
places,
I guess, bank staff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't actually have a specific term for that. It's just like, visiting physician.
Yeah, something like that.
I've learned something new. Thanks, Bezic.
The more you know about nonsense.
No, that's not this segment.
No, not
Let's
yet.
go. I'm scared.
What now?
The nonsense have been really active this week, so we'll get to that later.
God damn it!
Oh, God damn it.
They're active. Well, it is the month for nonsense, the holy month.
The holy month. The holy nonce month.
Ah, yes.
For the Father, the Son, and the creepy uncle.
So you can now watch me live as I scroll through Disco and Monkey's server stealing things. Meanwhile,
Oh, hey, the proper Chinese president.
If you find any white bills in
the
there,
maze.
mark them for me.
So, meanwhile, a tweet from CNN from June 13th. Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen said that she would not be intimidated by Chinese threats. Make no mistake, she told Taiwan's lawmakers, if China were to invade, everything we hold dear would be destroyed. LGBTQ plus rights, feminism, freedom of abortion, and freedom for women's gun. Don't make me like China!
I mean, even if China does something slightly resembling based, I'm still not gonna be a fan of them because they're fucking commies.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
It just
seriously,
means they're trying to fake it.
destroying LGBTQ plus rights, feminism, freedom of abortion? Fuck it. Go for it, China.
I mean, though, to be honest, if there's any nation that needs it, it's definitely fucking that area, or
Nah.
actually the Western Asian continent.
Well, I don't understand what their problem with China is. In China, you can get abortions whenever the government wants.
Yeah.
You know what China needs right now? More feminism.
Yeah.
In fact, it's not that you can get them; you must get them.
Yes.
By clothes hanger, if necessary.
It's time for your mandatory abortion. No.
Oh, it is a girl. Red has help you with that. Do you want it with or without the ketchup?
Yeah. Speaking.
See, that's the beauty of the trans thing in China. You can always have a son.
Bro, that's why they're against it, because
Well, that's why they've got over a million excess men just sitting. Actually, I think they've got like 100 million excess men potentially just sitting around causing trouble in China. Like, give them pointy sticks and send them in the direction of Taiwan, and that's a win for the Chinese government.
I hate that thing on the screen right now. I hate it.
January 6th prisoner who was denied cancer treatment now in dire straits.
Yes,
Yeah,
I hate
that's
it.
an awful, awful
I hate
story.
it. I hate it. I hate it.
Yep.
Well, you're gonna hate it even more because it gets
No,
worse.
We're gonna go through it.
Yep.
God.
So a January 6th
Fucking
prisoner who was released by a federal judge after being denied cancer treatment for 8 months is now in dire straits, according to his girlfriend. On March 10th, he was arrested and charged with alleged offences. Notice they're saying alleged, because he wasn't convicted. They've been holding him this entire fucking time without trial, in violation of his something. That's an amendment right to a speedy trial.
Constitutional right. Yeah.
Is it a Fourth Amendment right or a Fifth? Possibly Fifth.
I have to check this. I'm.
But it is an actual yes.
I'm not even kidding. This is making me fucking furious.
It should.
Holy.
It should make
fuck.
anyone
That makes me
furious. Sixth Amendment. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting this is six. What's the Sixth Amendment?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, criminal prosecutions and things. Yes. So, yes, under the Sixth Amendment, you have a right to a speedy trial, which means, at least in theory, they can't hold you for over a fucking year without actually trying you.
Or actual charges, because that's they can claim backlog, but you need to have the charges specified with consultation with a lawyer, which is now protected. But no, we can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, for the sake of our availability YouTube, I'm just gonna mute myself for a second. Just BRB.
Yeah. So, his girlfriend was also in Washington on the day, and she says, "We were just there. We were there with family members and friends. We had some ladies in their 70s that were with us. The ladies wanted to go down and hear the president speak at the Ellipse, and I'd never been to anything like that, so I went with them. As she explained, there was a large crowd there that day, and once you were in a spot at the Ellipse, you could not move out of it, even to go to the restroom, because you would never find your people again or be allowed back in through the crowd. They stood there for several hours waiting to hear the president speak." Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, here we go. No, blah, blah, blah. He was originally granted pre-trial release on bond, but a second judge ordered to stay in his release and was instead transferred to Charlotte County, Florida, where he was held for 3 weeks. He has a rare form of non-Hodgkin lymphoma, a type of blood cancer, and has been managing the illness since he was diagnosed in 2007. He remained at stage 1 of the illness for several years. But Prilla said that when he was being held in Charlotte County, he didn't have access to his medications during that time. They wouldn't allow the doctor to bring them in. They said I should go get them, but you can't do that. You can't bring medicines into a prison. They won't let you do that. So a doctor wrote a prescription and sent it to them, and they didn't process it. It took them almost the whole 3 weeks. At that point, it's transferred to Oklahoma by Con Air. I've seen that movie. I guess where he stayed for another couple of days, still with no meds.
It's awful.
Meanwhile...
Like, deliberately awful.
Yep, he was then transferred to Virginia, where he contracted the Chinese Communist Party virus. That's a quote from the article, YouTube. He was then transferred to the Correctional Treatment Facility in Washington. At that point, he had gone 75 days without his medication. They basically said his physician wasn't qualified, even though he'd been in the practice and treated cancer patients. They didn't feel like he was qualified, so he continued on with no meds. They would send him to doctors for visits, but they falsified that.
But how is this not attempted murder?
How is he not a political prisoner at this point?
It's
How
both.
does he not sue the ever-loving fuck out of these people?
He can't. He's still in prison.
He has been released, apparently.
Family.
Yeah, because basically he's been given a death sentence.
Yeah. So, the legal fight.
God.
On May 26, his attorney filed a reply to government's supplemental brief pursuant to the district court's order, stating the essential undisputed fact of this case is that Mr. Worrell has cutaneous follicular B-cell non-Hodgkin's lymphoma and has been held by the government without treatment for his white blood cell cancer for 75 days. It further asserted that the government was intentionally refusing to issue the prescription authorized by Dr. Rucker, a licensed medical doctor in the state of Florida, and has failed to issue an alternative medication. On September 24th, the attorney was replaced by someone else. The second attorney noted the numerous prior steps taken and said the government and the courts were extremely reluctant to grant any of those conditions. I think it's pretty evident by the fact you can see the number of individuals who are still incarcerated in various jails across the country waiting to be sent to the Northern Neck Regional Jail in Virginia or the Washington, D.C. jail. Mr. Worrell, of course, is... Yeah.
Okay, this I find as a real mystery. Why Northern Neck? That's... just because I'm familiar with the area. That's in the middle of nowhere, so they're even more isolated than normal from most federal prisons.
Well, it's because the federal government basically owns Virginia. Anyway.
Well, at least that part.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Don't they have a lot of military bases and training academies in Virginia?
They do, yes.
Yeah, so basically they own the place.
Northern Neck, though, this is just a very specific thing. It is isolated, so they don't actually have a lot of good physicians there.
Yep.
So I'm thinking this part of it was intentional for this guy.
Yeah.
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Yeah.
And people wonder why I'm becoming increasingly right-wing. Jesus fucking.
No, you're becoming aware.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
So
I wanna go back
the
to
attorney
Dreamland.
said that Mr. Worrell received what could be argued as horrendous medical care. There were numerous attempts to thwart that medical care or to thwart the physicians in regards to what treatment was needed. Aside from the cancer, one of the biggest issues the lawyer cited was the fact that his hand was broken while in jail and there was a surgical recommendation in writing. While jail officials tried to argue that they never recommended surgery, it had been in writing, and the doctor changed his original position, saying he had never recommended surgery. Of course, there was no follow-up care for several months, and at the end of the day, the judge was not overly impressed with the overall care that Mr. Worrell was not receiving, and then started to force the issue, which culminated with Chris receiving conditions of release. More importantly, Stavros said that what came over Worrell's plate was the exposure of borderline medical... No, it's not borderline, it's clear fucking medical malpractice, and caused the judge to order an inspection regarding the conditions inside the jail. The long and short of it was, not only were these conditions subhuman in the January 6 pods, but they were equally and even more so in other parts of the jail. The lawyer described how there's rampant availability of drugs, primarily marijuana. While they knew inmates were buying drugs, they could only be coming in through staff. The jail staff would also allegedly turn off the water in the January 6 pods for days at a time. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that falls under cruel and unusual.
Are you proud of your country, Bleach? Are you proud?
No, I am not. but I haven't been for quite a while.
UCYB the one
Understandable.
says Virginia is the state of DC now. Used to be a lot different though. That's right. Washington DC is essentially in Virginia, isn't it? Fucking District of Columbia.
Yeah, and it's there's like 4 distinct regions. I think I've ranted with Trim about this a little while ago. You've got the DC region. You've got basically the part of it that's just military beaches, tourism. The central part, which is dominated by Charlottesville, and then you've got the rest, and that they're just poor as dirt.
Yeah. So, let's see. The judge also held the prison warden and the director of the DC Department of Corrections in contempt for failure to promptly produce the medical records. On November 3rd, a statement by the U.S. Marshals Service said
Can
that
we
they're...
just take a second to say that at least there was a base judge in this case?
I don't think the judge
Seems
is
to be a
even
few of those.
based. I think it was just human.
Yeah, but that is based nowadays.
Sad
That
but
is
true. So
Jesus, at least there's some fucking justice in this fucking shithole. God.
Like,
damn.
holding them in contempt as well. Like, he didn't just find them wrongdoing. He's like, no, like, you're fucking about in my court as well. Like,
I
Yeah.
have nothing but contempt for these
So the
people.
marshals, despite trying to cover their asses and say that they did not identify conditions that would necessitate the transfer of inmates, however, did admit that based on the results of the unannounced inspection of the facility, that the conditions there do not meet the minimum standards of confinement as prescribed by the federal performance-based detention standards. Oops.
I bet they didn't.
That was intentional.
Yes.
And the U.S. Marshals in that region, because they're DC, they're there for life. They don't have to worry about being transferred somewhere else.
Yep.
So, yeah, I'm sure they're taking liberties.
By the marshals and hanging by a tree until dead.
Yep.
The good old-fashioned way.
When Worrell was released from prison, he hadn't had any medications for 8 months. At that point, he had gone from stage 1 cancer to stage 3.
No!
Yep. And this was a pre-diagnosis as well. This wasn't something like they didn't send him for checkups or stuff like that. Like, he had this when he went into the jail.
He'd been
They knew
stage
he had it.
1 since 2007.
Since 2007.
2007. And then he went
it's
from
mad.
stage 1 to
This man.
stage 3 while they were actively murdering him. This is literally death sentence by medical malpractice. For
This man
being
is
in
dead.
the wrong place at the wrong fucking time. Because they're not even accusing him of anything severe. They were accusing him of entering and remaining in a restricted area. Sure.
When you're stage 3, you're not coming back from
No,
that.
that's stage 4.
Stage 3.
No.
You can
Oh,
come
yeah,
back
I'm-
from stage 3. But it's
So
fucking
fucking
rare.
To me, if you ever take over to stage 3, you have a death sentence.
If that-
Because it always comes back after that.
Yeah, but they've essentially killed this man. They've just executed him by cancer.
They've murdered him. Yeah.
Yeah, they've murdered
And I
this
don't
man.
know how this isn't cruel and unusual. There's just no excuse. Just
And
no fucking
bear in mind that
excuse.
he hasn't actually had a trial yet. So they've given him this death sentence on suspicion alone.
Yeah,
Yeah, because he was with the evil MAGA crowd, and we all know that they are evil white wingers, and not just people who just want to live their fucking lives.
They're insurrectionists.
Yeah, meanwhile,
Unlike
look at fucking Portland, and those people, no, they are having summer of
I mean,
love, even though
would
they're
it-
burning half the fucking city.
Would it have even mattered if he was one of the people who fucking toddled in there?
yeah.
Like, this is still cruel and unusual.
He'd be
Yeah.
shot with that lady.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And of course,
Probably publicly executed
because he
Biden's
still
being sworn
hasn't
in.
been fucking tried, they can just show up whenever they want and harass him.
Oh, God.
So his girlfriend described how at one instance she was on the phone with the pretrial officer trying to get their schedule followed on time. Shortly after, the pretrial service officer filed an order claiming Worrell violated the conditions of his conditions of release because he heard keystrokes. Stavros filed a response explaining that it was the girlfriend typing in an effort to submit the weekly schedule on time while on the phone simultaneously with pretrial services officer Tad Parks. The judge accepted the explanation.
So they're trying desperately to get him back in there so they can continue murdering him?
Yes.
Yeah.
What did this guy do? Did he fuck the marshal's wife or some shit?
No. He was in the wrong place
No.
at the wrong time, and he is now being slowly executed by Joe Biden's bunch of Gestapo. Actually, no. I think this is more. I think this is worse than the Gestapo. The Gestapo at least have the decency to kill you quickly.
Yeah, at least they'll just fucking shoot you outright.
Yep.
And this is NKVD levels of torture and hell.
Yes. Dude, who was it in chat? Student of History saying this is starting to sound a lot like Gitmo. Pretty sure they had better medical care at Gitmo.
Yeah, they actually cared about.
Well, that's it. They wanted to keep them. They wanted to keep them alive at Gitmo. They'd torture them a bit, then treat them, then torture them a bit more. So yes, Gitmo is more humane.
When you make fucking Dr. Death seem more a competent individual, then you're doing wrong.
Yep.
Yes.
That's Crow's in chat.
Hey, Crow. And he says, I can't see anyone losing their careers over this either. Yeah, probably not. Frankly, in this position, I would try to find a way to take the bastards with me. Yeah, this isn't not surprising me. Billy Blogs asks, is this one of the January 6th protesters? No, this is someone who was just at the capital area to listen to Trump. We're not even a protester.
He hasn't been proven as a protester.
Well, that's it. It's somehow June 2022, and he still has not been tried.
But he is being murdered, though. He is being sentenced to death. So at least
they're
the judge, jury, and they skipped the judge and the jury and gone right to the execution because fuck it.
Yep. For what? Allegedly trespassing on. Oh wait, he's an American citizen, so allegedly trespassing on something that he owns by virtue of citizenship.
Now, see, if he was an illegal, then that would have been fine.
Yeah, that would have given all the treatment.
Yep.
Oh god.
You see why, yada yada yada. Sorry, guys. It's a mouthful for me to say. Remember, even Anne Frank died in a German hospital. You'll get no such courtesy being waved into the public building by a cop. Yep.
Jesus.
Billy Blogs asks, how can he be denied cancer treatment? Well, it's really easy. They just don't do anything. And then they lie about it.
They don't give him his prescribed medication that's keeping his cancer out of control. They don't allow anybody to bring him his medication. They don't cash his prescriptions, and they won't have their own doctors make him alternative prescriptions.
Correct.
Death by malfeasance. Well done. Well done.
Oh, I love that last sentence about the girlfriend. I'm being watched and monitored, and I wasn't even the one arrested.
Yeah.
Triller said. I'm basically imprisoned also. Yeah, I'm just waiting for them to just knock on her door, take her in for questioning, and then forget about it.
Perhaps especially when she's been bad enough to go to the media about it. That's gotta be that's gotta be a problem.
And notice, of course, that this is zero hedge. This is not mainstream media.
No.
Of course, mainstream media wouldn't talk about this. It would be something important. This isn't talking about which kind of fetish party fucks what kind of creature.
Yep. So meanwhile, while this man is being executed without trial for glorified trespassing, meanwhile, the squad's threatening civil war if the GOP take the House.
Of course. Of fucking course.
How is that not terrorism? That sounds like a terrorist threat.
Yes.
It is. It absolutely is. Well, and I want to stay on the June 6th thing here for a second. So, and maybe we'll cover this later about the Colbert reporters being arrested.
What?
And it's like, oh, so because they were in I can't remember, a Senate offices or congressional office building, but yeah, they were in there wandering around, got arrested, and then released the next day.
Mm-hmm.
And let's not forget the Black Lives Matter protests 4 or 5 years ago, where they stormed another office building there in D.C. and were just
or the Summer of Love, when the camera on the helicopter zoomed out and everything around the Capitol was on fire.
Yeah,
Fiery, but mostly peaceful, I think.
Yeah,
But that's
but mostly peaceful protests.
but that's Democrat different.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's so much better.
But I'm sorry, like that just sounds like a terrorist threat. Like,
It is.
you're saying that you're gonna start a civil war if democracy doesn't go your way. That's a terrorist threat.
Yeah. So Bowman says that. So Bowman, who is a member of the Squad, of course, explained what Americans can expect if Republicans pick up seats and retake Congress this November. The January 6th Commission would cease to exist, based. The findings will be completely suppressed, no, and will not be admitted into any further investigations while the GOP will be empowered. They would impeach President Biden as quickly as possible. Good. Like, they shouldn't even be impeaching him. Like, they should be throwing him out as mentally unstable. That man is not sane.
I fail to see anything negative in this one.
It would also embolden Republicans and the far right and white nationalists across the country to begin to believe that it is their time to not just take power in the House, but the Senate, the White House, and state houses across the country. The problem being...
the commies have been doing it, so I guess it's time for the pendulum to come swinging hard.
This is what they've asked for, sadly.
Yep. And we've got to understand that this is a group that's been radicalized by the Great Replacement. Myth my ass! You fuckers are on TV saying that we're going to replace all the white people and this is why it's a good thing.
Yeah.
You want our children, you want to replace the people, and you're saying this is a good thing.
Yeah, and many other things, and have been pushing for violence and pushing for even civil war. No, the right's not pushing for civil war. They're pushing for either civil divorce or telling your stupid ass that if the feds come for them, they're going to fucking Ruby Ridge this cunt. They're not pushing for violence. They're telling you that if you come to take their lives from them, they are going to use their God and constitutional given rights to go, you know what, fuck you, come and take it.
I like that.
Ooh, new Starship Troopers game. Ooh. Note to self. Get that later.
So, I've been looking at kind of the historical trends on this, just history nerd here, and the Summer of Love is something that I would kind of compare to Bleeding Kansas. That's where, basically there is a fight in the state of Kansas around Lawrence where there's retributions and murders and whatnot. In the 1850s, which set the stage for the Civil War because tensions kept rising. And
why?
Yeah, and it's like this is far different than being over slavery. This is the direction of the nation culturally and spiritually.
Well, this isn't about this isn't about the fucking Union going, we're going to take your slaves away. This is about the Democrats going, we're going to take your lives away. Both metaphorically and literally.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine the Democrats are saying, "Oh, our."
Yeah,
I fucking think it's theirs.
They have, with the progressive era when it went from culturally, Americans always talked about the republic, and then now it's democracy. And it's a noticeable shift in public culture around the time of Woodrow Wilson and the First World War.
Yep. And meanwhile, at the same time, they're like, oh, political violence. Sorry, who just tried to assassinate Brett Kavanaugh? Was it a Democrat? Oh, it was.
From California, perhaps?
Yep, and this nonsense about conservatives and the GOP being driven forward, being the driving force behind replacement theory is just passing on. Ben Shapiro's recent column here at Town Hall explains why the attempt to conflate conservatives with racist ideology is poisonous politics and it happens to be a lie. No, don't give us that shit. The replacement theory conspiracy is not poisonous politics. It's just the right going, did they just say what I fucking thought they said?
Yeah.
Like, you want to talk about
repeating
racist
what you are
ideology?
saying.
Yeah, racist ideology. Yeah, it's the people standing up on stage in England going, 50% of the country is going to be non-white and this is fucking fantastic. That's replacement theory. The left are the ones who wrote it. Like, you can get the original fucking books and it's leftists. Have I done
You know, and this is the thing that always gets me. It's like the left pushes. As soon as the right says, "Hey, wait a minute, I'm not sure I'm on board with this," suddenly they're
Terrorists!
Yep.
Evo!
Like, the left will literally be standing there going, we want to make 50% of the country black. And then the right, and then everyone else is like, but the country's currently 97% white. How are you going to get rid of 47% of them?
I have the ultimate
Replacement
solution.
theory conspiracy, replacement theory conspiracy. Nazis,
I have the ultimate solution. Just take a hint from the Canadian Prime Minister.
Well,
dress up as something different.
No, the Democrats seem to be the Democrats are taking hints from a former Chancellor of Germany.
Yeah.
The Democrats want a final solution to whiteness. Because, literally, they want a final solution to whiteness.
I would be crying if it weren't just so fucking disconnected from anything.
Let's have a quick look at Ben
Oh.
Shapiro's recent column and see how wrong he is. This week, a racist mass shooting murdered a bunch of people at Buffalo, blah, 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 blah. We are experiencing an invasion on a level never seen before in history, wrote the perverse murderer. This is ethnic replacement, this is cultural replacement, this is racial replacement, this is white genocide. Is he wrong, though? The shooter's theory, generally called the Great Replacement theory, suggests that the shadowy cabal... They're not shadowy, they're on fucking TV!
They have a organization that
Cabal of...
like WEF.
Yes. Cabal of elites, mainly Jewish... So Shapiro's a fucking idiot. Well done. He's completely shagged the point. He's sitting there going, "Oh, don't conflate conflate Republicans with this thing." No, you fucking idiot. You're wrong. Replacement theory is an idea by the leftists with the right going, did you know that the leftists have this thing called replacement theory and it's bad for us? Yeah.
Like, they just kind of start saying it on TV.
Yeah.
And what made you come up with this great replacement theory? Well, they just started coming out and saying it on TV.
In public, no less. And then when we ask them, they just look at us, eyes going two separate directions, and be like, what is this conspiracy theory?
Yeah, so basically Shapiro is just going, oh, yes, there is this white supremacist neo-Nazi great replacement theory. No, you fucking bellend. It's not a white supremacist theory. It's the white supremacists going, look at this thing the left came up with.
But let's be accurate here. The left is now and has always been the most racist bastards out there.
Well, that's it. They hate black people and white people.
White supremacists is fucking leftists because they're the ones being like, oh, but we are so much better than you.
You mean the white supremacists are the ones that stand there going, well, whiteness is the things like being on time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Competence.
Or going, oh, these poor black people, they couldn't do it under their own merit, so we're gonna have to, like, We're gonna have to give them help. Us, the wonderful white people, we're gonna have to help. That's we're the white supremacists, and we're just like, how about we just let them do it themselves? They're big boys and girls. I'm sure they can manage.
Mm-hmm. Also, they're gonna feel so guilty while helping us. Sniff, sniff.
Yeah. We'll just.
Yeah, I mean, you look at like post-Civil War America during Reconstruction, where there were black congressmen for the first time in the 1860s in the South, and we're talking like late 60s, obviously. And it's like, oh, but no, something new happened in the 2000s. It's like, they've been there. They got there on their own merits. They actually represented the communities in which they lived instead of like now.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Meanwhile, the first Mexican-born congresswoman in the U.S. is a Republican.
Really now?
Yes.
It's like she, I don't know, integrated and loved the country she's now in.
I bet she got there by merit too.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I bet she's based as hell.
Okay, I'm gonna pretend I'm a leftist from this point. Just at least for a little while until I feel the need to shoot myself.
Get out.
So okay, you're gonna be Bert.
Yeah. What is this thing known as competence and
It's white supremacy.
Oh, okay.
Meritocracy is a white supremacist patriarchal theory to keep down black trans women.
Oh, okay. Perfect. Makes a lot of sense for me because there's this. What is a woman? What is a woman? I've been trying to figure that out. What is that?
Are you a biologist, Mert?
So, here we go. Maya Flores. On her Twitter account. Pro-God, pro-life, pro-family, pro-America, fuck your left. Based.
Oh, yeah.
I love that top tweet. Yes. The
this?
far left are destroying the American dream. When I was little, my family legally immigrated to America. They taught me conservative values, faith, hard work. I will not let the far left socialists and the Biden administration destroy this great country. Exactly. This is the kind of immigrant I love seeing. When I worked at a place where we helped with naturalization services, where we had immigrants from all over the world, and they came in, they did their pledge, they got their American flag, which was a nice full-size flag. They knew more about American values and culture than half the fuckers born here, and a hell of a lot more than these people that, let's just import them en masse because illegals are cool, man. Yep. You don't want to be racist.
Well, you know the most...
Clearly.
You know what tells us that she's a Republican most? She's attractive.
She's attractive?
Yes.
Well, clearly, guys, this, they, them, because I do not want to assume this, that, ding, dang, gender, is suffering from white supremacy and internalized misogyny.
Back in a minute.
Dear.
Disco got too many compliments right there. He's like, I've got to go cool down. Yeah, it's like this is the kind of politician I like seeing, because they came here, they integrated, they used merit, and it's like, I'm going to make sure more people can do this instead of pulling up the ladder behind them.
Exactly.
Who cares about family?
Can't do that.
And shit, she's oh god, she isn't following the line, guys. Quick, bad.
Yep. This woman's this Latino woman isn't doing exactly what she was told.
Latino, basic. It's Latin.
Nah, fuck it.
Latinx.
But I'm so glad Valerie is listening to me now, because she would fucking strangle me.
It's like Congresswoman Flores and like Clarence Thomas, they're not really their ethnicity because they're not following the leftist line because we know what's best for them. Really? You know what's best for somebody you've never met? Congratulations. You might be a communist.
Yeah.
We know the secret of proletariat, and they do not know what is good for them, but we know what is good for them. So you do what we say, or gulag for you.
Tavarish.
Yes.
So, I mean, does this qualify as a white pill?
Yes,
It might. This is an odd
this is
point.
an unusual feeling.
Yeah.
Lord.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like we need hundreds of Maya Floreses running for Congress.
Yeah.
Uh,
Here we go. This will break up the white pills. How about the UK has decided to murder Julian Assange?
oh,
Oh, lovely.
didn't they kind of already sentence him to something because he started smearing shit in his room because he, was coped up for so long he kind of lost it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep, student of history. Yeah. Dude, the Soviets did the exact same thing, saying, we know best for the proletariat. And
Yep.
making sure to oppress them. Yes. Get ready for your breadlines.
Yeah.
It's a good thing.
Yeah. Speaking of how they're just coming out and saying things, the Great Reset's totally conspiracy theory. The fact that the world's largest cricket production facility is officially complete. Aspire Food Group's new plant in London, Ontario is ready to produce 9,000 metric tons of crickets annually for human and pet consumption. No, I'm not going to eat the bugs. You can't make me.
So my question is, when are they going to have a mysterious accident that will cripple the processing facility?
Well, they won't.
Well, like they do with meat processors. You know?
Like a month.
But they won't, because
No.
they're on the right side of the law of the Democrat Party.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Or further left. You know.
Let us see good farmers do this one.
Yep.
Good rancher, I mean.
And maybe somebody knows this article better than I do, because I just listened to this in passing. Something about in Europe, with the EU's trying to kill a number of cattle to reduce emissions, and it's like, oh, okay, this is not going to go any place that's good, is it?
It's the EU. It never goes good with the EU. Even when the EU does something good, it is always ending up fucking up.
Yes.
Because the EU is just the fucking Third Reich in a new suit.
It's literally the Fourth Reich. Especially since they're saying they're going, we want to do away with borders, we want to do away with vetoes, and we'd like our own military.
We need an empire in this age of empires. We have to stop being a union and make an empire. Because I'm fucking... Sorry, I'm just... Whew,
You're spurging out hard there, Mert.
Boy. Jesus. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I'm feeling my inner
fucking
Beth here.
unbelievable.
Yeah.
The thing is, the hatred Besek has for his own government is what I'm feeling for the entire EU.
Oh, that mild, huh?
If you don't hate your own government, you're not paying attention.
Yeah.
I dislike them immensely, but I tolerate them because at least I've been given personal proof that is somewhat functional.
Mhm.
Not perfect, but fucking at least it works somewhat.
I just want their hubris to pay them back.
Oh, it'll
Yes.
be beautiful when that happens.
Meanwhile, on the Great Reset, so you know how they're sitting there going, we want everyone to get electric cars. We demand that you get an electric car. Well, firstly,
Yes.
here in the Socialist Republic of Australia, Fair Work Commission has announced a 5.2% increase on the minimum wage. Yeah, well done, you fucking bellends.
Lovely.
So, it's firstly, it's less than inflation anyway. It's
Yes, we're going to keep you poor, but you're going to have the illusion of being less poor.
Yes.
Wow, aren't you grateful, Besek, that the government that keeps fucking you up the ass is now just being so kind and giving you, taking less of your money to pay for your own
Yeah.
shit?
Well, that's okay. While they're taking less, while they're giving you an extra 5.2%, well, they're going to take most of that in fucking tax anyway. Also, by the way, if you happen to be our friend Gregory, who is also from the Socialist Republic of Australia, well, he got a letter from his electrical company. At Simply Energy, we work hard to keep our prices low all year round, but like all energy retailers, sometimes we need to review our costs based on the government being cunts. This is one of those times, so here goes. Changes to your energy charges. From 1st of July 2022, your electricity charges will change. Based on your past usage, we estimate the change in your electricity prices will increase your bill by $707 per year.
What?
Yes, that's right. So with your 5.2% minimum wage increase, you can pay $700 extra a year on your electricity.
Oh my fucking god. Get out of there, Besek, you too, George. Get the fuck out of there.
Not George, Gregory.
Gregory, I'm sorry. God.
It starts with a G,
Hey,
Yeah.
I'm shit with names. I've always had that shit with names.
They just don't use many names in Norway.
But that's okay.
Actually, we do. Actually, we do. It's just that I'm notoriously shit with names.
Yes. But that's like...
several of my colleagues.
Shush, trim.
No. Oh.
So, at the same time that your wages are going up by less than inflation and your electricity bill is increasing by $700 a year, well, firstly, you have to go out and buy an electric car for $70,000. Oh, what's the median wage in Australia? Oh, it's only $50,000. Well, meanwhile, you somehow have to charge the electric car that's going to be on top of the extra $700 on your electricity bill. Oh, and by the way, the power companies can't actually afford to make power, so we're going to run rolling blackouts.
And what you can get maybe 500 miles off of a complete charge, so that's maybe from one small town in Austria to the other out in the bush.
Yes. And don't forget, out in the bush, they're just straight up not going to be able to fucking power this. Like, we don't have a national grid in the bush. Like, it's not...
Well, clearly, they have to move to cities.
Of course.
Well, that's it. Everyone needs to move into the hive cities and live in the pod.
Eat the boogs.
Eat the boogs and have your virtual reality child.
Oh, God.
This is like 1984, and A Brave New World had a hideous love child. Well, maybe it's a hate child.
Yeah. Yes, and then it was... Then it was butt fucked up the ass by the Matrix.
Yeah. There we go.
Yes. So, the article goes, power uncertainty spread across 5 states on Tuesday, with the Australian energy market operator warning of possible power interruptions. Why? Well, there is a maximum price the energy companies are allowed to charge. Turns out, when the price of natural gas and coal is through the fucking roof, the companies straight up can't afford to produce the electricity because they're not stupid enough to run at a loss.
Why? For the glory of Satan, of course.
Don't you mean Stalin? Oh, wait, same guy.
Is there really a difference? Yeah.
Yep.
Well, one's not portrayed as having a mustache.
Yeah. So they say the cost of power has been rising so rapidly that the regulator stepped in to place a cap on the wholesale price of electricity. Yeah, problem with that is it's costing more than that price to produce the electricity. Student history says, mine the uranium, fire up the nuclear plants, and make Australia the world's first nuclear energised state. But they won't do that because nuclear energy isn't green. Apparently.
It is green, but it's a scary kind of green.
Yes. Yes.
It's like with black and scary. It's just green and scary.
Yes, which is why the lefts think orcs are black people, because they don't understand the difference between green and black. And they hate black people and green people.
They do. They do say they love them, which, bullshit.
Well, that's like in an abusive relationship.
Democrats love black
I love
people.
you so much.
No. I've got a good one. And let me see if I can find the article that ties into it.
Oh boy. This
Yes.
is going to be a segue and a half.
So, Democrats love black people in the same way Peter loves dogs.
Oh, shit.
Oh, you get an award for that one.
That was a good one.
Oh, so Planned Parenthood is basically just a high kill shelter.
No, yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's it. They take in all the feral black people. This is Democrat words. The Democrats think that Planned Parenthood's job is to take in all the feral Democrats think this black people and that basically spy them because they can't be trusted to have kids because Democrats think that black people are too stupid to have children.
I mean, that's what Margaret Sanger started out with.
Yeah.
Still is too.
Yeah.
No. So Peter rebuts California woman who won't allow pro-gun supporters to adopt pets. This isn't a particularly exact tangent, but it's fucking funny, and I was looking for somewhere to bring it in. So Peter said the California shelter does good work, but no, the homeless animal crisis should take priority. Animal rights non-profit, People for the Ethical Murder of Animals, pushed back against the California Animal Shelter's decision to turn away potential pet adoptees based on their opinions about gun control.
Oh, hey, fuck, Spoon. Hello, dude.
Hey.
Hello. Hey, Spoon.
Introducing the YouTube sensation, Spoon.
We have Silent Spoon.
Oh.
Who's making fun of Peter?
Us.
Us.
And if you're not, well, get out.
Did you hear the comparison? Democrats think about black people the same way Peter thinks about dogs.
They're useful for political gains?
Yes, and we should murder them if we...
Yes. and don't forget, Planned Parenthood is a high kill shelter.
All kill shelter.
The difference being...
Their fascination with Planned Parenthood is very, very weird.
It is.
Because it's like, oh, look, it's a vehicle to exercise women's rights. What was it originally used for? Oh, yeah, some demented white supremacists think it was a way to cull the population. So, like, okay, so by that logic, things can change. Like, do you want to look at anything else in your history that maybe had this really bad thing? Because they do this with everything else. Like, oh, the police were once the whole thing that hauled off slaves. Okay, but it's not, there's no slaves now, so it doesn't do that. So if you can do that with the slavery thing, why can't you do that with the Planned Parenthood, but in reverse? No answer, because obviously it's,
it's their
inconsistent.
thing, and it is beyond commentary.
It's not actually their thing. It was the fault of white supremacy that they... Doesn't that technically mean they culturally co-opted white supremacy culture?
Haven't they always?
Well, the Democrats were always the white supremacist slave owners.
White supremacy actually had some, merit and efficiency. Whereas they're not.
Apartheid, everybody.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was going.
Yeah.
Hey, guess what? If you give people that don't know anything about politics, political power, they tend to be really blood drunk and stupid with it. So shocked.
Oh, AOC.
Oh God, yeah, that's true. Although giving her the power to talk has actually been very detrimental to society. Or a Twitter account for that matter, now that I'm thinking about it. Well, it's technically the same thing.
Twitter was a mistake.
Literacy was a mistake.
Well, in her case, yeah. Although I don't think does she operate her own Twitter account? I don't think she does.
I've never cared enough to find out.
Because I've seen the way that she writes and how she talks. I'm like, there's no way in hell AOC uses any 5-syllable words in her everyday speech when talking. So I don't see how the hell she's going to do it when typing. Not unless every third sentence, I needed the Thors to make myself sound smarter. Sound smart, not actually be smarter.
I kind of am subscribing to that idea where it's, oh, well, here, I'll just go on to dictionary.com and look up a few words.
Yeah, I actually think that as well.
I mean, they've probably got an extension for their browser.
But hasn't AOC just recently started taking the Nancy Pelosi thing of just pandering to everything? Because now she's
No,
she's
I thought you were
Latino
going to say just
American,
being
she's
constantly
an
drunk.
Indian, I mean Native American, and anything fucking else.
Well,
under the sun.
they need something to do when they're not calling for the eradication of white people and then pretending that that's a right-wing conspiracy.
Kind of weird, but okay.
Yeah, I don't quite know where they're going to go with that. Like, hey, look, we're going to piss off the entire white majority of the population. And then next election, well, all the white people voted against us. How did that work? Maths, which you people think is racist.
Racist.
Yes.
Yeah. So
it's not
why.
like you have any experience with white people being yeeted from their lands.
Oh, no, I wouldn't have any experience with that. Although I find it really funny if you try doing that, and the ones that, are the minority are the ones who made the society. Which I really quite like about leftism, because I feel like as a white South African, I'm kind of the antithesis that debunks their entire ideology. If you're a minority, you can't be successful. Have you seen my country? When we were in charge, the minority being in charge actually provided, security and stability. And to the point where even the black population is looking at like, we actually prefer the white people in charge because there was less fuck shit.
Yeah,
Try telling that to people.
Talking to a former Rhodesian neighbor of mine, and that was interesting.
Was the sentiments much the same?
Maybe a little more aggressive than you're willing to say here.
Okay, yeah, because that is a very uncomfortable conversation to have. Because people were asking in my comment section, like, "Oh, you're South African. Why don't you talk about your politics?" And I'm like, because there's no way in hell I could be honest about that. That's the reason why. Like, you can't just say like
Susan wouldn't like that.
X, like if Group X has like significantly better technology, government structure, and didn't invent the wheel 500 years ago, and you don't give those people the majority say on how to manage a 21st century society, or 18th century, whatever the century is, you might not produce all the wisest people in government. You might end up producing a corrupt, cratering shit show. All cultures are equal, except when they're not.
Some are more equal than others.
Disco, did you get your tea and bacon?
Not bacon. I just wanted to get something to eat.
Nice.
Bacon is overrated.
Hey.
Yeah, there's a way to start an
I
argument.
I agree. No, I sadly, as an American, I agree. It's like bacon.
Yeah,
whatever.
but the problem is you're used to American bacon, which is basically haram.
American food isn't actually
American
food.
bacon isn't real bacon.
No, it's just fatback. I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah, because I have seen the composition of your bacon. I'm like, why does your bacon look different than everyone else's?
Mass production purposes.
I mean, it's kind of like the difference between chips in the U.S. versus chips everywhere else in the world.
Yeah, but it's quite strange though. Like you say that because in South Africa we call chips and crisps, like potato chips and fries. We say the same thing. Like you could have a stand with chips and with potato chips and fries, and someone could say, "I want a bag of chips," and you'll just know which one they meant.
Yeah,
instinctively. I don't know why. We just do. Because when it was over here, it was different. When I first came to Europe, I went, "Why did they name it differently? We just know, like, I don't know, flavor or something." He's like, "I want a bag of chips." Like, okay, and I don't know why. It's very strange. Oh, culture.
Well, in Norway we just call potato chips for potato gold.
That's quite fancy.
It's really fancy.
Yeah.
I'd like some potato gold. That sounds very posh, actually.
Potato doesn't sound Polish when you say it in
hurdy-gurdy. Yeah.
Yeah.
It just sounds like hurdy-gurdy.
Dialect is
Hurdy-gurdy,
not,
please.
your dialect is not better
Have
than
some
mine.
hurdy-gurdy, please.
Oh, here's your fresh plate of lutefisk.
Yeah.
And by fresh, I mean buried in an ash tree for a couple weeks.
No. Buried in an ash tree burned pile for half a month.
I remember Botch threatened to
Look,
give me some of that
we
once,
can
and I'm
tell
like,
exactly how that became a delicacy. Someone was storing some shitty fish in their basement when their house burnt down, and then it was a really bad winter, and they're like, should we give it a try? Yeah, we'll give it a try. Did we die? No. Okay, we've got a plan.
Basically, when a country has a weird delicacy, that is a sign. From when that food was made, that's when you discover when they have had a famine.
Yeah, you can tell when they had a famine. It's when that food was discovered.
Are you talking about the rotten fish that the Swedes eat?
Yes.
The rotten fish.
I think I could be
Well,
wrong.
actually, the Swedes are just weird because they made the rotten fish when they didn't have a famine. They just weird. Norway, we ate fucking rotten fish when we had nothing else to.
I actually think the way that the rotten fish came about, it wasn't because of the Swedes. It was because they were trading it for something else. And they traded it with a bunch of people they thought were like Neanderthals. And then they ended up asking for the rotten fish because they liked it. And then Sweden was like, what? And then they realized that, oh, look, this actually is quite flavorsome. So they actually discovered it by accident.
They do.
Through somebody else. I think
That is basically the story of Sweden. Out of all the countries in Scandinavia, they are the most fucking racist fuckers that exist.
Really? Oh, I should go to Sweden then.
You should, but not anymore.
But it's
That
surprising,
thing now
though.
has been turned towards themselves. The thing is, Sweden is very much like Germany.
I want to
need
know
to have
how
something to hate.
Sweden... Well, we know how Sweden... But Sweden somehow has more gun crime than the rest of Europe put together.
Really?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
We checked.
How?
Cultural enrichment.
Well, have you looked at... There we go.
What's Toasty been up to now?
He's been harming the populace.
Has he been shooting now?
Well, he is a furry,
yeah,
so he's
they
a
also-
furry, so probably Antifa.
We haven't heard from him for a while. So.
I imagine the cultural enrichment is probably the argument because V made a video where he said it was about Gavin Newsom, and he said that he was looking at red states, wondering why does California have as much, violent crime rates as red states? Because red states' violent crime rate is quite high. And I was looking like, would you please tell me the racial breakdown of those violent crimes? And I guarantee you they won't, because red states have, more demographic of the colorful persuasion, let's say. And if you look at their homicide rates, they tend to be disproportionately high. And so I imagine if you take those people and you remove their guns and their gun crime, the gun crime would actually in America would be quite low.
Interestingly, I would
Yes.
reckon that if you look at red states, you'll find that the violent crime breakdown is actually demographically representative, unlike in blue states, where it's very clearly one specific demographic causing the problem.
Yeah.
And
it's always very
leftists.
concentrated in the cities.
yes, it's almost as if
Yes.
gang culture's the problem. And oh, look at that, Sweden imported gang culture. It's just a different type of brown.
It's something they like.
Yeah, they
I mean,
still
you
bleed
should
the other way.
see how they treat the fucking Samis.
I'm guessing not well.
No.
Oh.
They were the last country in Scandinavia to remove the ethical studies. Let's just say that. Ethnic studies.
Yes.
They're really into that. Let's just say that. And there's a reason why they're overcompensating with being inclusive nowadays because, oh no, we were so bad. Now we got to make up for it by being the completely other way.
Also,
I think
another
just
thing.
found a way of like seeing who's got the worst culture.
Yeah. Another thing the Democrats will never do is they'll never tell you the geographic breakdown of mass shootings.
No, why would they?
Really?
Because remember, a mass shooting is like 3 or 4 people shot. Yeah, well,
I
guess
think it's, people killed with like 4 at a time or more.
I don't think it's even necessarily 4 killed. It's just 4 wounded. So when you have two groups of 20 gangbanging thugs, none of whom can shoot worth a crap, and they all fling bullets at each other, that's a mass shooting.
Well, have you seen the popular representation of how they aim? Yeah,
And that
it doesn't work.
Side gun.
interestingly,
Boondocks cartoon.
interestingly, Mythbusters checked, And holding your gun sideways is a relatively useful way of doing it if you use the sights, because your arm works that way as well. The problem is when you're not looking at the sights and you're just doing it at like chest level and just like, yes, general direction! Because funnily enough, they're using illegal automatic weapons, and they don't give a shit about aiming because they don't, unlike Republicans, they don't give a shit if they miss the bad guy, wing through 3 houses and kill a child.
Now, I will say, you don't have to use the sights in that position if you know how to sight along the body of the firearm.
you can body index as well. That's close distances. But remember...
Yes, but that requires training and discipline.
Yes, which is apparently racist white supremacy. Remember, not having collateral damage is white supremacy. Hitting the target is white supremacy.
Just like being on time.
Yes.
I think if they had training and discipline, they would have a lot less problems in general. Never mind Bollywood shooting.
Well, if they had discipline, maybe their families would stay together, and we wouldn't have the gang fucking problem in the first place, and the guns wouldn't be relevant, like they aren't now.
But guys, the fathers are going to buy milk and cigarettes, and we all know that stuff's white, so it's white supremacy.
Yeah.
There you go.
But yeah, the Great Society of LBJ really did a lovely job for the black community.
Yes.
Yes.
And by that we mean destroy them.
Yes.
Yeah. And it was done by a white man, but we can't bring up his name.
No, or his quote about getting a certain
them
slur
for 200 years, yeah.
Yes, exactly.
He's done a remarkably good job with that. It's the most consistent democratic policy they've ever had.
Well,
that and genocide.
Yeah. Speaking of gun control, so we've got this article where Peter's like, maybe you should look after the animals rather than focus on harassing people who like the Second Amendment. So Democrats are going, okay, we want universal background checks. You've got that. We want waiting periods. You've technically got that in some places.
It depends on what states. The semantic part is if you certain states where they have shall issue concealed carry, you get that your waiting period's gone because you've gone through the additional background checks.
Yeah.
Other states, it's when you pass the next check.
Yeah. So the Democrats are like, we want background checks. Well, you've got those. We want a gun registry. Australia's got that. We want waiting periods. Australia's got that. We want the requirement for secure storage. Australia's got that. Oh, and then the government will just post a map of where you keep your gun anyway. So basically, everything that the Democrats ask for, Australia's got, or stricter, and we've still got gun crime. Like, just the other week, we were looking at a guy who was threatening his boss with an unregistered firearm. Not just a firearm that he'd stolen, a firearm the government had never known about prior to that. And of course, he wasn't licensed. So the Democrat... Yeah, and he wasn't a gang member. So the Democrats like, we want all these things, and then some random dude in bumfuck nowhere Australia's like, I got a gun. And he doesn't have a license.
It was more the fact that the gun wasn't registered rather than the actual crime.
Yes. Yeah, basically.
Yeah. Fuck's sake.
But yeah, like they charged the guy with more gun-related offences than they did with the actual fucking crime. Like they were more concerned about the fact that he had the gun than the fact that he pointed it at someone. But yeah, so this unlicensed guy with an unregistered gun had the gun and was threatening people with it.
Where you got the weapon?
No. I got it out of the dumpster behind the police station. Because a year or two back, we had the cops, actually the hospital, ended up busting a guy who worked for, not a cop, but a guy who worked for the police department, because he ended up shooting himself. And then when the cops were like, ah, shit, we should probably go look into this. Oh, look, here's a dozen handguns, some gas grenades, bulletproof vests, assorted other things that you're not allowed to have. How'd he get them? Well, the cops had them to destroy him, and they didn't actually bother to make sure they were destroyed. Because they're incompetent.
Jesus fucking Christ.
That's why in the U.S. we need to repeal the NFA, National Firearms Act of 1934. Just return to, you can afford that? Well, you can buy it. Because if you can afford it, you're not going to be an absolute moron about these things.
Ooh, Tristan Armstrong asks, do Australian police carry sidearms, given that the populace is nationally decided? Yes, they do. And then they lose their sidearm and their taser in a pub, and then the police use contact tracing data for the disease that shall not be named to see who was in that location. Oh yeah, by the way, they weren't allowed to do that, but they did it anyway.
Oh, the coof.
Yeah, the coof. So you know how you've got the app that you got to scan the QR code and... Yeah, well, they use that data, which the government promises they won't use for nefarious for anything other than contact tracing. They use that to track everyone who was at the location where the cop lost his gun. And why did the cop lose his gun? He put it down in his room, and then he lost it because he's an idiot.
It's okay when they do it, guys. It's okay when they do it.
Was it a woman by any chance?
No, it was a guy this time.
Oh, gosh.
Are we sure? Because they might be trans.
That's still a male.
Yes.
Oh no, I'm thinking a female to male. So yeah.
The police officer in question had a penis.
Okay, so it's a guy.
It doesn't specify if they were keeping it in their purse or not, but they physically possessed a penis.
Yes, a detachable penis.
An
actual song, by the way. That should really be their war cry.
I have a penis in my purse.
No, the song "Detachable Penis." Like, there's an actual song by that name.
Oh, fuck, there we go.
You guys didn't know that?
No.
No.
Go look it up. There's a song called "Detachable Penis."
Okay.
And it's not like a trolley song. Like, it's an actual song. It's just like way before. This was like in the 90s, I think.
I'm just having this this weird thought of, so if she's got a penis in her purse, she hits someone with the purse. If she hits someone with the purse, is that sexual assault or attempted rape?
King missile, detachable penis.
Yeah, see? There you go.
Only if the victim identifies as a feminist. Yeah. Tristan Armstrong says, so the local police released Aussie intelligence community sources and methods in an attempt to find their missing gun. That's the thing. It's not intelligence community resources. It's literally the shitty app that the health department pissed together in a weekend to trace COVID. And they're like, and the government's like, we promise we'll only use this for tracing COVID. And then the police are like, hey, can we have that for not COVID tracing purposes? And they're like, yeah, sure. Human rights, what are those? Never heard of it.
It's almost like government is
you're
really shit.
part of the communist state of Australia. Rights are only a fantasy, which you're not allowed to have because screw your rights.
Basically.
Yeah.
But that's the thing Democrats don't understand. They're like, we want all these things, and then in Australia, with all those things, and worse, by our standards, better by Democrat standards, and criminals still have guns. Like, just the other week, we had, like, 12 gang-related shootings. The other week, someone shot up a police station.
You know, you should really get your guns in charge, or the gangs in charge of the police, because they're clearly more efficient and more resourceful than the police.
True, and
well, our gangs aren't very smart. We need the mafia, because at least they have standards.
Fucking call the Yakuza of Japan. At least they're fucking competent.
Can you actually just do that? Just get the guns and go, hey, can you guys, we'll pay you if you do whatever you do just for good things. I think that it might go like, wow, really? Like,
I mean, isn't that how the police in New York got started?
Pretty much, yeah. But that sounds like the Venezuela solution right now.
No, it's more efficient.
Doesn't
rely on the states.
This guy's sending me white pills.
Yay!
Disco.
It's kind of a white pill.
Yes.
Kind of. So,
yeah. Let me just double check that we have sound where it needs to be going. No, we don't want that audio going up there.
I also sent him some black pills, to which he responded, no!
Sadly, it's not Susan-friendly black pilling. Okay, if you want, co-host, if you want audio, probably best to watch it via, via Discord.
Oh.
Down goes Biden.
I'm watching it on Discord. Just waiting for you to click on.
Yeah, I'm just making sure I've got audio set up because that's helpful sometimes.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not gonna see.
Is that Biden?
Yes,
Yep.
that's Biden.
It's available from 2 different angles too.
Oh! How the fuck did he?
He got his foot.
I don't know how the hell you fall from that. It's
The idiot got his right
half
foot
dead.
stuck. Yes, but he got his right foot stuck in the toe cup on the pedal, and then he put his right foot down. And the bike and the rest of him went with him.
the look on his face
check
says
the
he doesn't
other
know that he
link.
did that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah.
Somebody had a different angle that showed a bit more.
Okay, that is a white pill.
I love it.
I want to see Monkey's reaction to this later too.
What's going on? Why? Trump did this to me.
Yeah, that's right. His right foot is now named Trump because of this.
Yes.
I feel like I just want to make this clip and just put the raw footage on my YouTube channel.
Faces calling
Just
me
Biden falls and then
Faces
just that's
calling
it.
me a cheater. It's like, no. It's gonna be all over Twitter by the time we stream later. It wouldn't be a surprise then.
But it's still a white pill. I want the reaction for the white
Let's see.
pill side of things.
Let me see. Is it on YouTube right now? Let me see. Biden falls.
I know it's on Twitter.
Biden
but
falls
I
off his
don't know.
bike. CNN, 30,000 views. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, this
Like-
this is time sensitive. It wouldn't have capped until white pills.
But you can
I
still
like
share it
it's
with
like
your
hearing
audience.
It happens when he falls down.
That's true. I can
like
still
to
put it
hear.
in there. Monkey will just have to act surprised.
Please tell me the comments are on CNN. Oh, thank God, yes.
Yes. Yeah, I smell a submission to the Lotus Eaters later too.
Yes.
Hmm.
But yeah, I like the cheering you hear when he falls down. It makes me think that they're cheering that he's falling.
That's because they are.
Ding dong, which is dead.
I mean,
No, Ding
let's
Dong
be
the Witch is
honest.
fucking taken over if he's dead.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
I'm telling you, when he pops these clogs, she's gonna pick Clinton as her vice president. You're gonna get
Nah.
fucking Harris
No, it-
Clinton fucking presidency. That's what you're getting.
No.
What the fuck?
But I will say, this is a very accurate depiction of Biden's economic policy in action.
Yes. Oh, Pat.
Okay. I need to link you guys something. I don't. Oh God, there's no way I can say this without sounding racist.
All right, now I really want to see this.
Okay, I'll put this in voice text. Look at that clip, right? The woman on the far right, is that the White House press secretary?
It could be. Let's have a look.
Is that a woman?
Yes,
Yeah,
that's the White House
thank
press
you.
secretary.
Okay, why does she look like a man who'd just been hitting steroids like a half an hour ago?
Yeah,
Look at the
because
size of
yes.
her neck. Look, what the
Because
fuck?
Probably.
Look at the shoulders.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But
What the
apparently
fuck?
he's fine after his fall.
You look like a man in that. That looks like a dude.
Yeah.
Well, at least one
That
of them
doesn't look
does.
like a female.
Oh,
I mean, are
God.
we?
I mean,
We're not biologists, you know. But
I don't need to
are
be.
we sure
Look,
that
the
she
penis
wasn't at
knows
some point a
what the
man?
penis
And that would
knows,
be
and
more diverse,
the penis.
You know?
Look, the penis knows what the penis knows, and the penis says that's not a woman.
Look for an
I mean,
Adam's apple.
it would be more diverse if at some point she had been male.
Look for an Adam's apple.
But
dear.
you know,
look
we
at it
can
like
never
this.
know. We're
We're
not
gonna be going
biologists.
through
I'm.
again.
I think you're right though. I'm certain that is the White House press secretary.
Are we sure? Because I really don't know.
I don't know. I've only seen one video of the White House press secretary, so and
She
it
looks
was
high as
basically her
shit in that
saying
photos.
that everything was racist, and it's like, oh, that's gonna be
Ah.
fun.
No, the White House press secretary's blacker.
and maybe different hair.
So
Why
that's
does
not
she
her.
have that 1,000-yard stare?
Because she has
So
no
who
soul.
is this person then, and why is she relevant?
Yeah,
Oh, just some CNN twat.
because if you watch like the first 2 seconds, just watch the sniff and the eyes. Like if that isn't telling me you're on something before this segment, I don't fucking know.
Yep.
It's very subtle.
I think they might actually be high.
It fucking looks like it.
It's just sniffing and it's like, oh god damn, it's so close to having a black woman in charge of the presidency. I'm in ecstasy as I'm just doing this segment.
It's not just the skin color either. the one here on CNN, yep, the hair, and you're right. The neck size, also that's a male chin.
Yeah, like the shoulder width, like that's not a female.
Okay, guys,
I don't care what anyone says.
When that person talks, do you hear a buzz in their voice?
Let's get some audio and see.
President Biden is spending the week.
Oh shit! You can actually hear them sniff their cocaine stuck in their nostrils. I'm going to shut up, but listen carefully.
President Biden is.
Yeah, right there.
Wow.
Yeah, see, told you.
Like Biden sniffing
for
a kid.
a bike ride. He hit a tumble.
We might as well watch him fall off again. Bang.
I mean, this should be like a background loop when we're on pause.
I want to see what Styx says about this.
Because
I know he's going to.
Look, you can just see the Secret Service coming out of the wood. Oh, is that brown khakis on a Fed? It's a Fed!
This is a fashion police, and it looks atrocious.
It's fine. By the time they're finished with it, it won't be that he fell. It won't be that he fell down.
A Trump supporter tackled him.
Yeah, a Trump supporter pushed him off his bike and tried to assassinate him.
A Trump supporter savagely frothing covered in AR-15s charged at Biden, but Biden heroically stood his ground. But unfortunately,
and threw a bike at the attacker.
Yes, but unfortunately, the rabid Trump supporter managed to push him over.
Thankfully, he survived because he's so strong and healthy.
Yes.
I'm actually amazed they showed this, because normally they would try to disguise anytime he does some stupid shit.
I think it's because they actually want to, get rid of him.
Yeah, that wouldn't actually surprise me.
Is preparing to eat him alive.
Is anyone...
If there's a disaster in the midterms, they can use his health as a reason to replace him, and then Kamala Harris can theoretically have, 6 years.
I prefer her real name. I prefer Kamala's real name, Kamala Ding Dong.
I like the way that the comments are turned off on the on the Telegraph one. I wonder why. CNN's one is surprisingly still on. I guarantee you that's not going to be on by the end of the day.
Probably not.
Nah.
This is going to be CNN's most watched clip. It's also going to be the first one that isn't ratioed.
Well, I can't see anyone talking about who that person is. See, if it's recent, does CNN have any more videos with that person in them?
I really want to take a shot at the CNN clip, but I can't do it on YouTube. Because I cannot look at this woman and just say, like, bitch, your shoulders look like a fucking NFL linebackers and your neck is wider than your head.
Okay.
Well, see, just take credit for her following your last video about gym and working out, and say, this is what happens when you do it properly.
What if that's a woman after Michelle Obama's form?
Yeah.
But does she have amazing arms?
Katie Lane's asking, why don't the people help? Because the feds are stopping them. They're totally not dressed like a feds are stopping them.
I think because helping him would be making sure he doesn't get up.
No, that would be helping America.
The best thing is, like,
I'm pretty sure that random people, like random bypassers, are not supposed to touch the president.
No, I mean, it's not like the Queen.
No, we like the Queen.
Royalty. Yeah, that too.
The Queen served her country.
Yes.
Yeah.
She's
Yeah.
an honorable
The-
lady. Who
there
deserves
is
it.
an
And
econ-
Biden only
there-
served
there-
Beijing.
yes, there is even like they're completely opposite. The Queen's a woman. Biden's a lizard.
The Queen's competent, even in her 90s.
Yep.
Yeah.
The Queen
the Queen
is.
was not elected into power. Well, then again,
Neither was Biden. The Queen is an economic boon to England. Biden's an economic detriment
Biden's
to
an economic
everywhere.
disaster.
For everyone.
To everyone.
Thanks for the gas prices, by the way, Biden. You son of a
And
bitch.
anyone who wants to get rid of the Queen.
The Queen can talk. The Queen can talk without a script.
Yep.
Yes, and people actually like listening to her rather than,
Yeah.
the thing.
Well, she's intelligent, still in her 90s. And she's been
Biden never was.
successful at her lifetime job, unlike Biden.
Yeah. We should tell all those people that give me shit for being a monarchist, like, hey, look, how's your democracies faring, you faggot? Sorry.
I mean, even
Monarchs, like,
ignoring the monarchy versus democracy part, the Queen is a net financial boon to the UK. Because, the government spends this much money on her upkeep. Yes. But the Queen brings in, 8 times that. The Queen brings in more than... Buckingham Palace and the changing of the guards brings in more money than they spend on the Queen just in tourism. Then there's all the money the government makes off the money that's owned by the Queen because they're the ones who get to lease it and use it.
Yeah. And monarchies tend to be cheaper.
Yes, because you can get rid of a lot of the bloat.
Yes.
Yeah, because if you happen to run the state with your own money, you tend to be kind of economically fiscal. Because you don't like spending your own money on shit that is completely unnecessary.
That's it. You may be a complete bastard, but you at least want the country to be economically successful because that's where your money comes from.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm starting to low-key wanting the royal family to be in more control here. I mean, Norway is technically a monarchy, but I wish we kind of would try to be an actual monarchy.
you'll like this one. Australia has recently, not the first bit, but you'll like my response. Australia has recently appointed a minister for the Republic because they want to make Australia a republic. And my response is fuck that! Get rid of the Australian government, keep the Queen.
Yeah. I'm kind of in favor of that as well. When Trudeau was kicking the shit off, I'm like, Queen, you could become incredibly popular and powerful if you just headed Trudeau right now and just took his government out. No, you're being tyrannical with one of my commonwealths. Fuck you.
Well, that's the thing. She doesn't even need to
be.
She doesn't even need to behead him. She could just be like, Mr. Governor General, sack the lot of the bastards.
Yes. She would actually have been rather popular if she did that. She would actually look like a libertarian, for one thing.
I mean, she should do that in all her countries. Get the governor... Yep.
Okay, stop locking my subjects up.
She could literally be... She could get all the governor generals on a video call and I order you to dissolve the parliaments and execute the prime ministers. Go.
That should tell people that in the state of so-called democracy, everyone is looking at the Queen funny and we would prefer being run under the monarch because it seems to be more competent and efficient because democracy is not really working out all that well. It's kind of bloated and shite.
George is to be fair, she's got her hands full with family. Look, no, just expel Prince Ginger from the royal family and if he comes back, execute him. And execute Prince Andrew and Charles, and problem fucking solved. She can do that. She's queen.
I hear that Andrew was making some noises about wanting to be re-included, and from what I heard, William was well, it's him or me, and William won that one.
I think William would be a significantly better king than fucking Prince Harry.
Tristan says, as a First Nations appointee, our Governor General is not a subject of the Queen, but she's a toady of Justin Trudeau. That's fine. Sack them too. We'll start at the top. We'll start at the Governor Generals, and then sack and execute everyone going down until the corruption stops.
I think it's
basically the entire government.
This is not a problem.
Just get rid of it.
This is
what I find very curious about our side is that right-wingers tend to very much champion decentralized power. And we're looking at it now going like, no, we're not actually in favor of that. We want centralized power. We just want the queen to do it, of like a competent government. So that tells you that you don't really have a hatred of centralized power. You have a hatred of incompetent power. If it's centralized and it's run well, we don't actually care.
Student of
And we
history
want to
is
know
suggesting.
Yeah, I will say I like the old American Republic system where you had the spoil system where every member of government was basically thrown out when a new president was elected for the executive.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Yeah, this lifetime fucking politician thing, it needs to stop.
Career
you should not be.
need to go.
Yeah. Student of history suggesting libertarian monarchism. Yes, centralized power that mostly leaves us alone.
Yes,
I like this.
and that is a very unusual position for most people, because people think like, what? Do you want a centralized libertarian government? Like, what the fuck? How does that make any sense? Like, well, it's actually quite simple. If you have a smaller government that's privately owned, they're incentivized to rule well, especially if they can get more wealth by leaving people the fuck alone.
Yes.
It actually makes more sense than you think about it.
Not to
And
mention,
I have noticed a lot of...
they can
Go on.
in a monarchy, the monarch, separate to the monarchy part of the government, also runs private business.
Yeah, they can invest with their own money.
Yes,
And
which
I
means
quite
that they
like that.
want their private investments to succeed, which means the whole country has to succeed. Ergo, everyone wins.
Because I quite like that a lot of people that I follow that are more sort of leaning towards like the Austrian school of economics, and they're more anarchic, they're kind of looking at the situation going, I'm slightly reconsidering monarchy. And people are like, why? And you're like, well, then they run the incentive structure of a monarchy, and they go, well, we don't really want the state, but if we're going to have one, looking at democracy versus monarchy, especially in the last 3 years, we go, we would actually be better served for our position of, philosophically speaking, through a monarch rather than a democracy. And me is making me go, that kind of shit's making me go, oh yay, just more people are smarter and becoming monarchists. I'm totally in favor of this. Because I don't like democracy. Democracy is bullshit.
Yes.
There is another bonus with the monarchy, as I see it, is that you can actually groom the up-and-coming leaders.
Yeah,
they will be
actually
designed for
designed.
leadership.
Yes.
Yep.
Well,
Whereas with the democracy, you need the majority of people who vote to not be stupid, which is quite a tall order.
Yeah. And
And
it was
the public can
when you restricted voting rights.
The public can still have a
landowner.
Only men.
The public still gets a say as well in a like 1600s-ish British kind of way, because you've got the House of Lords, and the Lords can be petitioned by their subjects, and then the Lords go, look, all our subjects want this, and if you don't do it, we'll replace you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm kind of skeptical of that, because when people say like people power, like when people argue for that, like I don't really like that, because you're going by this position of if the majority of people want something, therefore it's moral. I think that's insane.
No, it's definitely not, because we've established that.
I don't like the morality argument that they make. It's it's not a moral issue. It's a popular issue. That's a problem.
Popular things can also be very stupid.
Like Justin Trudeau.
Yes, so
allegedly popular and very stupid.
Yes, and if you look at how you run for like office in a democracy, is you don't need any qualifications. It's literally how popular can I be liked for things utterly unrelated to how I will do my job, which is fucking insane. That's how you choose government. Like, are you out of your mind? Like, how did we get to this point? Why is this how we pick governments? It seems nuts.
Although I will make the counterpoint there that, you know, a monarchy wouldn't be picked on their qualifications either.
No, but they're just trained for it. That's the difference. And they're incentivized to run well. And you could die, you could get killed if you fuck off, which is much better than a democracy where you just get voted out of office and you're not held to any account. Like, here's how the voting works in a democracy as far as holding someone to account. You just get thrown out of office, but you're not held to account to anything. It's like catching someone when doing a crime and saying, okay, you don't have to give any money back, you'll serve no jail time, but you just can't do the crime you've been caught doing now. That's it.
Yes, basically.
So, You know, and again, I take a longer view on the republic system. If you have people at local levels actually competent, then they should be able to advance. But unfortunately, we get the '92 Clinton, soccer mom phenomenon where they're like, "Oh, he's so hot." It's like,
No,
nobody
he wasn't.
cares if he's hot, you stupid cow.
Also, he wasn't.
Yeah. But yeah, the American system has been fucked ever since we did the direct election of senators. It's just like, no, we've gone from a republic to a democracy. We're just stupid now.
Yes, but it does seem that in democracies, shit floats to the top.
Yes, because the smarmiest bastards always get there.
Yeah, because it's not about being politically efficient. It's about being, or efficiency is not
marketable.
The problem. Yeah, it's about being marketable for skills that have nothing to do with how you actually govern.
Yep.
Which,
well, that's it.
Insane.
All it shows is that you're a very good toady, and you can lie to enough people to get them to support you in your politics. And I'm sorry, but if the people who like you are politicians, that doesn't say good things.
No.
No.
It actually says the exact opposite.
No,
it's like, how many... Go on.
Oh, go ahead. No. I've got a question for you, but finish.
Okay, far ahead.
Oh, well, talking about the monarchist point of view, would you be more in favor of something more of a elector system from the old feudal German system, where you get the heads of certain regions voting for a monarch?
I feel like that would be subject to corruption.
Everything's subject to corruption, but
it would be paid off. Well, it's quite difficult to corrupt an absolute monarch because they already have all the power.
True. It's just a thought experiment. I've been curious to hear your reaction to.
Yeah, I see. I don't actually have any. The problem is with the scaling of the system, because I feel like in theory I wouldn't be opposed to like states having their own governors like you have now. The problem isn't that. The problem is with the federal government being unbelievably fucking large and just this holy leviathan that is not subjected to any kind of voting apparatus. And that's the biggest problem with the democratic model, is that like this is the thing. Democracies all have this enormous civil service, like these faceless permanent bureaucrats. Voting is merely picking off the perceived surface problems. You're not interfacing with the bulk of the system. You're doing with a small percentage of the apparatus. So the rotten core, that's the problem, voting doesn't ever breach. So the voting is entirely superfluous.
Correct.
Yes. So your only resolution to this problem then is regime change.
Yes. But it has to be, again, like the American spoil system where everybody's out.
Look, I go back to my previous comment on the Queen starting at the top and executing them until the problem goes away.
I like that idea too.
Just basically thinning the lowest ranks and going up.
Yes.
Yes.
Because you're not going to, people don't like this argument because it sounds unruly, but you're not going to get through the system unless you institute violence.
I mean, I'm not opposed to the monarch executing violence against politicians or bureaucrats, because they're not really people.
No, I don't consider them people either.
Lizard people aren't real humans.
Because I know people will say, like, oh, look, you're advocating for violence. Like, well, you know when the other people say that my life doesn't matter, my opinion doesn't matter, and I should be killed because I happen to hold different political opinions? Yeah, I feel like if someone is telling that about the population, I have the right to fire the first shot because they're openly saying we'd like to kill you if given half the chance. So I feel like I'm quite threatened and justified in my retaliatory response, given the situation. And if people don't like that opinion, like, why are you telling me that you want to kill me? And then you're surprised I end up killing you. It's like, it's kind of, preemptive strike, really.
I'm just gonna put it like this. I still think that the best way of just doing leadership isn't that you make it a reward. It should instead be a fucking punishment. Or either that or you just fucking breed a secondary class of people who are leaders as servants. That if you screw up, you get shot and replaced immediately, or you just have someone who is from birth, and now this is gonna break every single human right out there. But
Yeah.
from birth, they are groomed to be proper leaders. That way, they will not.
I mean,
corrupt
at the
unless-
bare minimum, we need to bring in a rule that says if you break your election promises, we hang you. Bare minimum.
Yeah. No, the
Make
sign
it a
of an
burden to
actual
be a
leader. The sign of an actual leader is somebody who will sacrifice everything they have, so that those that are under them are actually going to be able to succeed.
Speaking of,
that never happens now.
which president of the last 100 years ended up poorer after their presidency?
Trump?
No, Trump.
The God Emperor.
Sorry.
I think it's because he already has money, so he doesn't care.
Exactly. You
Exactly.
can't bribe the richest man in the world.
Yep.
Which I think is kind of Spoon's point about a monarch and bribery.
I would
It's
imagine.
because like it ultimately, I think the thing with Trump, and I'm kind of happy. I like that he has a massive ego.
Yes.
Because I like a leader that comes in office and says, I already have money, and you all suck, and I can do this job better than you, and I have no experience. And then he does. Like, I like that he just throws his dick around in that way, because that tells me he's at least incentivized to do beyond enriching himself, which is kind of the whole, that's what you want from a leader.
Yep.
It's just to say, I can be the better manager, essentially.
Well, it's like when the Democrats were going, oh, Trump wants to be loved by his supporters. Good!
Yeah, what a horrible thing to do. Like, wow, what a representative of the people wants to be liked by the people he represents. Oh God, what a horrible thing.
That's right. He wants to be loved by the people he represents. So what?
Yeah.
How does he achieve that? By doing what they fucking want.
Yes. Or essentially just leaving them the hell alone.
Yeah.
I'm shocked and
I will
horrified.
say, with American history, the fact that Obama and then Biden have won as senators, which has not been a very common thing, tells me all I need to know about my political future here, and it's absolute garbage.
Pretty much.
I need to make a video about that, actually.
Yes, you do. I want credit though.
I need to make a video on political grooming.
No,
And
the first word of the script's going to be, no, not the Democrat kind of political groom.
Yes, because I feel like a concept that no one ever talks about is when it comes to the monarchy argument, people just think of, well, your transfer of powers between one generation and the next, because you're essentially signing up to a family to rule the country, and so there's an incentive for the king to rule well because he's passing off his wealth to his heir, to his other family, and so when it comes to the democratic model, I find it really creepy, and no one discusses this, that if you look at the Democrats, they're saying, who do we run in 2024? And they're talking like potential candidates, thinking, why is it your job as a party to groom a candidate for the people to choose from?
Yes.
You don't think that's kind of unusual that you're talking about, like, oh, this is who we want to run the country? Like, first of all, who the fuck is you? And you make it sound like you are grooming a candidate for the presidency. Who is you that is doing the grooming exactly? No one talks about that.
It's not unusual.
Because if you look at like local party politics, it's always people who are connected to other people who don't actually necessarily have competence. They just have the charisma. And
yes, it's who you know. Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
And I think like all of these people come from the same institutions. So I want to say, like, well, if you look at the monarchical model is you get the education, and this is instilled into a family. The family is incentivized to rule well. Replace the royal family with royal university, and you have the exact same fucking model without all of the incentives of a good monarch. Because you're just choosing the institution. All you're doing is you're taking these people, ran through the institutions with all of these ideas that are funded by God knows who fucking who, and then they're just propped up for the public to choose from. Like, oh, look, we get to choose our leaders. No, you don't. You get to choose who ran through that fucking institution, propped up for you. So essentially, your leaders are getting chosen by whoever runs through that institution and whoever manages that institution.
Yeah, I think Boris Johnson is actually a good example of the Etonian education system, where it's like, yes, we have this cadre over here of people you can choose from.
Yeah, and it's terrible.
That turned out.
Yeah, exactly. The thing is with the monarchical governments is the monarchical government is incentivized to rule well because it's a lifetime position. There's no one else. You can get a region if they go fucking crazy or whatever. That's understandable. But that's a fail-safe. People think. I think the reason people scare the monarchical argument scares them. I think one is because they've been propagated with the idea that look, monarchy is old and outdated, and they don't pay attention to it because they've been propagandized to think like, oh look, democracy is we are past monarchies because we're civilized and enlightened. Oh, fuck off. Don't ever look at it that way. I looked at democracy and went, this is really shit. What made a monarch actually efficient? And I looked at the incentive structure and I went, holy shit, this is so much better than the crap we have. Why don't we go back to this? And then they sort of look at it because the business model is essentially quite similar to the monarchical model. And then I looked at Mollberg's arguments against democracy, and the one thing I liked is he said is the problem with democracy and the fight against centralized power is if you fractionalize centralized power, you birth smaller enclaves that vie for the power, and that enclaves or collection of them grow. So instead of having this one centralized figure that is efficient, you birth this growing enclave that just accumulates an enormous amount of weight and inefficiency just due to its sheer size, and it just becomes cumbersome. And it ends up accumulating power that is horribly inefficient.
Spoon,
Yes.
I don't mean to correct you live, but I think you meant to say tumor.
No.
A growing tumor.
Well, that too. Yeah, that's essentially what happens to the state. And people think, because the thing that I've noticed is that the monarchical types, and actually more the anarchy types, they get it even better than the monarchical types, is they look at the incentive structure of humanity and how does it interact with the democratic model, and really, really badly, as it turns out. Whereas the monarchists and the anarchists, they think, okay, the problem is the system, strip the system. Whereas the democratic types, they think the problem is with the people in the system. And that is the thing that needs to change without ever asking how.
I will kind of point out that this is kind of the same argument that the communists make. Like, oh, there's something in this current system that doesn't work, so instead of fixing it, let's just rip it out and replace it. It's using a hammer for a job that you might just need a screwdriver for.
Yeah, but the communist argument doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't matter. Like, the overarching argument is the same. Like, there is a problem here being corruption. Therefore, let's not try and fix the corruption. Let's just rip the whole system out.
Yeah, but I think
their
their argument is based on a theory and to deprive everyone of basic human, like the argument for the communists is ignore the very basis of human nature and design a system that is completely antithetical to every human being that has ever existed on Earth. Whereas the monarchical side is like, no, what actually is the incentive structure of how humans govern? Make a system based around that. It's like the vision of the
manifest in similar ways, though.
Yes, true. But the main one is self-interest.
Yes. Well, although I would make the argument that I've never seen a communist government that doesn't default into a pseudo-monarchist type of actual progression, with the exception of you have the party rather than a royal family.
Yes, but bear in mind the difference between an authoritarian government of the communist or fascist type versus the monarchical type is the monarchical type is ruled by legitimacy, whereas the communist is ruled by brute strength. They have to, once it establishes the revolution, they have to make informal coalitions that is ruled entirely by brute strength and corrupt power, because they can kill off anyone they want to. Whereas the monarchical government is seen as legitimate. Like, who is the king? Well, because they said so. Because someone has to hold power, otherwise the system goes into a complete fucking tailspin. And people actually like their kings, whereas they don't fear the king, because the king can run well. Whereas with the communist government types is, oh, we're going to institute absolute fucking tyranny, because if we don't, then we're going to get challenged. That's the difference.
We can't have challenges now. No.
I need to mull that over some, but no, interesting points. I like the passion in which you're arguing here.
Well, I had to
Louis,
look at
the
his.
first American monarch.
Yes. Oh yeah. Well, Mobuck thinks America already had a monarch. Is Andrew Hamilton.
Yeah.
You mean Alexander?
What do you do if you end up with
yeah, Alexander Hamilton. Yeah, he was the first Secretary of the Treasury, I think, under Washington.
Correct. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, although that didn't really pan out too well for him.
I actually think what's interesting about the Americans is that, and I actually want to do a video on this, is the Americans, the right wingers, they deplore big government. They hate big government, but they really like the Constitution. And you want to say to them, well, your original government was the Articles of the Confederation, which was established in 1776. And then your Constitution only came in 1788 on the 25th of June. So what exactly happened in those 12 years that required the Constitution to be made in the first place? And most of them don't.
Chaos.
Yes.
Absolute chaos. Yes.
And the centralizing apparatus is the Constitution. So I feel it's really funny when they hate the centralization of any kind. Like, that is what the Constitution is. Like, it gave the states an enormous amount of fucking power, way more than the British Crown had over the colonies. And this is the thing that you champion. Like, you guys realize that you hate the Crown, but the thing that your government uses now is more powerful than the control of the Crown.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and that goes way over like 90% of their fucking heads.
Yeah.
So it's like, you basically fought for independence for the sake of it, not because you thought that the Crown was actually more oppressive, because it's actually in reality that's total crap. But
it was that perception of, and yeah, I've done a lot of reading on my revolution. It was like, if there had just been positions in Parliament available to the colonial governments, everything would have changed. I'm convinced of that. But because of that perception, and again, I'm not talking actual effects. I'm talking perception. And that counts, unfortunately, too much. There was no say, especially with the absolute shit colonial governors that we were having at the time.
Yeah, I also think it's interesting because when you look at old history, and history says, oh, the history is written by the victor, and the events of the past are a lot more complicated. And what I find interesting about a lot of Americans is they don't seem to think that pertains to their own history. So I'm like,
no.
Have you ever listened to the Americans who were actually in favor of remaining under British rule? And the answer is no.
Yes.
Yeah, but you would be, because you're interested in it. But the most Americans have no idea about the Americans. Like, to them, the idea that there were Americans who favored remaining under the crown is a complete absurdity.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, well, did you ever look at their issues as to why they weren't in favor of the American Revolution? Why they actually favored remaining under the crown? Like, no. Like, maybe you should. Because maybe if you dig down deep enough, you'll find that their issues for remaining under the crown were not as oppressive as you think.
And it wasn't just based out of loyalty. They saw the economic value, which...
Yeah.
And this is something with American history, especially of that period, that really pisses me off, is it's so New England focused. If you look at the rest of the colonies, where, say, the Mid-Atlantic colonies and the Southern colonies, which actually devolved into active civil wars amongst counties over the idea, do we want to join the revolution or do we want to stay loyal to the crown? And it's all very economically based.
Yeah, because I do find that, I don't say revisionist history, but sort of
It's the post-Civil War American history where everything Southern is suddenly bad and malicious just because.
Yeah. I actually read some quotes from Robert E. Lee, and I'm like, you guys should really pay attention to him, because almost everything he said what would happen actually came true.
Mm-hmm.
God damn, I'm looking at him now, because my friend in my house was like, why is he so revered? I didn't think about that because I didn't know much about him. Until I looked up what he said, and I'm like, wow, this is probably the reason why he's so revered, because he said, like, if we continue with this government, it's going to be tyranny at home, and it's going to be absolutely horrible abroad. I'm like, yeah, that sounds about right. And this was set in like the 1700s. Like, wow, he's clairvoyant. 250 years later, he's banging the fucking money. So,
Oh, you're not
Yeah.
thinking Robert E. Lee. You're thinking of
no, that was him.
scary. Are you sure?
Yeah.
Oh.
It was very weird. I'm like, oh, this is like the southern guy that everyone says is like this horrible, evil character. Like, maybe horribly evil, but words of wisdom. And it's fun reading the history and making all these people's sort of pre-programmed, like, oh, this is why our history is great. And like, do you ever read the history from the actual people who were there? Like, it's not black and white as the historians say. It's actually quite dicey in many terms.
Yes, significantly so. Which I
Yeah.
actually
History
kind of get
ain't
off
black
on.
and white.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's only
it's,
two sides. There was the bad British crown and the good patriots. And like, what about the Americans who weren't in favor of either? What about the ones that preferred remaining under the crown? Oh yeah, never heard of those guys. Like, there's quite a lot of them actually, because most of them weren't in favor of the revolution. It's just, like, hey, look, there's a small group of people that push shit, and then they sort of, slowly infect the mass. And like, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it's but only 3 to 5% of a population can affect a revolution.
Yeah.
I think that's the quote. But
Yeah. And now we call those people governments. We call them bureaucrats. Shit it.
One like amusing little aside in American history, because I know it rather well. Some of what were referred to as the Over Mountain Men, basically, what is now Western North Carolina, Tennessee, into the western parts of Virginia and Pennsylvania. They were like, this is just the coastal people doing their own thing. We don't care. It wasn't until they were threatened in the South by Patrick Ferguson, a loyalist, and in the North, I want to say it was, I cannot, not Gates, but one of the colonial, one of the revolutionaries.
Oh, you're showing it off.
Both of them were threatened at different times, so they just chose the opposite side of who threatened them, just for the simple reason, fuck you.
Yay, Tremont!
Yeah.
Yay!
Okay, I'm looking at this. There's quite a few people that have made clips about Biden falling. It's really funny. This is one of the first time I've seen him do a gaffe where he doesn't need to go off script to still cause a fuck up.
I think he just.
I like the time he fell down the stairs of the plane.
Which one?
Oh, falling up the
Enjoyed
stairs.
that.
Yeah, that's amazing.
You're gonna have to
Enjoyed
narrow
that.
it down. Which time?
on the plane.
Which
Oh,
time?
Yeah, which
technically
time?
He fell up the stairs, didn't he?
Yes, but which time?
No, he fell like 3 times, didn't
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
like
but
3
wasn't that on
times
the
now.
Same instance.
No, he had another one like
Right.
last week.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
He's a fucking living failure.
No,
And
he's
has
a
always
90-year-old man who was a living failure. He's now 1,000,000 years old and degenerating. He was a useless idiot in the 90s. Back when he was calling black people N-words.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And a racial jungle.
Hmm.
Yeah. And harassing Clarence Thomas just because he wasn't on the plantation.
Yep.
There's an uncomfortable truth to that, though. Not the Clarence Thomas one, the racial jungle argument. It's because, like, during the 90s, this was when there was, like, a lot of high crimes. So, like,
Yeah.
like, you don't want to say, okay, you're right. You're correctly identifying the problem. You're just doing it in a manner that doesn't show a lot of, how can I say this politely, political finesse, shall we say.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
Biden and political finesse do not go together.
The
No.
fuck is political finesse? Asks Biden. Face deep
The thing that
inside
you
the
don't
crowd.
have. Well, the thing you do have if you keep to the script. But someone tell me this. Can you guys recall any time in the last... Okay, I'll even say this year, where Biden has gone off script, where it didn't cause it to somehow make the news cycle or social media? Because I can't honestly recall one time.
Or that his wranglers start, everybody out, everybody.
Yes, or
everybody
that.
out."
Because because I did a story recently. I thought it was pretty funny. Is he complained that his aides are undermining him, and he was reminding them that he's the president, which is adorable because you just see this grumpy old man saying like, "I'm the one really running the show," and I was like, "Sure, Grandpa, sure, whatever you say," because that's how it comes off.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
basically.
then
I am the king.
the aide said the funniest thing. The aide said, "We don't say anything he doesn't want us to say." Right after complaining that they undermine him, I'm like, "Oh my god, this is so hilariously fucking stupid. Like, this is not true. He just complained that you're pissing him off, and then you're coming, oh, that's just Grandpa Biden just saying shit. He doesn't really mean it. Like when he came out and said, my God, this man cannot remain in power, which is openly calling for regime change. That's the bit that he got pissed off about people undermining him. Because the people are like, oh, look, he doesn't really favor that. And then he comes out and says, no, I actually did mean that. Okay, so the guy supposedly running the country, he came out and said, I want regime change. That is what he actually meant according to him, and the aide said no. And I realized that, okay, just realize how horrifying this is. Two things. A, he is not really running the country. That's the terrifying thing. Here's the even more terrifying thing. That if he was, it would actually be worse.
Holy crap.
Well, be glad that the guy behind the teleprompter has a way functioning
That's the bit that really scared me. Is like, oh my god, he's not in charge, and if he was, this would actually be more of a shit show. That's the bit that really scared the shit out of me.
Understandable.
Yep.
And we got, oh my god, his handlers are actually preventing us from going to nuclear war. That's fucking scary.
Yep.
The way his rhetoric has been about Putin, I've really been surprised he hasn't started calling for nuclear strikes on Russia. I
think
genuinely
give it a week.
He's probably forgotten what the codes are.
Thank God.
They never gave them to him.
I never thought about that. We need to take this from Uncle Joe because he's going to do some.
I can just imagine Biden cracking the biscuit. It's like up, down, left, right, BA starts. It's like starting or something.
It's not working, guys. Oh, you must have just typed it in wrong, Joe. Try again tomorrow, mate.
They're just giving him a fucking kitty, like those things that kids get to play with, right? So he just presses a suitcase, replace the nuclear suitcase with like a child thing. It's like a cat, dog, cow,
yes.
sheep.
Okay, Biden, here is where you insert the code, and it's one of those toys with the shapes, and he's like, why isn't the star fitting in the circle?
And I just
Don't
have
worry,
this
buddy.
image
You'll get
of
it eventually.
Biden has like this political see and say, so he just pulls the cord. Politicians go moo.
Chinese money goes ka-ching.
So clearly the first one was
Fat
about
stacks.
Saturns, wasn't it?
Well, that's the thing. When Biden's sitting there going, who's the big guy? He's forgotten it's supposed to be him.
That's a really terrifying way to phrase him.
My son's laptop goes, oh no.
No.
Oh my god, his laptop is a fucking walking comedy
his
show.
son.
Oh my god.
His son's laptop
Did you
goes.
see the shit that he said?
Please put the peanuts away.
You do realize he looked up how to get a crack pipe on Google?
What?
You know this?
Repeat that. I didn't hear you. What?
He looked up how to get a crack pipe on Google.
Oh, just go to New York or Chicago and they'll fucking give you one.
Yeah, well, I mean, there is a federal program for
How
crack
to
pipes
get
now.
my free crack pipe?
Yeah. He looked up his own name on Pornhub, which is, oh my god.
Oh,
Well, he needs to make
boy.
sure the videos of him on that woman that's totally an adult, I promise, guys. Make sure that's not up there.
Questionable age.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'll admit
To be fair, they were Asian, and Asian women look between 18 to 50 for 40 years.
And then they
That's only 8 years
Yeah.
difference. No, they look 18 for 40 years.
Yeah. Yeah, roughly
and then they
speaking.
suddenly become Bobby.
They're 18 until
Yes.
they're like 55, and then in over a
And then they
weekend.
age overnight.
Yeah.
I don't know why that is
Rapidly.
the case. Yeah.
Well, clearly that's why so many white guys have Asian wives. Do I want one?
Yeah,
Do I want a woman who's pretty to start with and will look pretty for the next 50 years? Yes. Especially back when it started being a thing when they had strong family values. Do I want a stupid white woman on her 17th abortion? Or a traditional Asian woman who has strong family values and wants 17 kids?
No, I have even better. A Polish woman.
Ooh.
Ooh, true.
Why Polish?
Basically, if you treat her right, she will be loyal until death.
Because Polish people have the right idea towards Germany?
Yes.
And immigration?
Yep. I mean, not only is their
is that
country
the Poles?
based as fuck, but
Yeah.
also they have actually good values after being. under the
Speaking
heel
of
communism
based
for years.
countries, where is that? It's got that actually gives me a
Hungary?
segue to an interesting
I do
article
like
if I can
Hungary.
find it somewhere. Sadly,
Oh, yeah,
I've
Viktor
got
Orban, who's the
I've got
terrifying authoritarian that is really very popular.
Oh boy.
Who actually cares about his countrymen?
Have you guys noticed that
Strange, that.
the Western countries are very easy or very quick to demonize anyone that is actually popular?
Weird.
It's very weird.
Yeah.
oh
Because I noticed there's like,
I've
oh, Putin
deleted
is an
this article,
authoritarian.
have
Like,
they?
Putin is really popular, and so is Viktor Orban, and Bolsonaro. Like all these people that are really popular by the population is demonized as authoritarian. Like,
Watch out,
What?
just make it angry.
yeah.
Yep.
So-
You know, I think at
So,
least in the Russian,
again, speaking of based countries, and brides, can I have my mail order Ukrainian bride now? Since apparently Ukraine wants to ban SpongeBob SquarePants as it promotes homosexuality.
Hell yeah.
I'm assuming this is because the Russians are winning. It's the Russians doing that because there's no way in hell
I mean,
those shit
I've
Ukrainian
got a,
faggy Ukrainians would be doing that crap.
No, but why do you want mail order
Rugby
Russian
police.
bride? You mean anti-gay, anti-trans, highly religious? Ah, fuck it, it'll do. Also, tall, blonde, with big tits. Yeah, this is acceptable. I have no problems here. Can't speak English. Again, not actually a downside.
No, I'd be willing to learn Ukrainian just for the sake of not having feminism under my roof.
No. You don't need to learn Ukrainian either. If I can train the dog to get me a beer from the fridge, I can train a Ukrainian woman.
It's those opposable thumbs, man.
Oof.
Well, even the dog can get a beer from the fridge, but the Ukrainian woman can cook, and she doesn't. She can just use her phone to look up the English words for bacon.
But real bacon, not American bacon.
Yes.
Actual food.
I'm actually reading this article. I have mixed feelings on it. Also, look when this was published.
Oh, 2012. God damn it. That explains a lot.
Years ago.
Well, that's a
The
shame.
Ukrainian president is too much of a country darling to be taking such chances these days.
That's a shame.
Well, let me think. 2012. So this was before the Euromaidan.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
What, 3
that
years? 4 years?
2 years, I think. 2014. Yeah. So this explains a lot.
Yep. But actually,
Yeah,
you
well,
know how the
actually, that is
Democrats
fine.
are like, let's give assault rifles to Ukrainians. They keep forgetting that gay marriage is not actually illegal in Ukraine.
Well, that one step at a time.
It will be now in a couple
Yeah.
of months' time, and Russian overtakes the freaking territory.
Yeah, true. Look, Democrats, all I want is the right to own the same weapons Biden paid for the Taliban to own.
Yeah.
So
Equal
highly
right.
advanced U.S. military tech.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, granted, I would rather have 1960s, Belgian military technology.
The Second Amendment does give us the right to own a highly advanced attack helicopter.
And cannon.
Yes.
Well, yes, under the Second Amendment, you could have a private warship with cannons, and I don't see how that doesn't directly translate to my attack helicopter.
It doesn't.
Yeah,
Well,
make it your sexual identity, and suddenly you're bound to get it.
And I will tell you, Bezic, when I was a pilot, I could have purchased like a MiG-15 minus the cannons in the wings, but I could get those if I paid the tax stamp. Seriously.
Well, true. The only issue with the cannons would be that they're destructive items, so all you need would be the tax stamp.
Exactly.
And the rockets are probably legal too.
I mean, just model rockets will do.
True. Here's a meme. Speaking of guns, and my next door neighbour wants to ban all guns. Their house is not armed. Out of respect for their opinions, I promise not to use my guns to protect them.
That's very respectful.
For the long run, yeah.
Yeah.
Very based. Their house is not armed. Hey there, people! You know who to steal from.
I'm glad I can't actually use that in my neighborhood.
Ooh.
Is that because all your neighbours are armed?
Yes, and to varying degrees of tech.
Ooh.
Yes.
Ardent Party says there's no reason constitutionally that an American cannot own their own aircraft carrier. Do you hear that, Musk? Give it a fucking try.
I mean,
Elon!
I will admit I donated to a group of friends who tried to buy a decommissioned aircraft carrier.
It was?
Nice.
Yeah, we tried to buy a decommissioned like World War II aircraft carrier.
Oh my god.
It fell through because some I think they tried to they sunk it for a coral reef, but we actually put a bid in.
Oh my god, that would have been perfect.
Yeah.
The possibilities would have been beautiful.
Yep.
Ah man, my pad is out of charge. I need to charge it.
Trim, that's
Student
not
of history,
finishing the thumbnail.
he'll settle for a high
Give it an
caliber
hour.
rotary cannon. Yep.
That'd be beautiful. Like, I would just steal your guns. Suddenly, every single fucking cannon on the boat. Hello.
No, I mean, as long as it had a tail hook, I could probably land just about everything on that plane.
Yeah. Oh, unironically, if I ever make it to America, I will totally try to crowdfund a ship of the line with working cannons, an armory full of muskets and pistols, and cutlasses attached to every surface. Because that's perfectly legal in every state.
Bezic, I do not want cutlasses attached to the bed mattresses, thank you.
Only on the bottom.
I want to cut more,
okay.
not cut less.
Oh, dear me.
USS Gleef Demon.
USS Shadilay.
Yes. Hell, I can even go for an HMS. I'm not picky. I
Yes.
just want a fucking combat carrier.
I mean, it's not quite a carrier, but it's a ship of the line with functional cannon is, to my knowledge, perfectly legal everywhere that you can fit said ship of the line.
Why not just get an Iowa class ship?
Because
That would
you'd
send a
have,
message.
well, the tax,
Fuel costs.
also the tax stamps to get the cannons functional would be a pain in the ass.
Yeah, but just the presence of it.
True. Besides, if we can find a Harrier, we can probably get it launching from somewhere.
Sorry, I just saw our party's comment. No trim, it's Claymore and Cutlass.
No, it's Claymore and Cutmore. Oh dear.
Who's got a claymore?
Not me, sadly.
I mean, I've got a friend that has a deactivated one, but that's not exactly the same.
No, it's not exactly what we're talking about. But those are also fun and effective for home defense.
Yes. Oh, a really weird aside. There used to be what were called shotgun traps in the U.S. Not for trap shooting, but you would actually put shotgun cartridges into these little traps back in like the 19-teens as home defense. They were not exactly user friendly though. So they went to eventually to primers, putting shotgun primers in because they will, in a small confined space, sound like a gunshot going off. But those were very popular up until the 1930s.
Mm-hmm.
I just keep thinking about the traps you find in Fallout. That never ever got me because they were really, really badly hidden.
But which version of Fallout? Out of curiosity.
3, I think.
Oh, yeah, those were almost glowing.
I didn't really find them to be very difficult to spot in any Fallout.
FBI way.
No, I think the tripwires are more effective.
Yeah.
Good times. Oh. Very nice. So I'm watching a rugby video. I don't know why.
Why not?
Some of the passing is fantastic.
Rugby, ice hockey without the ice.
In a sense that, yes, there is some fights.
Yes.
Or at least there's physical contact, which is, let's be honest, that is the main reason we watch rugby.
Well, and unlike football, both American and European, you don't have people just, as soon as they're just gently tapped, lying on the ground crying like infants.
Yeah, and the thing that I always find funny that I've noticed something with the Americans, because every time I've had this argument with Americans who are NFL fans, the rugby fans are always the calm party, and the NFL fans are always ones who are enraged. Every time, like I've never seen a rugby fan get pissed at this. They just laugh, whereas NFL fans get like into a fucking tizzy. And because we just look at it and go, well, let's see. You are massive boulders roided to the gills, and if you're touched, the play stops and you reset. We don't do that. The play keeps fucking going. We just look at you and think, yeah, you're bigger than us maybe, but you'll get gassed in 5 seconds. There's no one else. You would last 10 minutes in a rugby pitch. You'd all be huffing, puffing on your backs. You have no endurance compared to a rugby person. Like, you may be physically stronger, but only in bursts. Like, there's no way in hell you have the intensity and endurance to keep up a rugby match. No fucking way in hell.
No, not at all. Not at all.
It's just really funny. And there's like, oh, look, we're bigger. That's because you wear more padding, pal. I'd like to see you go up to, like, fucking David Pocock from Australia and tell him that he's too small. He'd kick the shit out of you. Like, David Pocock is fucking huge. So, like, you.
I remember when the traumatic brain injury argument was going on with the football situation here in the States. And it's like, well, if you wore less padding, you're not going to be just beating the crap out of each other in gladiatorial combat. It's like, just no, feel the pain and then you'll be appropriate.
Yeah, that's the same thing that happened with boxing, and they found out when they put gloves on, the boxing fight damage increased. Like, why? Oh, it turns out because they wear gloves, they can hit harder. Like, no shit. Yeah. Because they wear padding. Like, bare knuckle boxing would cause less brain damage. Yeah, because boxing bare knuckle hurts. That's why. So they don't punch as hard. Like, rugby players have less brain injury than NFL fans. Yeah, geez, I can't imagine why. I can't put 2 and 2 together there.
Because they aren't literally running head first at each other. It's not exactly hard to figure out. Yes. And if they make contact, they won't do it again, because if they make contact at rugby speeds, both of them are fucking taking a 5-minute rest on the bench.
Exactly. Or like, well, gee, how do I get this back in location after I've dislocated it?
Yeah. I'd like to have a long playing career. You know what I shouldn't do? Charge and fucking spear tackle.
Yes.
It's like, rally racing versus NASCAR. It's like, rally, you're going to hit a tree at some point. You learn to actually read the road rather than, well, gee, I'm just going to bump draft this guy because we're on the same track at the same exact second. No, don't do that.
Yeah. That's how both of you end up wrapped around the same tree.
Exactly.
Yeah. God, I miss rugby. I don't think I've seen an international game in friggin' months. What did we do? I think we do for in like 2 weeks from now. Let me see. When's the June internationals? Why am I looking at? It gives me Juneteenth celebrations. That's not what I asked for, Google. You bunch of bastards.
No. Now you get full Juneteenth, some made-up American holiday I didn't know about it until 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So congratulations.
Who wants to see a white pill from Italy?
That would be nice.
Is this what I think it is?
If you're thinking things, it probably is.
Yeah. The speed bump challenge, Italian
Oh
style.
yeah, I remember this.
Stealing all the white pills.
I didn't. Did I send this one to you, or did you? I think you lifted it from my server.
Yeah, I lifted it from your server.
Just literally drag people off the streets.
Dragging trash off the roadway.
You know, I'm just gonna say they didn't go.
What a
far
stupid
enough.
slut! Yes,
If
let
they
me
didn't
just
set fire
leg
to the
scoot
barn.
into the road so someone can not see me and drive out. Belt the cunts! Go on, belt the cunts!
I'm just gonna say the two guys that are dragging these absolute retards off, they should have done them individually. Shoulder, legs, 1, 2, 3.
And then hoy them
off
over
to
the barrier
off the side of the road. Exactly. And if they get injured, fuck them. I'm tired of this shit.
Yeah, like, and it's a white pill because over here, like, nobody.
The
is allowed
police
to
stand
touch
there
them.
protecting
And
the
so
protesters.
The police will protect
You know-
them while ambulances stand in the fucking queue with people dying, while people are trying to rush relatives to hospital having had strokes and are stuck there for 2 hours
Like
while that
the way-
person slowly fucking dies.
Look, where the guy on the left gets moved, and the way he gets moved is like so defeated. It's like, oh yeah.
Because these absolute wet fucking blankets, 2 pound soaking wet retards don't at least understand that if they try and fight back, they'll get their asses absolutely rolled by Mr. Roids and
But you also
glasses.
notice that they do it in a way where they're like a dead weight, like they're making themselves as difficult to move as
Oh yeah,
possible.
well they're a fucking dead weight to
Yep.
start with. And fuck them. This is why you put a bull bar on your car, because then you can just fucking strap on a catcher and push the cunts. Oh, you're running them down. Fuck them. If they're just like him, not doing it at 60.
But that's the problem. That woman who gently nudged one of them, like she just kept moving her car, like rolling her car forward, and one of them like got nudged by the car. She lost her driving license. She was trying to get her kids to school, and she's banned from driving.
In Northern Virginia, the woman who was having her car pounded on by Antifa while she was trying to get to her own damned house, and the cops are like, well, we're on dispatch. Don't aggravate them. While you're hearing pounding on the car. I'm sorry.
Like fucking gorillas.
I mean, not even that dignified.
Yep, and of course some faggot in the comments on Twitter's like, you should be thanking them, enjoying them. No, fuck off, you retard. Yeah, it's really going to help the environment having a bunch of cars sitting still with the engines running.
Yeah.
I didn't Italy pass legislation just recently where civilians can now own 9mm and quote unquote military ammunition?
I'm not aware of this, but
Italy.
good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for the Italians are like, well, you can't use the same cartridges in the military for decades, and now I think they just changed that here in the last bit. Maybe chat can correct me.
Like, I'm just looking at this situation. I just want to say, how shit is your life that you would voluntarily sit your fat ass in front of moving traffic on a fucking highway? Like, you look like such a spastic shithead. It's just unbelievable to me that anyone would do that. I almost feel sorry for these people. Like, do you really honestly think that your pathetic little stunt here is doing fucking jack shit in a lick of difference? Like, you think like you and like 4 other people in a population of like several billion on the fucking planet, you are somehow going to stop whatever catastrophic event of global warming has been indoctrinated into your fucking little minds by doing this? Like, you realize how fucking insignificant this looks?
They actually turn people against their cause. Like, one of the the
Just piss
videos
people
from
off.
over here. There's a woman, I think she has her sick mother in the car. She's trying to get her mother to the hospital, and she's pleading with them, like, and it's on video. She's like, please, like, my mother, she's sick, she's dying in the car. I'm on your side. And she says, like, I agree with your cause, but this is not how to do it. And like, they're turning people against whatever point they might have had. They're turning people against it with this bullshit.
And they don't know what that means. It's because they have no fucking idea. I hate the global warming argument because it doesn't make any fucking sense.
Well, there's that. But even if it wouldn't hurt to be a little bit more environmentally
they think
friendly,
they can control
like
nature.
they are turning people against that cause. People who wouldn't be sympathetic to it.
Just because you think that you can control your fucking genitals in some way doesn't mean you can control Mother Earth. Okay, Mother Gaia doesn't go by your little baby rules. Fuck off.
Mother Gaia doesn't give a flying fuck about people. Mother Gaia is going to be here long after we're all dead and gone because you idiots can't stop killing yourselves long enough.
Bezic, look in live shows because I think this will just send Spoon over the edge with this.
Oh God.
Oh,
That's
righto.
Sorry,
When
Spoon.
someone says that about me.
Pipeline protesters barricade self inside disabled vehicle with doors welded shut.
What?
Repeat that.
A West Virginian is facing a slew of charges for their role in a protest over the Mountain Valley Pipeline. Law enforcement responded to reports of a dozen people on private property. The site was about a mile and a half from Route 460 outside Pembroke. When troopers arrived, they found a 2000 Isuzu Rodeo had been intentionally disabled, blocking the right-of-way for Mountain Valley Pipeline crews. Some douchebag was reportedly found to be physically attached to the inside of the Isuzu in order to barricade themselves. Appellations
God,
against...
fucking white woman, wasn't it?
Appellations against... Yes, I'd say so.
Yeah.
Says the doors have been welded shut and the windows covered in with rebar. Oh dear. A specially trained team of state police troopers arrived to remove the rebar that had been welded to the vehicle so that the dipshit could be safely removed. I don't see why they had to be safely removed. Just bulldoze the fuckers into the hole.
But was she in the car?
Yes.
Yes.
Why?
But the cops were not having their fucking shit, though. They were charged with trespassing, obstruction of justice, interfering with the property rights of another, obstructing free passage, operating an uninsured vehicle, and for coasting a vehicle. They're also cited for failing to have the vehicle registered. And because... and they were actually given a bail amount, which was woefully low. But at least they were given one.
Yeah.
And then apparently someone interviewed the wanker.
Oh, just look at this. Oh, there's no doubt that unchallenged extraction and consumption are pushing our ecosystem to the brink. Says fucking who?
Seriously, what evidence do they have that global warming exists? Oh, the average temperatures increased in a couple of places and the CO2 volume's gone up. Okay, but why is Bill Gates buying seaside properties?
And land.
Yeah. Why are the global elites buying seaside property if the oceans are rising? Also, do you cunts not understand how ice works?
I mean, have you had a clearer answer than this?
Like, these retards are like, oh, the ice is melting and it's going to raise the sea levels. Ice is less dense than water. That's why it floats, you spastics.
Also, do you realize, you know the way they scream about rising sea levels? Do you know how much the sea rises every year?
Yeah, but they don't.
2 millimeters.
Do they also not realize that the sea rises more than that every day? Due to that ball of cheese that rotates around the Earth, called the moon?
But also 2 millimeters a year. How much that is? That is a foot in a century.
Yeah.
That's not terrifying in any fucking way.
Yes, like you can probably afford to not be there in a century's time.
Yeah.
But seriously, it's ice. It floats. It is less dense than water. The fact that it's floating means that it is displacing more water than its own weight. The water it is displacing weighs more than the ice does. Therefore, when the ice melts, the sea level will actually go down. Well, actually, no, the sea level will stay exactly the same, sorry. I need to make sure to get that right. But they're like, oh, but the ice that's on a landmass. There's no landmass under the North Pole. Actually, is it the North Pole or South Pole that has no landmass under it? One of them does, one of them doesn't. North Pole. Okay, cool.
The one that's further away from you, yes.
Yeah. Makes sense.
It's like, I don't know, Ice Ages never happened. They were mammoth industry created because mammoths wouldn't take electric cars.
Or fucking cow
Yeah,
farts, you know?
it's
Dreadful cow farts.
incredibly obnoxious to think that, you know, we control the fucking climate.
It's also unbelievably arrogant.
Yes. Also,
Yes.
like
the ego
Where
you
was
have
the
to
li-
have to think that,
these
that
idiots.
humans can turn the planet around.
These idiots don't realise that we've actually drilled out through the ice and taken samples, and we've looked at it and gone, "Oh look, it's been hotter than this before." You know, before trees existed.
Yeah.
Like,
How about
I'll
when
just
the
say,
world was a ball of fucking magma?
like if they want to talk about CO2, the entire atmosphere was CO2 until trees and other green leafy things figured out that there's an awful lot of energy just sitting there doing nothing that can be used. Well, yes, we would like to take this carbon and make it part of our structure using the solar energy.
Also, do you know there's two things that these people don't ever talk about? One being, does it ever occur to you that the planet getting warmer might actually be beneficial?
No, of course it doesn't. It's called amelioration. You have more farmland in the northern climes.
Trim's like, I might get sunshine?
Yeah, like, you know what happens if you get more sunshine? Yeah, people feel nicer, and guess what happens with more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere? Plants grow better, because that's what they need to actually grow. Like, hey, we want to hit net zero. Why? So you want to have less carbon? Like, you're pissing off trees, dude. You're the shittiest hippie ever.
Yeah.
You're
Also,
depriving them of food, going, what, doing great for the environment. No, you're not. You're doing the exact opposite.
and at the same time that they're sitting there whining about too much carbon in the atmosphere, they're also saying they're stopping logging. No, modern restorative logging and deforest is actually better for the environment. Because what are trees made of? Carbon. They get the carbon out of the atmosphere and use it to grow. And then we take the tree and we chop it into pieces and turn it into paper. And every piece of paper is literally trapped carbon, you fucking bellends.
Bezic, just remember, they can't have more control over your life if you use reason and logic.
Yeah, that must be why I was running from the Australian government earlier.
I can't wait for the climate lockdowns.
Yay, climate lockdowns.
Happen, to be honest.
I mean,
Oh, they're making noises.
they're gonna
like they want
fucking
them.
try. They definitely want them. It's only a matter of whether they think they can get away with them.
That was the whole point of the coup.
I reckon.
Manifest in a way where it's
I reckon.
seemingly voluntary.
I reckon
because
Victoria will do it
costs are going to
first.
go up.
I reckon Victoria will do it first. Because Dan Andrews is sitting there going, ha 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 ha, my party won the latest election, so I'm going to fuck everyone over later.
Yeah, this is what happens when you listen to people. I would rather be ruled by an elite that is incentivized to rule well, rather than it's like, oh look, we have to appeal to the people. No, I don't like people. People are very stupid. I'd rather not have someone that's like, oh look, we have to listen to the whims of the people. What if our people's whims are moronic and they're actually
Okay, then let's have an IQ test at the
the
voting
polls.
polls.
You can have
basically
high
under
IQ but low
Asians.
wisdom. It's not just an intelligence scale. You need wisdom.
Yep.
Because
Ardent
people
Party's
that are
going
very
to...
stupid but make smart decisions.
Ardent Party says he's going to kill his enemies with kindness. Kindness is the name of his AK-47.
I mean, I prefer a heavier caliber myself, but go right ahead.
Dear Democrats, have you met our Lord and Saviours, Smith and Wesson?
What was that, Spoon?
Like a 50 cal or?
No, I prefer 7.62 by 51 NATO.
Okay,
Yeah.
anti-air rifle.
No, you no. You need to consider your calibers in the
your torso.
you need to consider your calibers in the same way that Trim considers his least favorite spiders and the size of their fangs. You need to measure in centimeters. Why, yes, I do happen to have a 2-centimeter chain cannon here with your name on it.
Oh boy.
We call this the Sydney funnel web.
Yes.
We call it
It's
a
gravy
minigun,
and
but there's nothing small
and
about
it's
it,
a punch.
baby.
And its fangs are literally measured in centimeters.
We call this one the Brazilian wandering. Gives you painful erections and then you die a horrible, painful death. Slowly and painfully.
Oh,
Sadly, this one's the size of a dish.
we're going to have a religious tiff. Prime Knight is calling me a heathen because I have not worshipped his Lord and Savior, John Moses Browning.
I mean, I'm not entirely unopposed to Prime Knight here.
What about the prophet Samuel Colt?
He was more of a someone who could take advantage and improve a situation rather than true firearms genius.
I'm going to worship a prophet. I'm going to go with Andrew Ryan.
Ooh. I'm kind of on the Mauser boat myself, to be honest. Yeah, the locking lugs and whatnot.
I mean, he was a good. He just needed to, not have crazy drugs. That was really Rapture's downfall. It's not that he governed badly or that the society was bad. It's just you introduce drugs that make people shoot fire from their hands and lightning. It tends to make people go nuts.
It sounds a little bit like he was.
I would have been okay with the plasmids had it not literally
people
melted
depressed.
your body from within. I mean, if I could go to a society where I could snap my fingers and make a fireball, I'd live with that.
Honestly,
you can't
it
have a
sounds like
gun,
he's
but you can
channeling
light
some,
shit on fire. Sorry, what?
He's channeling some like Zulu magic there for the Zulu Wars.
Oh, Jesus. Geod says, this is a public service announcement. The original
No.
Doom took place in 2022. Fuck! Student History says he's partial to Saints Eugene Stoner and Mikhail Kalashnikov.
No, Kalashnikov was just a copycat. I'm gonna say it now. Yeah. Wow, the gas system was different than the Sturmgewehr 44. Form and function, he was a copycat. There, I've said it. Sue me, internet. But I will say, everyone who was anyone was able to copy and improve upon design.
Mm-hmm.
I've always been partial to the Johnson rifles for American U.S. Marine Corps.
Indeed. Speaking of Doom and shotgunning demons in the face, who knows what time it is?
It's nuts. Watch.
That's right! John, roll the intro! The Sultans of Shadilay presents Nonce Watch.
Get in the chipper, bitch!
Forget that one.
We've got Spoon captive now. He can't just eat himself off this.
You're suffering with us.
Runs screaming into the wilderness.
I mean, to be fair, I'd do the same.
But no. He goes running back to the silverware drawer.
Here we have a tweet from Lauren Southern. One of Hollywood's first they-thems has now kidnapped a teenager and is on the run. Can we use the word groomer now, or are we still pretending that's a crazy conservatism myth?
I don't think that's a groomer, that's a kidnapping.
Why not both? It's both. It's a groomer that then kidnapped its victim. And apparently the website has died. Why is your website broken?
A horrible death.
Why is your website broken? Did it get hugged to death by the conservatives?
It's not run by enough white people. It's an Asians that can understand technology, and then only the men.
Yeah, I think it got hugged to death.
I love your ruckus portrayal, by the way. You're probably you're the white ruckus.
Isn't that just like being a typical southerner?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
So,
Well, Spoon, sir, you do sound like you're from Georgia, the southernest part of America.
yes. Right,
All
so
good things come from a
it
great
has been
white house.
revealed that Ezra Miller has reportedly vanished after allegations came out against the actor claiming that they had brainwashed and groomed a minor.
Of course, it's Ezra Miller.
Yep.
That fucking psychopath.
Yeah. It has
I
been...
think if your name Ezra, you're destined to be kind of fuck shit.
Yeah.
It was revealed last week that Ezra Miller has reportedly been grooming Tokata Ionized since she was 12 years old. Oh, excellent! So not just is a Hollywood elitist grooming a child, it's a Hollywood elitist white person who is grooming and molesting a Native American child.
Oh, that's hilarious.
No, sorry, kicking him out of the white race. There we go.
Yeah.
Official.
So now her parents are seeking.
No. They're just following the colonial footsteps.
Yeah. So now the kid's parents are seeking an order of protection against Ezra Dirtbag. They are alleging that from the moment Dirtbag and the child met back in 2016 at the Standing Rock Reservation in North Dakota, the Fantastic Beasts and Justice League actor has been exploiting Takata. Takata was 12 years old at the time they met.
So this fucker, Miller, was up at the Standing Rock Reservation protests, aka destroying the American economy.
Yes.
Go fuck yourself.
So, at the time, Takata was 12 years old at the time, and Dirtbag was 23. According to the LA Times, Takata's parents are claiming that Dirtbag and their 18-year-old remain on the run. A judge signed a protective order in Standing Rock Sioux Tribal Court earlier this week, but the court cannot locate or serve the order to Miller because its present locations are unknown. The parents are accusing, oh god, of fucking entertainment rags.
English language?
No, they're an entertainment rag, and apparently they didn't bother to hire an editor. They're accusing the star of physically and emotionally abusing and grooming their child. So Attorney Chase Ionized, the father, and his wife Sarah Jumping Eagle claimed in court records that Ezra Miller was psychologically manipulating, physically intimidating, and endangering the safety and welfare of their daughter. And then it goes on to be just dirtbagging. And yes, the website has definitely been eaten. I don't think they were expecting this much attention coming to their rag. Aw. We can't view that article.
No.
LA Times. As Ezra Miller grooming allegations deepen, court cannot locate or serve the actor. The parents of the 18-year-old...
Didn't this groomer get a restraining order for threatening a young child just this last week? Another 12-year-old up in Massachusetts?
Possibly.
You want to see a funny tweet?
Yeah.
This
Please.
person is clearly sane in response to Biden falling off his fucking bike. That's in voice text.
White pill.
Yeah, voice text.
Like, fucking talk about trying to fucking deviate the subject.
Yeah.
Like,
Dear
my God,
Republicans, Joe Biden accidentally falling off his bike in somewhere that doesn't matter does not make him unfit for office. Yet Donald Trump, who staged a coup against America while denying reality itself, is fit. You Republican occultists are fucking stupid. Trump didn't stage a coup, and Biden's demented.
Do you see the first thing he says is, damn, I pissed off a bunch of Republicans with my tweet. You didn't piss everyone off. You just look like a twat.
Yep.
No one's pissed. They're just belittling you because you're a fucking moron.
Here's a meme that's appropriate. The topic wasn't about me. I'm just always on your mind. Here we go. Here's a gif of Biden falling upstairs.
I love that one.
He's not fit for office because he's a decrepit old man, you fucking bellend.
Yeah, it's just funny that when they look this stupid, like, you can't meme. Also, can I just say January 6th is really funny?
Extremely funny.
Because, like, if you just look at this, if you just strip away the politics, just look at this objectively. You mean to tell me that a bunch of rowdy Trump supporters are going to enter the Capitol unarmed and stage a coup against the most militarized country on the face of the fucking planet. But just saying that just sounds fucking absurd. Like, and when you see people screeching about it and you look at this like that, you're like, oh my god, these people are fucking retards.
Yes,
Because
they
there's no
definitely
way in
are.
hell that would ever happen in a million years. Like, I could understand if you were, like, fucking armed to the hill with tanks and a rocket launcher, fair enough. But when it's just, like, just walking people who, the best thing I saw...
When it's grandma walking around.
The best thing was Norm Macdonald, who tweeted a picture just like, yeah, this is January 6th, and it's just a bunch of Trump supporters walking in between the fucking velvet ropes.
Yeah. After
Like
the feds opened the doors and let them in.
Look, that sums up the whole absurdity of this thing perfectly. The fact that these people are insurrectionists and they're walking in like a neat single file. It's like, you fucking kidding me? Like, you guys just look like complete douchebags.
Yep.
Like, it's such a massive deal. It looks so... Like, when other countries look at that and think like this is a serious event, like the severity with how this is treated just makes you look like a fucking joke. It just looks like an absolute clowning shit show.
Yeah. Oh, that's ridiculous. So
It's
moving.
absolutely absurd. It's the funniest thing.
So speaking of Democrats and how they're a bunch of pedophiles. So, the court has set a hearing for July 12th to allow the victim and dirtbag to appear and weigh in. According to the Domestic Violence Protection Order, the court will grant the relief requested in the petition for a restraining order if dirtbag, who is allegedly non-binary and uses they/them pronouns, doesn't appear at the hearing. It cites the Federal Violence Against Women Act, which gives the order broad jurisdiction nationwide.
Nice.
Yeah. Although Takada is 18, the parents are still considered the teen's legal guardians under tribal court rules. Excellent. Good. Use everything in your at your fucking availability to nail this fucking pedo to the wall.
Yes, with rusted nails.
Like,
God, looking at the comments, that this is fucking hilarious. The amount of people who are somehow pushing Trump into this, like, Trump isn't even part of this fucking story. It's just
no.
Right.
Even if Trump had never existed, we'd be concerned that a guy who can't even walk in a straight line without assistance is in charge of the biggest nuclear power in the world. Okay.
I love the way that they always have to revert to Trump. Like that I hate it when people, like, when you point out they do something bad, and the first thing you do instead of owning it is to just divert the attention to somebody else. Like, you look fucking weak doing that. You deflecting little bitch.
Yeah, right, here we go. So, Iron Eyes told the Times that he and his wife first met Dirtbag when the actor got involved in projects that the Sioux tribe was working on for the land back reclamation movement. The daughter and Dirtbag allegedly met at the Sang Rock Reservation in North Dakota in 2016 when Takata was 12 and Dirtbag was 23. Dirtbag allegedly exhibited a pattern of corrupting a minor, the family's petition said. According to the petition, Dirtbag established contact with the girl under the pretense of assisting the Sang Rock Sioux tribe during the No Dakota Access Pipeline movement and took an immediate and apparently innocent liking to the child. However, as the relationship deepened and developed, the parents grew concerned for the child's safety and well-being and accused Dirtbag of displaying cult-like and psychologically manipulative, controlling behavior. In the petition, they accused Dirtbag of giving the child alcohol and drugs such as marijuana and LSD, and flying the child to London, Vermont, New York, California, and Hawaii. Yes, because that's totally not fucking grooming. Earlier this year...
I mean, can I be really generous and quite fucked up? How many of you would like to be groomed like that? I get a load of drugs and flew all over the world, and you're complaining about that? That's fucking great!
As an adult, yes, that'd be fucking great! But for
I'm trying to be as generous as I can. When people just say that's a grooming, everyone within an earshot here and they're like, "Is that bad?" Like, they get flown all over the world and get full of drugs. Like, where can I sign up for that shit? That's like, this is not fucking bad. I mean,
yes,
I know that's fucked up, but like, I guarantee you, I'm not the only one who thought that.
True.
Huh.
But there is the elements of understanding and desire there. Anyway, so what else has Dirtbag been up to? Well, earlier this year, Dirtbag had run-ins with the law in Hawaii. They pleaded no contest after an altercation at a bar in March, and they were arrested on suspicion of second-degree assault in April. So the child's parents said they allowed the teen to fly to London with Dirtbag, along with other tribal members for the Fantastic Beasts premiere in 2017. While there, Dirtbag allegedly tried to sleep in the same bed as the then 14-year-old, and was prevented from doing so by a chaperone who accompanied them on the ship.
What was his name? Sorry. This is really good.
Oh, that's good. Yes, I do want to open that up and look at it. There you go, everyone.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
That's some good Photoshop.
It is.
Oh god.
Yeah.
He looks more like his kid in that video, actually, or in
Yeah.
that picture.
So, let's see. What?
Aging hunter.
Yep, so Dirtbag uses violence, intimidation, threat of violence, fear, paranoid delusions, and drugs to hold sway over a young adolescent child, said the filing. Takara's parents said the child previously identified as non-binary, queer, or gay, and that Dirtbag has decided that Takara is non-binary transgender. That's right, they've been groomed, not just in the regular sense, but they've also been groomed into being transgender. So the mother says if anybody questions Dirtbag's actions, Dirtbag says they're being racist or transphobic, which is not the case in our case. It's not about hurting people, don't take advantage of people. So the parents then say that Dirtbag offered to pay for the child to attend college at age 16. They said the Dirtbag would later use this against the child to create a sense of indebtedness. Oh look, it's literally by the book grooming.
It's grooming by numbers.
Yep, like literally. The family's petition also cites footage obtained by TMZ during Dirtbag's alleged altercations in Hawaii that shows that the girl was present with Dirtbag. So the parents also accused Dirtbag of sexual predatory behaviour and using multiple social media accounts to threaten and gaslight any victims and the truth from coming out.
Oh Lord. So, is there a possibility for really, really, really late-term abortion for Mr. Miller?
No, Dirtbag.
Every
In California,
Every-
maybe.
dirtbag extermination is an abortion.
No, in California, they might give them an award for successfully turning a kid into a tranny.
That's probably not
Yeah.
a joke, actually.
Angry.
No.
Very angry.
Ardent parties saying scalping, just saying. Oh no, I'm perfectly in favour of giving this dirtbag to the tribal courts, and they can do whatever the fuck they want. They can blood eagle them.
Actually,
In fact, I insist on it.
Actually, what they should do is go back to the old, Comanche ways before they got themselves exterminated. Of here, let's just cut you up, give you the squaws, let them do what they want to, and then burn you alive.
We should definitely burn them alive.
Nice.
Because I've read enough history where it's especially the Comanche. Not a lot of people like them, especially the other tribes, where they're like, yeah, let's go exterminate these people. Oh crap, they're stronger, they're crazier than us. Yeah. Oh hey, there's white people. Let's ally with them and then wipe them out.
Yeah, it does seem to have been that way. Okay, so... Trim, you still here?
Yes, I am.
Excellent.
Is it really
He's a
though?
captive now.
Yeah. I'm being abused by my comrades here. Okay.
So, it was... So, in America, it was National Molest Children in Public Month. Let's have a look.
Yes, the pride.
Fortunately, we have video evidence. Here we have a woman forcing a boy against his will to watch LA Pride March as the pedophiles twerk.
Do I need to?
Why is this a thing?
You will conform, little Billy.
Can we go back to discussing the benefits of monarchy? Please?
Because this kind of shit would never fly in a monarchy.
Yeah.
Because the kind of thing would get you guillotined or cannonballed in a fucking
Yeah.
monarchy.
Yeah.
You know,
Stop
I
this
mean,
now.
I've got to say, the witch trials.
And
as
of
bad
course,
as they were.
the pedophile supporters in the comments are like, "Oh, I guess kids can't dress for Halloween in costumes either, or nor attend Mardi Gras parades." No, they can't attend Mardi Gras. Oh, watch cheerleaders at NFL games. No, cheerleaders aren't inherently sexual, you fucking pedophile supporter. Or high school dance teams, again, not inherently sexual. And we're not judging on a tie, you fucking pedophile. We're judging on the fact that it's degenerate and this woman is actively forcing her kid to watch. The kid knows that this shit is wrong.
Yeah, you know when the kid is crying, like, I'm not supposed to see this and it's making me feel ill.
Yes.
That's, yeah, that should kind of, give you an indication that this is not something that you should actually...
This bitch is a single mother.
Of course she is.
Either that or she's with a absolute pathetic excuse for a man.
Of a male, yeah.
Yeah.
So basically a single mother with a live-in male companion.
Yeah.
I just fucking can't deal with this shit. No, I am.
I don't think I can
I'm
actually
so
show
glad
the next one on YouTube. Yay!
I am so glad I am not a father during this, because I would be extremely strict.
Hold on.
I would just teach my son, like, son, society is full of complete demons.
What was that? What was that demonic fucking screech?
Generic crowd noises. Stand by, because I actually need to censor this before I can.
Be honest, I'm playing Elden Ring while I'm charging my pad, and I'm sort of in a volcanic area, and I heard that. I was like, "What the fuck kind of monstrosity is this? This is a boss, and no bar popped up." So like, what the fuck?
Now, Spoon, to be fair, he said screech, not cackle.
Is there really a distinctive difference?
Oh dear.
I think speed is probably the only difference.
Yeah, there we go.
But yes,
I see.
you know,
the chat.
You could probably turn the screech into, or the cackle into a screech if you play it like 2.5 times the speed.
probably. But I actively need to censor this image because I can't show it on YouTube.
Is it that bad?
It's that bad.
Everything about them is fucking terrible.
The Rainbow Coalition.
Select that. Now then,
Ironically, the Rainbow Coalition used to be not Al Sharpton, Jesse Jackson's old organization. The Rainbow Coalition. Yes, back in the 80s, 90s.
Oh my god. Dude, it's just... Oh, like, how can you not make fun of these people?
You should.
Terrifying all the Christians from,
but
like...
then this fucking thing called Susan and the wokeness just ended up being like, you did not.
You should watch my channel, actually. I do make fun of them quite regularly.
Yeah, it's because
But you don't go far enough, Spoon. I'm sorry.
I do, just not on YouTube.
Well, okay. I guess I've got to go follow you on other platforms then.
Because if you watch me like on BitChute or Odyssey, like, then I full force call me F-word quite frequently, because that is what they are. Because when I look at these people, like, that is the word designed to describe you, not because of your sexuality, just because you're attention seeking, and that's what that word means. That word describes attention seekers, not homosexuals. And you people are very, very much attention seeking. That word.
Yes.
Yes. Figs.
Yeah. Like, do you know what's the best place to go if you really want to tear them to pieces? If you go to a salon. Because salon, like, simps the shit out of them. And it's really fun because it's like a 44-year-old bitch who clearly has not gotten laid since, like, I don't know, Clinton was in office. Even though she's married, and I'm like, bitch, there's no way in hell you're getting laid. Like, your face does not say you're sexual material. No offense. And you're like 44 years old talking about, oh, sexual liberation. Like, bitch, you're 44 years old talking about sexual liberation and you have no children. Which, like, says a lot about you.
Yeah.
So disgusted by everything there.
Let me see, because let me bring up this degeneracy for you to suffer through. This is, of course, at LA Pride. Why, yes, that is something that's possibly a woman or possibly a man, but certainly possibly a fat woman with her tits out. Oh, in front of children.
You know what? It's undeniable.
That's hideous.
Undeniable. This is it's a Democrat.
Well,
Oh God, J.K. Rowling has really hit the beer really hard.
No, J.K. Rowling is hundreds of times more attractive than most Democrats.
Yeah.
I mean, my
It's not
left
really saying
hand
much.
is more attractive.
So yes, I had to go pixelate that because I'm pretty sure I can't show that on YouTube.
What
You know
the
that
fuck
kid on the
am I
right that is sitting
looking
on, what
at?
am I doing here?
Yes, of course it looks Photoshop, Billy. It's very definitely, it's Photoshop. Of course it's fucking Photoshop. However, the video... No, those kids were definitely there.
Those kids not look happy to be there.
It looked absolutely miserable.
That's a hostage situation.
I do quite like that I see children who are outwardly disgusted by this. Like, that tells me, like, even the kid, with all the indoctrination they're going through, even they can look at this and something is instinctively telling them that this is fucked up.
Yeah.
Which you tell me there's a biological capacity to this that you are trying to erase because you're creepy fucking authoritarians.
Wasn't there a study maybe 4 or 5 years ago? Spoon, you might know this better from Aiden, but where straight male reactions to homosexuals making out was similar to seeing like writhing piles of insects.
Yeah, maggots specifically.
Like disgusted.
Yeah, as in visceral, instinctive disgust. Like, when we're not talking about, ooh, that's a bit icky. We're talking about, oh God, what the fuck is that? As in, baked into your genetics.
And for the sake of YouTube, it's like, it's okay if you want to do that. Just, it's the public aspect. It's like, just no. Public displays of affection, no matter what the orientation, should be limited by common decency.
Yes, but for those of you who don't understand why the image was photoshopped, the kids and the pervert aren't in the exact same camera shot. The cameraman's filming from the side of the street, films the pervert, then rotates almost 180 degrees to see the kids. So they're not in shot at the same time, which means they can show that the kids are actually there in the video, because even though Ardent Pay says, I believe I've seen this on YouTube, I'm not going to fucking risk that because the Sultans already pushes the fucking limits. And then some pedophiles like, oh no, the human body, quick clutch pearls. I take offense at that thing being accused of being human.
I'm actually appalled that it's considered sentient.
That is not a living being.
I don't believe that Democrats are considered sentient.
True.
I'm offended that that thing is that me and that thing is considered to be the same species.
Yeah,
it's not.
Why are they forcing kids to watch this filth? Indoctrination.
By the way, I have that same reaction whenever I see The View.
More non-humans.
What, fat, ugly, non-sentients?
Just wait till people get guns in this country, then the laws will change. I'm like, how are you on TV saying this? Like, there was a point like when I watched that one, this isn't funny. This is you are on TV to make people dumb. Like, because there's no other reason for you to be this fucking retarded on television. Like, there's no excuse. Like, you have to be there for malevolent reasons. I refuse to believe that people find that entertaining. That's just the mind-numbing retardation.
You want us?
It's a mind virus.
Speaking of mind-numbing retardation, yeah, they're specific, but they're very, very stupid. Speaking of mind-numbing retardation, how about a family-friendly, all-ages Dragon Pride event in the armpit of Texas, Austin?
No, that's not Texas. That's technically, geographically, Texas.
Fuck, there's music! Can't have music.
Do you guys remember when Texas produced, like, I don't know, Stevie Ray Vaughan? And it, you know,
back in the
produced
day.
good music? Yeah, you know, like, it produced people who could, like, play an instrument and weren't completely psychotic fucking retards?
No.
So, basically the 80s.
Yeah, pretty much. There was more sex in the 80s, and cocaine. Yeah. And there was less degeneracy, which is really quite disturbing now that I'm thinking that about loud. Oh my god, I just realized there's more coke and heroin and shit in the 80s and there's less degeneracy.
Yeah.
I mean,
and someone actually someone interviewed the performance called the Hydrated Queer Kitties. Sponsored by Google.
Of course, because why
that's
not?
a hell of a name, I'm not gonna lie.
All right, if only they had like decent music
But I go back up to the,
I
go scroll
read
down. The chicks with the boobs,
That's far better.
that actually is alright though, because at least they're covered.
Yes, one, they
And
are
also,
covered.
That's natural.
Yes, that's natural.
Like, a
They're
bunch of
covered.
boys finding boobs
They're just normally attractive.
Like, yes.
Also, the boys are very fucking happy to be there.
Yes. Oh my goodness! Look, men are attracted to the boobs of women. Like, oh my god, yeah, that's normal. That's kind of how we're
biology, you know?
Yes.
Oh, actually, you
right.
got to look closer at this. They're trying to look at the camera, but the boy on the left, like his right eye's like far left, looking at tits. I promise I'm not looking at the tits. Take the photo. Okay, tits.
To be fair, they're not even that bothered about it. They're just happy to get a meal.
Yep. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I'll be honest. If you're a kid and you get like burgers, like by that age, that's the main thing you're focused on because you think with your tummy.
yes.
And
I
when
mean,
you end up getting older, you just realize what you've been through.
Yeah,
It's like,
but
oh yeah,
they
this
just
is cool.
normal,
22
attractive
years old,
women.
I still think through my tummy. So
It's like
food.
this isn't grooming. Like the parents probably should reconsider taking kids to a place that is essentially
boobs.
selling sex. Like it's obviously sexualized. That's the whole fucking point of the place. But this is hundreds of times more wholesome. The parents probably shouldn't, but this is far more wholesome.
Yeah,
It's it's that. Oh look, they're being exposed to it without it being overtly sexual. I'm like, yes, it is sexual, but it's not like, here, let's have a fucking orgy right here, right now.
Yes, it's
I'm not seeing anyone in assless leather chaps and fucking Metal Gear.
it's not
and by
a
assless chaps, you mean chaps.
it's not a beast from the warp with its tits hanging out, as the kids are like, I wish I was dead, waving their flags.
Something that would have been burned at the stake.
But like,
centuries
we're
ago.
actually looking at things. Like, we've got the kid who hates it and doesn't want to be there, and he's being forced to watch. The kids who look depressed to be there. Then we've got the boys who are having a fucking fantastic time.
Yeah.
Like, just the
I mean,
kids'
I'd be
reactions
happy too.
alone. Oh, yeah. Like, 1, 2, 3, 4 nice sets of tits on quite attractive women, and they're getting up close to you because you're a harmless kid.
The customer.
Yep.
Yep.
But they probably feel less disturbed by the kids. It's like, if I was the kids, I'd be having a fucking great time. Like, the leftists don't pretend that men aren't attracted to boobs from well before puberty.
Yeah, and also your attraction to boobs is like biological nature. Like,
Yes.
whereas everything in a pride parade is very much against human
Well,
nature.
actually, you bring up a good point. An attraction to boobs is innately inherent in the male. Revulsion of gay sex on the level of rotting
It's
flesh and
also
maggots
natural.
is also natural. It's almost as if those things are good for the reproduction.
I am surprised.
Like, it's not difficult to figure out the evolutionary
That's the main-
advantage
that's the
of
main thing they're
thinking.
upset about, by the way.
Yeah.
It's the fact that the boys are happy.
Yes.
Like, oh my, they're exposed to tits and they're happy about it. Like, we must correct this. This is horrible.
Yeah.
And you know what? I guarantee all those women in that photograph are like, these are just such sweet little boys.
I guarantee, yeah, that is
Because
probably
it's
the
their
case.
natural instinct.
Well,
Yes.
Little boy.
We see nothing wrong with that. That just like, yeah, like they just.
well,
They're just kids.
yeah. And the girls who look like they're barely more than 18. But that's fine. They're clearly going, oh, cute boys compared to the normal customers.
That probably actually
Yeah.
is what they're thinking. Yeah.
Yep. And I'm willing to bet those boys are going to walk away from that and be like, oh, I got to see
Yeah.
some nice, really nice boobs, and they were really sweet women. And this will reinforce, I don't know, wanting to be biologically correct in the future.
Yes. It's almost as if
How
these
did you
boys...
remain straight. I saw a load of pretty boobs when I was like 8 years old, and I realized like, okay, right, this is what I'm supposed to do. And then like every other gay thing, just skitter up, but like, no, I don't give a
Like,
shit
I
about
am-
your Rainbow Coalition.
I am
boobs, and that's what I was attracted to.
Yeah, it's like that. Okay, all your gay stuff is very, very nice, but have you considered boobs?
Fabulous.
Like, I am envious of how ecstatic those boys are. You mean I get food and it's acceptable for me to look at tits? Nice tits on attractive women? Oh, fuck yeah, I'm in.
That's kind of a liberal. That's kind of a liberal response. That you should just. I know this kind of sounds a bit degenerating, but you should kind of just say that. You should just like see like all of this like rainbow coalition crap, and then you just say, okay, now just fast forward to this picture, or just take out the boys and just show the girls. Like, how do you react to this now? Like, the dopamine response is clearly up, and there's smiles on their faces. That kind of tells me that your colorful crap isn't working, and just cleavage is just erasing all of your.
Let's find an 8-year-old boy and go. Which do you
They're trying to make people androgynous. Why they're trying to get women to cut off their tits.
Yeah,
because it helps with their fucking worldview.
Yeah,
like
but like you could do a study. You could do an actual study. You could do an actual study just from these photos. Find an 8-year-old boy, show them the uncensored version of this picture, and then this picture, and ask them which they like more.
And boobs.
Yes, like I'm actively jealous of those two little bastards.
There's a great dystopian work, and it's very short. It's just a little novella. The Republic of the Future, Socialism Made Reality, I think it's called. Susan Bowman Dodd, and she describes in her work that society has become completely automated, so there's no human interaction for basic needs, and everyone is dressed androgynously, despite their attractiveness. They're forced to be as androgynous as possible.
It's quite creepy.
It is.
What about that does remind me also. What about the movie Logan's Run? It's basically that.
Yes.
On steroids.
Yes. It actually, I think Logan's Run was partially based off of Republic of the Future.
It might tell us on the YouTubes. I'm just going to leave the nice titties on screen because why the fuck not?
I thought it was weird because I was watching V a couple of days ago, and he was doing a stream, and he was commenting like how they make one of the characters, I think in Resident Evil, like less pretty. And I thought, it's quite fucked up if you look at this, because these people always scream about representation and go, how about you represent me someone with a nice set of tits? Because if you're taking that away, you are actively discriminating against people that have bigger boobs. Isn't that offensive to your ideology? Are you supposed to represent everyone? And not everyone has got A cups.
Okay, here we go. Let's go back to the first Mexican-born congresswoman who's got nice tits.
I like the way that the pose that she had in that first one looks like she's doing a side chest fucking bodybuilding pose. That is literally how you would pose if you were doing a side chest. I'm just like, like the pose.
Unlike leftists, she's attractive.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing. Even the most plain-looking, just barely right-wing woman looks 10 times more feminine, which is what men are naturally attractive to, than any leftist, no matter what their attraction level is, relatively speaking.
But they think, like, here's the thing: being attractive is an elitist thing.
Yes.
So being ugly is the sign of equality.
Well,
so, like,
look at this photo. Even her mother is more attractive than most Democrats.
Yeah. It's like...
Oh, look at the little kid. So the little kid with the flag was funny.
Little kid with the flag was cool? That's
just because it looks funny. Her stance is very whimsical.
Yeah, kindergarten graduation. Now isn't that wholesome?
Yeah.
Completely fucking pointless because graduating kindergarten isn't exactly an achievement, but it's wholesome.
Participation trophy society.
Yeah, here we go. This one works. Look, attractive woman.
Really?
Participation trophy. You know what that produces? It produces a democracy.
Democrat.
No, and
where everyone's opinion matters, and that's not even a joke. That is literally the democratic ideal.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, you're not wrong. That's why I'm a small R Republican.
Yeah. So in regards to the picture of the happy boys and the nice tits, They say, this is amazing and beautiful. Look how happy these kids are and how beautiful the women are. You can be sexy and beautiful while not being a complete degenerate.
Yep.
Like, I'm sure...
Yep. And you know what? This is the thing I've found with the educated, attractive women I've been around. They're more conservative and they're more brilliant than their just ragged out piece of shit communist leftists.
Do you know what I love
Ugly
about
friends.
this photo?
meanwhile, in the leftist section...
Yeah, that exactly. Is that they take offense to a bunch of boys hanging around like girls with boobs, like they're like that's like, oh my god, this is so horrible. Like, and then you see the shit they subjected kids to. Like, you realize our picture looks wholesome as shit compared to yours.
Yep.
Yours looks degenerate as holy crap, and yours looks like just teenage kids just before they hit puberty.
And they're like, oh, haven't you seen the uniforms? They're in booty shorts that show off their asses. Yes, and they're still wearing more clothes, you fucking nonsense.
Well, it's these booty shorts. They're terrible. But here, let's put a tranny in there and a drag queen. And,
a tranny in underwear, and that's supposed to be beautiful.
Bezic, did you see some of the horrors I posted elsewhere?
We're getting to them.
Hold on to your butts, Trim.
I don't want.
Butts.
So,
Why did you get an extra butt?
Each cheek is considered an entire butt because I'm incredibly fat.
yeah. Quickly looking, Logan's Run is apparently based on a book called Logan's Run from 1967.
Oh, okay.
But, I mean, in the 60s, there were a lot of guys writing about, you should be careful about this fucking technology thing.
Weird. It's as if we've been born before.
Mm-hmm.
Like generations of, nope, you don't want to go that far.
Do
Yep.
yourself a favor and do not cross that bridge. Please. We beg of you.
Please don't subject kids to trannies in lingerie.
That would be nice.
It shouldn't really need to be said, should it?
I mean,
Even nowadays, you should actually.
but there's a lot of things that shouldn't.
Apparently that needs to be said. Meanwhile, oh, here we go. Here's another one. And yes, the kid is photoshopped into the thumbnail. That's usually how thumbnails work. How about some gimps and doggy play attire? Oh, excellent.
No.
As a mother stands by with her toddler. Oh, it's not sexual, they say, as he gets whipped. It's not sexual as a guy's being whipped in the street. And there's a fucking kid.
I saw an image earlier on Twitter that I was scrolling past, and it's like, it's not sexual! And then this guy was literally covered from head to toe in like a spiky dildo suit. And it's like, yeah, it's not sexual.
Yeah.
My dead body, that shit ain't sexual.
Meanwhile,
It's like, I do not need to see your dildo collection, like, strapped to you in the fucking middle of the street, mate. You don't need to see
right,
it.
cunts, I'm going to educate you. We're going to look at a sexual orientation exercise from the Scottsdale United School District. Yes, a sexual orientation exercise. Shut up, you're doing it anyway.
No!
No!
Yes.
Yes! Even
It's time to lose Bezic again.
yeah,
So,
yeah.
Next
Scott's...
time I'm not putting up listing posters, Bezic.
So, the worksheet that was given out, a student club to promote leadership and diversity, which was actually a cover for teaching gender identity and sexuality. So, Anytown, Arizona presents the sexual orientation exercise.
Oh.
Hold on.
So,
Anytown, isn't that Michael Bloomberg's like anti-gun group?
Why
Probably.
can't we have a wood chipper exercise instead?
Oh, that would be nice. That would be really
Yeah.
nice.
I vote for that.
Yeah.
Should we keep score going through this just for the horror of chat?
Chat's not happy. Right, so questions.
Yeah,
Choose several.
Nobody wants it.
At
Bezic.
least
Nobody
8
wants
to
it.
10 from the list. What do you think caused your heterosexuality? Ooh, how about a billion years of evolution?
Technology.
When and how did you first decide that you were heterosexual? Well, when my mummy and daddy had sex, the The sperm and the egg merged, and I was a heterosexual.
For the question of number 2, I saw boobs and I was very turned on.
I like tits.
Me too.
Actual, stunking, great woman tits. And it doesn't even have to be big, nice boobs. I'm okay with small tits too.
Micro milkies?
Well, let's go back to our nice picture of the Hooters girls. Like, some of them don't have huge tits, but they're obviously wearing bras that emphasize what they've got, and they're very, very nice.
Yes.
They don't have to be gymongous. They just have to be nice, and it is mandatory that they are attached to a normal human female who's at least moderately attractive.
Exactly. And it's one of those. It's like it's never about the size. It's about the woman
Taste.
behind them.
It's got the personality attached to it.
Exactly.
You say that, but
No. There's plenty of people like, you have nice boobs, but you have fuck all else going for you, and that's...
Yeah, it doesn't help when you
Yeah.
get, like, leftist women who practically shaved off all their hair. They're wearing, like, absolute whatever clothing that is just disgusting. And then they're just scowling at you like you're some kind of fucking piece of dirt. And it's like, yeah, you don't look particularly nice. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Like,
so
maybe you've got, boobs under there, but, like, we can't see them for the fucking nasty look on your face.
yeah,
Basically, they try to look like Jack from Mass
Yeah.
Effect without any of the sex appeal.
yeah,
oh,
yeah.
I like that.
See, but good, nice boobs do cover a multitude of sins, but not that much. Right. So back to the questions. Is it possible that your heterosexuality is just a phase that you may just grow out? Well, if they're indoctrinated for several decades by a bunch of leftist pedophiles, is it possible that your heterosexuality stems from neurotic fear?
The heterosexual, the normal thing is the phase that needs to be grown out of.
Is it
That's the
possible
normal.
that your heterosexuality stems from neurotic fear of others of the same sex? No, I'm not afraid of other people of the same sex. I just don't want to fuck them. Like shit, I'm more scared.
Scare me.
I'm more scared of women. Yes, and I was going to say, I'm more scared of most women than I am of most men. The worst thing a man can do is beat me to half to death. A woman can fuck me up for life.
A woman can beat you with the government.
Yes, a woman can beat you with the government,
true.
and you can't heal from that. Number 5.
A
If
lot
you've
of
never
things you can't
slept
heal from
with a
public
person of the same sex, is it possible that all you need is a good gay/lesbian life? Dear lesbians, have you ever fucked a man? If not, is it possible that all you need is a good dicking? The answer to that is yes,
case,
but
probably,
not for
yeah.
the same reasons. Well, that's what I reckon is the problem with, like, AOC and Anita Sarkeesian. I reckon they need a good hard dicking. Unfortunately, that's not a sacrifice I'm willing to make for the world.
I volunteer you as tribute, though.
You can look at that.
To you, as tribute.
At least AOC and Sarkeesian aren't hideous. But they're not.
Yeah.
Like, their personalities make them worse than they look. But they're not beautiful. But they're not hideous either. But their personalities are fucking atrocious.
I wouldn't say it's their personalities, they're just stupid.
Yeah, well, that is a personality, sadly.
Yeah. And they're like, to whom have you disclosed your heterosexual tendencies? Well, to all the women I've stuck my dick inside.
It's like, yeah, that's probably how that question was supposed to be answered.
Yeah, I'll expand that to everyone who's ever met me.
Well, unlike you fucking degenerates, people take one look at me and go, yes, he's straight. Why? Because I look like a man. A fat man, but a man nonetheless.
Yeah, I don't think I'll ever be mistaken for gay.
Yeah.
Especially not the way I
Oh,
fucking do.
here we go. Why do you heterosexuals feel compelled to seduce others into your lifestyle? No.
Because biology, motherfucker.
There is a lot of
Like,
projection in this
Yes.
fucking worksheet.
Yes. Also, have you considered that no straight man objects to gay men? Like, this is some basic economics. Supply versus demand. if demand goes through the floor because more men are gay, well, that means that the supply is readily available and costs less. Basically, the more gay men there are, the easier it is for me to fuck.
By the way, this sounds it would be more appropriate for gays, not for straight people.
That's what I'm saying about the
Yeah.
protection thing.
Sounds
Yep.
off.
Yep, it's
I felt compelled to seduce others into your lifestyle. Like, I've never felt compelled by it.
yep.
Well, not anyway past biology. It hasn't been like a political thing. Like, I'm gay and I must make more people gay. I've never looked at like gay people and just like, you are gay and I must compel you to be straight. Like, that's never occurred to me. Ever.
Never happened.
The thing is, like,
I mean,
straight
we
people
all
don't
the
need to
time.
recruit people. They just
No.
make more. Whereas gay people need to recruit people.
Yep.
Well, it's true.
Yep.
It just sounds weird the way you phrase that, though. because
Just
making-
make more.
I want to, because generally you want to do that more to like have sex with them, whereas like, this is like offspring. So it's really weird. I
just
must
make
make
more.
more humans.
Like
just make more
the projection gets worse and even more astounding. Like the next one, for example. Why do you insist on flaunting your heterosexuality? Can't you just be who you are and keep quiet? Well, we didn't have to talk about fucking women until you bastards started molesting children.
Strange.
Also, I don't understand it. Can't you just be who you are and keep quiet?
Yeah, who has the fucking parades?
But I don't understand how that question makes any sense. Like flaunting my heterosexuality, but what am I doing?
Yeah, I don't know.
By
t-
flaunt
by
their
t-
sexuality by doing what?
Who's flaunting their sexuality again? Isn't the people who...
Probably be the guys who are just freaking about being, I'm so gay, look at me, yeah!
Who's flaunting their sexuality more? Is it the half-naked freaks running around in front of children, or the people saying, don't do that?
Well, maybe it's you terrible people who keep having the children.
Yes.
I mean, you keep dangling them in front of these poor nonces. You're flaunting them.
You damn breeders, stop with your production.
I've literally heard that term breeders
Yeah.
before.
So up next, the stupidest one yet. That's right. There's a stupider one. Would you want your children to be heterosexual, knowing all the problems they'd face? What?
Damn right.
False rape accusations from feminists. like the biggest concern any theoretical son of mine has is false rape accusations by women.
Oh, boy.
Yep. Or predation by cougars, you know.
Can I sign up to? Can I sign up to fuck the Keegans? Like, where do we go for this?
No. Only your sons. Yeah, it's like, oh look, you're in the education system. Oh look, there's a cougar that's also your teacher. She's going to groom the shit out of you.
Considering I've been with one of those, I'm not opposed to that.
Yes. It's like with all the they had all the attractive female teachers who keep molesting their students. Like, bitch, if you just wanted a good fucking, I'm right here. I'm like, I've got no plans this weekend.
Fucking incel. All
by the-
fucking
just-
incel.
By the way, you know those kids grow up to be kind of normal.
Yeah.
Like the teachers that have sex with like male students, like they're actively fighting the LGBT community, which is actually pretty base.
Well, it's a lot
I'm
blurrier.
a very positive person. I'm always trying to find the silver lining in everything, even that.
It's a lot blurrier. They shouldn't be doing that. It's wrong for them to do that, and it's right for it to be wrong for them to do that. But it's also probably not going to fuck the kid up for life.
No, he's probably going to have a chip in his shoulder for several years, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's actually going to increase his confidence.
Yes. So here's the next one, which is even. But so yes, would you want your child to be
Would you give a shit
heterosexual,
when
knowing
teachers
all
do
the
that in
problems
our-
they'd face? No, the
What
only
problem?
fucking problems our children are facing are the shit you fuck cunts have been doing.
What problems do heterosexual children face?
Being attacked by the left.
Being molested by groomers.
Same thing.
Being abused just for being men
Mm-hmm.
or
So-
male.
so
We're
if
gonna
the
use
kid
Or
was-
tomboys.
So if the kid was pro-LGBT, they'd be less likely to be molested. Is that what they're trying to say?
Well, they would.
No, they're saying that they'd enjoy it.
Molest them. We wouldn't need to groom them.
The difference is the LGBT kid being molested might enjoy it. Isn't
This
that
is a
right,
very
Milo
tricky,
Yiannopoulos?
Orientation thing.
Yeah.
To reduce homophobia. I don't think this is to reduce homophobia or discrimination.
I mean, if anything, we should increase homophobia, because it's like, yeah, no, you've got Pride Month. Fuck you. You're making this upon yourself.
Let's have a homophobic one.
Yeah. So, next question. A disproportionate majority, they reckon the actual figure is 98% of child molesters are heterosexuals. Do you consider it safe to expose your children to heterosexual teachers? Not anymore.
Can you just picture a parade that celebrates the straightness of men? It'd just be a parade of like poker playing dudes who just like sit there and drink and smoke cigars and yell at sports. Like, oh my god, I'd love that as a parade. I'd be in that parade all day. I'd have no problem with that. Like, what are we doing? We're just watching sportsmen kicking the shit out of each other and smoking and drinking.
Yeah. But they're like, do you consider it safe to expose your children?
Pub on the road.
Yeah.
Exactly, that sounds great.
But like,
I'm in favor of that.
they're like, do you consider it
like a float with like a barbecue on it?
They're like, do you consider
That's
it?
sweet.
Do you consider it safe to expose your children to heterosexual teachers? No, and it's not because they're heterosexual; it's because they're teachers.
Yeah, I don't think it's safe to expose a child to anyone. They should be wearing their clothes at all times.
But good point. We'll get to how there's a teacher that has problems with that shortly.
Of course they do.
So,
Why does it have
a couple
to
of
be
points.
like this?
The most dangerous thing is an actively LGBT plus person. The next most dangerous thing is a homosexual teacher. The next most dangerous thing is an actual teacher, just a regular teacher. Teachers are fucking monsters.
You know, I'm picking up one thread. Public education is
the problem.
garbage.
Yes. Meanwhile, in England, Northamptonshire art teacher has been sacked after letting pupils as young as 15 pose topless, make offensive gestures in uniform, smoke and pose in swimwear during a highly inappropriate class.
For fuck's sake.
I would be angry, but I'm just too tired.
So, Emma Wright, 41, was fired and banned from teaching for 2 years for allowing her students, some as young as 15, to take lewd shots for a school project.
Well, only 2 years.
Yeah. So a teacher sacked for letting her girl pupils pose topless for photography classes defended the project as art. No, bitch!
Get in the chipper.
Yep. Emma Wright, 41, was fired and banned from teaching for 2 years for allowing her students, some as young as 15, to take lewd shots for school project. The pictures showed teenage girls posed only in their underwear while holding cigarettes and booze containers with their hands, bottles, or cans covering otherwise naked breasts.
I'm pretty sure that taking and possessing pictures of such nature are like highly illegal.
Like the argument I've heard from the left is, oh, she wasn't the one taking the photos. The kids were taking the photos of each other. They ignore the fact that she wasn't stopping them. They were doing this in class and she didn't stop them.
This is the thing, like, teenagers can accidentally get themselves in trouble when they start sending pictures of one another to each other, because possessing that kind of picture of a minor is illegal.
Like, it is actually
even though it's innocent teenage fun, they can get themselves in trouble for possessing the pictures of one another.
Like, not even each other. If you take a photograph of yourself as a minor, and it's in some way sexual, and then send that photo via a telecommunication service, that's an offence. That is illegal, and you can technically be charged and jailed for it. That is distribution of child exploitation material. It is illegal. Oh, yes, and your boyfriend who you sent the photo to, yeah, he's also going to jail.
Yeah, I'm getting a harsher
kids have to be careful. Kids have to be careful, and yet she's allowed to get away with it?
Yeah. But Billy Bloggs is like, I'd like it if I was a 15-year-old in that class. Yeah, I would have liked it if I was a 15-year-old in that class too, which is why the teacher's supposed to stop it! The fucking adult in the room who knows it's wrong.
Or not in this case.
Yes, that is the appropriate response.
And Trim just exploded.
Yes. Also, like, let's pretend for a second that they were fully dressed. They're posing with cigarettes and booze containers. Congratulations, that's contributing to the degeneracy of a minor. You're still going to jail.
You know what? If it had been anything other than cigarettes and booze, little grayer on that. If it had been like dildos and pride bullshit, this would have completely been just glossed over, and nobody would...
Oh yeah, I can totally imagine them holding a pride flag across their naked tits and them being like, but it's pride and I'm a hero to the... No, into the chipper, you and your fucking flag. Like, hold on a second.
Yep.
Hold on, I have got the Lotus Eaters up in another tab. Because those bastards have been stealing our content again.
Bezek, have you made the get in the chipper bitch text notification yet?
I mean, Disco's been saying it for us.
No, I want that to play when I'm in public places getting texts.
Oh, you want the sound file?
You want the sound file?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that's easy enough. Where did I put the sound file? Meeny, miny. Oh, here we go. I'll just post this in live shows. Everyone can have it. Live shows. Do.
Yeah, and it's just one of these levels of...
There you go, folks.
I mean, it goes beyond just pure degeneracy. This is cultural degradation on a scale that not even the Soviet Union could have dreamed of.
Yep. Stalin's sitting there in his grave going, fuck! I didn't realize it was that easy to destabilize the West.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to head off for now because I have
run away from this.
I have another stream in like an hour or so, and then I have another stream after that. So I need to go and get ready for those.
Excuses!
Have a good rest of black
need to go
pilling,
make
and
food.
we'll have some white pills in about
Shit
an hour and a half.
Fine.
Disco, you need more gray pills.
Bye.
Bye.
Congratulations. Oh boy.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, look at the time. I guess it's time to run.
yeah, so the teacher said that has complained to government officials and vowed never to return to teaching again. She told the Sun, I feel there's a deep injustice about it, but I'm not going to appeal because I no longer wish to teach. Deep injustice? Fuck off, you stupid mole. Also good. You never set foot near a child again.
Thank God.
Mm.
I cannot express with words how much I despise these creatures.
Yeah.
People
So,
say hate speech? Yes, absolutely, yes.
yeah, hate speech is justified when they're molesting children.
Yes.
All right,
Is
so...
it really hate speech, or is it just accuracy?
Yes. Well, all hate speech seems to be accuracy these days, because telling the truth is hate speech. Right, the Teaching Regulation Agency ruled the highly inappropriate class had broken safeguarding rules in order for her to be struck off. The watchdog found that she had invited a photographer who specialised in suggestive poses to talk to the students without telling parents or superiors. They also said the images include teens posing with their hand inside their underwear or in a pose which simulated masturbation. She was reported to the TRA after the portfolio of teenagers' work was discovered by the school's head of art and design. That's right. She had the photos, and then the head of art and design found it and went, "What the holy fuck is this?" and reported the stupid bitch. And she now runs a care home where she can molest more people.
At least they're old and won't know if they're senile.
Yeah. So the molester said the TRA has not taken that into account, and they've not got an understanding of art in education, which is the basis of my letter to the TRA and my MP. No, fuck off, bitch. I'm hoping the local community are as shocked as I am and as sad and angry. They know me. I've told them that school for life. You bet they're shocked and sad and angry. They're shocked that they let you get away with it, and they're angry that you're alive.
I am.
Yeah. The lewd photos were discovered in December 2017, and following a probe, she was fired the following year. A lengthy Tory investigation was delayed due to the coup, and only announced its findings last week. Speaking to the panel, she added that in her opinion, the artist's work was not sexual in nature, because she's an idiot, but did accept that with hindsight, she should have told the pupils their photographs were not appropriate. What?
So wait, she wrote this damn lesson plan. She had to submit.
She had
normal channels.
And she had an erotic photographer come in and talk to the students, presumably showing them erotic photos. And then she's like, okay, next up, here's a camera.
For fuck's sake.
Like, is her argument that she didn't explicitly to tell them to do it? But she had the portfolio. She had the photos. Like, she should be in prison for possession.
Yeah. And it would have been one thing if it's like, here's how, here's different techniques, and this is one, but we're not actually going to do it unless it's
like yeah, they could have had a photo that takes
clothed and not implied.
Like, it's entirely possible to have a photographer who takes lewd photos come in and then talk about how you take the technical aspects of taking photos. Like, they can even show demonstrations of their work that aren't sexual in nature, but maybe they shouldn't be talking about nude photos.
Oh, but that would be way too practical. Humane, perhaps?
Yeah. Right, so the decision maker on the panel concluded that she had committed a serious breach of professional teaching standards and failed to safeguard pupils' well-being. Oh, shit, you need an investigation to figure that out? He said that whilst the panel was satisfied that there was a low risk of repetition, I don't agree, it did not find that she had fully reflected on the safeguarding implications of allowing pupils to take photographs of themselves or others in a state of undress. The risk of harm due to the lack of safeguarding pupils was a significant factor in forming that opinion. In my view, it is necessary to impose a prohibition order to maintain public confidence in the profession. So the bare fucking minimum.
Yeah.
But she allowed them to take the photos. She assisted them. She must have been there when they were taking the photos. Like, how the fuck did they get the booze and cigarettes otherwise? And then she had the photos, and they were just sitting around in her office, presumably, and she didn't think there was a fucking problem with that. Tristan asks, if you discovered this employee, would you report it to the school board, or directly to the police? I'd report her to the coroner.
Yeah.
Yeah. Seems a good one to me. Ooh.
It's just this level of these people are actively malicious.
Yeah.
We should not pretend otherwise.
But yeah, she's saying she's the victim of deep injustice. You allowed it. Regardless of whether you told them to do it, the moment you allowed it, you were complicit. You provide tacit consent for the act, which makes you the perpetrator. Like, you have a duty to protect them from themselves. And, like, do we really think that she wasn't showing her totally normal art friends these fucking photos?
And by art friends, you mean perverts?
Yes.
/dab.
Yes, X to that.
Oh yeah.
What did the original article from The Sun say?
Do we really want to know?
Oh, The Sun's even more fucking vicious than the other ones. Sack teacher who let pupils as young as 15 pose topless brazenly insists she's done nothing wrong and says it's art. No, bitch. Like,
good for The Sun.
Tish Potato over on Discord did make a point that blanketing on no-news kids as live models is a bit off. See that one Nirvana album, but Step 1, parental consent. Step 2, it needs to actually be art. Step 3, not in school.
Yeah, if this was a collegiate professor doing this sort of thing, it's like, okay, it's a little out there, but they're all consenting. But this, No. Nope. Nope.
Pain. Actual physical fucking pain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's heresy. In the chipper, bitch.
Of the worst kind.
Yep.
Get in the chipper.
Get to the chipper.
Ah, sweet fucking Jesus. Also, I've added a new channel on the Discord called Nonswatch because the pedophiles were clogging up the channel with the regular woke bullshit. Like, can you stop molesting children for 5 fucking minutes?
I think you're asking too much out of them there, Bezzy boy.
Clearly, I'm asking
We all kind of have an idea of what the end goal is here, but
the complete destruction of
do
humanity.
they have to be so? Yeah, do they? So damn obvious about it? Can't they learn subtlety?
Apparently not.
What? But it's like
It's
complete
just
and utter
ridiculous.
degeneracy of what? That's what their aim is.
Oh dear, what else did we have? I was sent things by people during the week, wasn't I? Ah, yes! A drag queen for every school.
What?
Oh, yes.
Attorney
Can you explain why we're going through this?
Because somebody has to make this shit public knowledge. We need to drag these bastards out into the sunlight and then set them on fire.
But why me, though? Okay.
Because you're here.
Well, find us more articles during the week that aren't this shit.
I would if I could, I swear to God.
Yeah. That's right. So, Michigan Attorney General Nonce McNonceface spoke out Wednesday against what she described as fake issues that divide people, saying drag queens are fun and make everything better. Yes, drag queens are fun, sometimes, in adult contexts, see Rocky Horror Picture Show, but they do not make everything better. Oh, they don't make everything better, that's just straight up a lie. And keep them away from kids, you pedophile. They're like, you know what is not a problem for kids who are seeking good education? Drag queens. No. Drag queens, indoctrinating them into degeneracy are a fucking problem. Drag queens have no place in schools. And, like, I'm not saying that Mr. Joe Bob, the art teacher, can't be a drag queen on the weekend, but he can never mention it to the kids.
Nor should he come in and display it publicly.
Yes.
Oh, you say he shouldn't swing his dick around publicly?
No helicopter.
No. He can't swing his dick around where children can reasonably be expected to see it. Like, I have no problem if a group of people want to buy some land in bumfuck nowhere, Nevada, and want to swing around helicoptering all day, but no kids. And they need fences.
Yep.
What about fentanyl?
For breakfast.
Yes. A lot.
She says, drag queens are entertainment. And you know what else that I say that was totally not protested? I'd say this, a drag queen for every school. Yeah, that's not going to work out well for you, you silly cunt. Yeah, but yes.
Did you get the audio to work?
I haven't brought up the audio, but I'm going to try in a bit. But, like, drag queens are... drag queens technically are entertainment, but they're adult entertainment. In just the same way that I would not allow kids to go to an R18 plus movie, I'm not going to allow kids to see drag show. Just like kids aren't allowed in the fucking strip club, they're not allowed to have drag queens in the school.
A world that doesn't have to be the Rocky Horror Picture Show, ladies and gentlemen.
The cat has returned.
Oh, hey, kitty cat.
Hello, cat. He was out of the room. Must have been out of the room when I popped out for the loo. Okay.
Meow.
So we got some articles. So her comments drew laughter from the crowd of pedophiles, but the criticism from normal people on social media is like, a drag queen for every school is a great summation of today's Democrat Party platform treated Donald Trump Jr. Paul Cordge, chief of staff for the Michigan Republican Party, labelled her remarks unbelievable and said this is not normal, she shouldn't be allowed to joke this away. Oh, of course she's gay. Can you... Look, Democrats, can you stop trying to convince people that all gays are pedophiles? Just for 5 fucking minutes, can you stop trying to hurt gay people?
I have actual gay friends, and they are not fucking pedos.
Oh, excellent.
As violent against pedophiles as I would be.
We do have the audio.
Oh, great.
In our country, I don't know what's going on in our state. And, you know, to echo some of the words of Senator Jeremy Moss yesterday, if anyone caught him, and yet another one of his tirades against discrimination in the state Senate, I am so tired of having prominent members of our state government create wedge issues that don't help us, that don't heal us, but divide us. And that's all they do. And let me not divide us.
Yeah, divide us.
Critical race theory is something that I've never heard of before just recently.
I can't believe CRT is being
And I can tell you as
Remember when CRT was the worst thing in schools?
school system, K through 12.
Still say
Back
so.
in the good old days.
No, it's not a problem for kids who are seeking a good education. Drag queens, okay? Let me say this. Drag queens, not only are they not hurting our kids, drag queens make everything better. Drag queens are fun. Drag
Fuck
queens
off,
are
creature.
entertainment. And you know what I'll say? That was
I wish you were talking about Elden Ring.
I say this.
I wish I was stuck with Elden Ring too.
That is what would be fun for a kid and lift them up when they're having emotional issues. But I am just so sick and tired of having marginalized minority members of our communities and of our state be used as target practice instead of all coming
Have we
together
lost all
and
audio?
understanding that we need
No,
to take
I'm
all
unfortunately
communities in our
hearing
state and lift
everything.
them up and not tear them down.
Must be just me, and I'm not.
You're not probably not listening to the browser source.
Some kids, but all kids.
Ah,
We want
yeah.
to improve health care for not just some people in our state, but all people. If we want to make sure that we have affordable housing for everyone in our state, and clean air and clean water, the way to do it is not by hammering already hurting minority communities. It doesn't help anyone. And all it does is divide us. And it makes us a worse state, and it makes us a worse country.
Look, Democrats, if the thing that is dividing us is that one group wants drag queens in schools and another group doesn't want that, this isn't hurting the state. It's obvious who's the scum, and you all need to burn in hell. Like, these people make me wish that hell was real so they could burn for all eternity.
That would be nice.
Oh, they will. They will.
Now then, what other degeneracy was I sent this week?
I've tried my part.
No, Disco sent me a bunch of stuff that's not YouTube friendly. Ooh, here we go.
Considering just sending like proper, actual, the good kind of degeneracy that I find on the Twitter, and I'm not talking about shit like that. I'm talking about the one I've cultivated.
Cultivated degeneracy.
Yeah.
Right. Transgender kids okay for hormones at 14, surgery at 15, group of pedophiles say. A leading transgender pedophile group has lowered its recommended minimum age for kids to get medical help transitioning, saying hormone therapy can start at 14 and some surgeries at 15. No!
Please stop.
Stop it, you fucking pedophiles!
I can.
And of course, even on the New York fucking Post, immediately to the right-hand side, trans regret stories. I literally lost organs. Why detransition teens regret changing genders? It's almost as if teenagers shouldn't be able to make these decisions, and the whole thing should be illegal because it's just fucking heresy.
You know, what always bothers me about this is you get these organizations that push it, but they don't actually say, yes, we need objective psychological evaluations for these kids. See if it's really them or just a phase.
Yeah. Or maybe the first step should be therapy to see if they do actually have gender dysphoria, or if they've just got other issues, and then we should treat them. Like we don't treat body dysmorphia by letting people cut their arms off. We shouldn't be treating gender dysphoria by letting people cut their dicks off. Like, if there was a drug that could automatically just stop all gender dysphoria, most trans people would take it.
Yeah, you look at someone like Blair White, who I immensely respect. They went through the diagnosis, they went through the stages, and they didn't just jump into, here, let's cut bits off of me.
I disagree with Blair White.
Because it's popular.
I disagree with Blair White's choice to transition, but I at least respect their internal integrity.
And they're not advocating this for every single situation. It's
Yeah,
go through the process.
Even for people with gender dysphoria, they're not advocating that all of them should transition. For some people, transitioning seems to currently be the best option, and for Blair White, it seems to have worked out quite well because they've got a gay, probably boy husband. And it's like,
there's someone who
it's like, I'm happy it worked out for you.
Engages with the logic of it.
Yeah, like I'm happy it worked out for you, but they seem to have done everything right as far as it goes. But I still don't think that the medical community should be allowed to do gender transition surgeries. It should be illegal.
No.
Like, this is not the right answer. Like, we used to give people lobotomies to cure fucking mental disorders. We used to do electroshock therapy all the fucking time. Like, that used to be considered humane in the height of medicine. And now it's considered barbaric.
Yep. It's like our seeking of being more humane.
Yes.
I think has led more tragedies and de-evolution than anything else.
Well, the problem is they're like, their definition of what's more humane is wrong. They're like, what does this person think they want? What can we do to give them what they think they want the most? Not what is actually best for them. Like, by leftist logic, and this is actually leftist logic, we can look at all the fat kids and go, because that's like, healthy at any size. By leftist logic, any child that wants a chocolate bar should be allowed to have a chocolate bar. The parent going, no, you'll end up a fat lard-ass feminist, that's apparently fat-phobic and abuse. It's like, no, we need to do what's actually best for the person, which in this case would be giving them psychiatric treatment, either therapy or drugs if necessary, to learn to live with or possibly overcome. Because gender dysphoria is curable. In fact, a lot of people outgrow it on their own just by making it through puberty unmolested.
You know another fun fact about gender dysphoria? That the so-called trans children, trans teens, they turn out to be homosexuals when they grow up.
Yeah, quite a lot of them turn out to be homosexual.
Yep.
But we can't talk about that. No, that'd be transphobic and evil.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, the current trans trend is kind of the Iranian solution, where it's like, no, you're a homosexual. Well, guess what? We're gonna forcibly convert you.
Yeah.
Hey, you see that roof over there?
Mm-hmm.
No, that's if they can't make them a woman.
Yeah.
If they're a male homosexual, so.
Yeah. So, the updated advice set to be published later this year suggests starting lifelong hormone treatments from the age of 14. Long-term risks can include infertility and weight gain, along with strokes in trans women and high blood pressure in trans men. The guidelines are on. So they admit that these are possible side effects. They then say that trans boys should then be able to get breast removal surgery at the age of 15, around 2 years younger than previous recommendations. Genital surgeries, including womb and testicle removal, should be able to start at the age of 17, the group said. No! Get away from the kids! And they say...
This is one of those... It's like, oh, hell, you know, we're so much better than, you know, say, the Victorians. But, no, they were pressured into, you know, maybe they weren't the healthy relationships they should have been, but they were amicable business deals that benefited society, where this is just selfish bullshit.
Yeah.
It's all about self-indulgence.
Yep, and the like puberty blockers should be at the earliest stages of puberty, which for girls is around ages 8 to 13 and typically 2 years later for boys. The blockers can weaken bones and stunning them too young in children, in male children, because they're still using the fucking lefty language. In boys, might impair sexual function in adulthood, although long-term evidence is lacking. Blah, 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 blah.
You know, well, that's the other thing. It's like, oh yeah, let's rush and do all these things without actual scientific research. The same people that are bandying about science as a cudgel, as I wanted to say that word today, they're also the most actively denying scientific processes.
Literally.
No.
So, further, transgender psychologist Erica Anderson, 71, resigned their post as a board member last year after voicing concerns about sloppy treatment given to kids without adequate counselling. She has since warned that it has gone too far, warning that many are making life-changing decisions because it's trendy and pushed on social media. Let's have a look at that article. Transgender psychologist who has helped hundreds of teens transition has warned that it has gone too far and fears many are making life-changing decisions because it's trendy and pushed on social media. Erica Anderson, who is transgender herself, told the LA Times that she is horrified that even 13-year-old kids are now getting hormone treatment without even meeting with psychologists. I think it's gone too far, she said. And until recently, she led the US Professional Society at the forefront of transgender care. For a while, we were all happy that society was becoming more accepting and more families than ever were embracing children that were gender variant. Now it's got to the point where there are kids presenting at clinics as parents say, this just doesn't make sense, she said. She is so concerned, in fact, that she's considering ending her own pioneering work helping teens transition. I have these private thoughts. This has gone too far. It's going to get worse. I don't want any part of it.
Wow. This sounds a little bit like Dr. Farrell when he was a feminist with the National Organization of Women, now suddenly pivoting to, we need to focus on male care.
Yep. So she says that I worry that people will accuse me of saying the train in motion. Actually, I will note that I am calling this person she because, well, they look like an old woman. And they're also actually dressed not just like an old woman, but appropriately to an old woman. Like...
Oh, not a harlot.
Yeah, like, take a look. Like, we'll just scroll down below the face, and, that's any fucking older woman. It's like, okay, fine. I'll give you the fucking benefit of the doubt. So, where were we? She says, I worry that people will accuse me of setting the train in motion. It's part of those who advocate...
Conventionally attractive in her day. Yeah, if I was in her age range, probably like, well, gee,
Like, what do you mean you're a woman? Like, because we know in advance that they're trans, and this one you can clearly see the male chin. Yes. No, the penis knows what the penis knows, and the penis says that that's a male chin. But this one, where they are actually looking down and the chin's not as prominent, like, I've met older women that look like that. Like, I wouldn't glance twice at them and think that's a dude. So they've put the effort in to actually, be what they want to be.
A woman?
Yeah. So she says, By white people will accuse me of saying the chain in motion as part of those who advocate the affirmative approach to gender in youth, even though that's not a reasonable account of what happened. She believes that the dramatic rise in teens treating semen is likely driven by peer pressure as much as wider acceptance of trans issues. A fair number of kids are getting into it because it's trendy, she previously told the Washington Post. I think our haste to be supportive, we're missing that element. In her latest interview, she told the LA Times to flatly say there couldn't be any social influence in formation of gender identity flies in the face of reality. Teenagers influence each other. That appears to have been exacerbated by the pandemic, with children becoming more isolated and also leaning more on networks on social media. We knew that. We called that already. What happens when the perfect storm of social isolation exponentially increases consumption of social media, the popularity of alternative identities affects the actual development of individual kids, she asked the LA paper. We're sailing on uncharted waters, she said. She rarely shared her birth name, Eric, and her story of how an endocrinologist refused to prescribe hormones and left her feeling deeply ashamed when she first sought them at age 45. She finally got them at 58 and had general surgery at 61, thrilled to finally become a woman. I'm sorry, but you're not really a woman. But good for you if you're happy. But while thrilled that the world is now more accepting, she fears it has swung to an extreme, knowing a 13-year-old patient whose pediatrician put him on testosterone if they had not met with a psychologist. Why is this kid on testosterone so precipitously, she asked. Anderson, a member of the American Psychological Association committee that is writing guidelines for transgender healthcare, believes some children seek treatment in the hope that it helps with wider psychological problems, leaving them depressed when it doesn't. She insisted that those allowing medical treatment for kids without rigorous psychological evaluation risk committing malpractice. For those who are concerned about their gender identity also need to wait until they're absolutely sure before acting. She said, I have a dictum. When in doubt, doubt. She told the LA paper. Questioning is a good thing. How are you going to find out if you're lockstep with whatever conclusion you come to first? Brilliant. Bingo.
I can live with this.
I want to try an experiment, and I think Chat's brought it up previously. What if we were to take these children with gender dysphoria and prescribe them the sex hormone of their actual gender? Like, what if we take young boys who think they're girls and go, here, have some testosterone? Like, instead of...
That out there.
Fuck's sake. Fucking internet. What if instead of... what if we gave boys who think they're girls testosterone instead of estrogen? I reckon that'd have a much better effect. Like, how about instead of blocking puberty, we actually accelerate it?
Or at least re-emphasize it.
Yeah. Or how about we take these boys who think they're girls away from their single mother and give them to two lumberjack gay guys and see if they turn out better. They might turn out gay, but that's better than being trans. Yes. I would rather them turn out to be gay than trans.
Give them to a balloon.
They're less likely to affect self-harm.
Yeah, as Tristan Armstrong says, don't meddle with the sex hormones of prepubescent children at all. The effects won't be good either way. No, probably not.
Yeah.
But like, what if we did take these boys that think they're girls and then go, you're joining the lumberjack, you're going out to see the lumberjacks every weekend. Like, oh, I'm a boy but I'm gay. It's far better than I'm a woman, cut my dick off. Like, fuck me dead. At least gay people aren't hurting themselves unless they're giving each other AIDS. But that's not a conscious decision usually, unless you're in California.
Yeah. I was just about to say that. I mean, you got Sweet Home Alabama and you got fucked up place California.
Yeah.
Californication, because that's all they do over there.
Yeah. Prime Knight says he wouldn't mind testosterone-laced protein powder when working out. Maybe some cocaine as well. Oh, dear. Right. What was the other thing we want to look at? Ah, yes. We want to look at how the Lotus Eaters were stealing our content.
Mm-hmm.
The tranny poop smells. Encourage women to smell their poop to be more inclusive to trans women.
Huh? Wait, what?
Yeah, remember this from last week? Oh no, this might have been before Trim arrived for the nonce watch. But still.
The actual.
yeah.
Yeah.
No. Stop it.
Because it turns out
Stop
that
it.
if you
Doesn't help.
remove the dick and then drill a hole halfway through the body, you're awfully close to the colon, so you start getting colon smells coming out of the vagina and then festering in the air.
Right, so when a tranny walks by and I smell shit, that's the reason?
Yes.
Well, I mean, that's part of it.
A large
Or
part,
like
nonetheless.
the other.
Yes.
Oh. Okay, that was way too much information, but I thank you for this horrible gift that I didn't ask for. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dearly.
Merry Christmas.
You don't have to give me birthday gifts at all.
Oh, Tristan
I hereby
Armstrong
told
says
you.
they're not perforating the
sir.
colon, they're grafting a portion of colon to craft the fake vagina, but still colon tissue with the associated mucus. Lovely! Yuck. Should be illegal. None of this, oh, let them make their choices. No, ban it. And then they're like, oh, but women get breast implants and breast reductions. Well, fine, we'll ban those too. Are you happy now?
I am.
Leave the tits alone! Ah, God fucking damn it. Like, is it so much to ask that the left doesn't molest children in public?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Ah, dear. Just checking YouTube to see if Monkey and Disco have scheduled their white pills yet. They haven't. I think that's everything I had for the main episode today. Is there anything I have missed?
Ah. I mean, unless you want to go share the horrors that I put in Monkey Server.
You put horrors in Monkey Server? Where'd you
Yeah.
put the horrors in Monkey Server?
Look at random memes in Monkey Server.
There's lots of horrors. Well, here's one. The people with AIDS are complaining about not wanting people with AIDS to donate blood.
Say that again, what?
Consumer Reports sponsored a lifetime ban on gay men giving blood, which include all men who'd had sex with another man since 1977, was imposed by the FDA in 1995. The trial period was shortened to 3 months for most ritual section contact in 2020, but problematic assumptions remain even in spite of critical blood shortages. Many advocates are encouraging the FDA to shift from an identity-based approach system to one that is more individualized and risk-based. Yes, how about we shift to a risk such as having gay sex? Oh wait, that's the same fucking result that you're whining about, you stupid cunts.
With this one.
Yeah.
Like, we don't want people who might have subcritical levels of AIDS donating blood. Like, they can have the HIV in their bloodstream before they start exhibiting AIDS. Hell, they may never develop AIDS. There is asymptomatic transmission of HIV. It's a thing. Unlike certain other diseases. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Here's the other one. NYC's pride, yeah. Yeah. Oh, here's another one.
I harvested all of these for
Yeah.
your horrors, actually.
Yeah. The pride say nothing about us without us. Trans people are the experts in their own lives and communities. Well, no, they're the idiots who think of the appropriate reaction to anything as cutting their own dick off. Just no.
It's like being eunuchs with extra steps.
Yes. And is indeed.
They seem to be
You know,
dealing with
the
the
thing
whole-
with this is, like, it's New York City, so therefore, from my rant of last week, that place needs to be nuked from orbit, and aggressively by every nation with nuclear weapons.
Indeed.
Especially the United States.
Indeed. Yeah. Okay. So the only other thing that's on the list to talk about is the things that Susan wanted us to talk about on YouTube.
And since we're not set up because somebody went missing.
Yes. I mean, I do have something set up where we could switch to it, but it wouldn't be a continuous stream where we're already streaming on Odyssey. But we can just go straight over to Odyssey if we want to. But that depends if people want to go hang out on Odyssey.
What do you say, folks?
Yes.
Shall we
Well,
go
maybe that's something we should plant all the seeds for this week, and then hit out of the park soon.
Yes, that's a good idea. We can plan it for next time, when we will do episode 56. Come on, we're 13 away from the big one.
Nice.
Yes, we will. Okay, yes, we will plan that for next episode of the Sultans.
And that will give the audience time to get set up over there and navigate through Odyssey and all that good stuff, and then maybe invite friends, neighbors, and random acquaintances they've met.
Friends, neighbors' dog.
That weird guy who keeps looking at you on the other side of the supermarket.
Yeah, somebody you've got trapped in your sex dungeon or nut hut.
Exactly. But yes, okay, there we go. We will plan that for Odyssey. So the plan is, in case we missed actually telling you, so we will be simulcasting to YouTube and Odyssey from the regular start time. And then once we are done with everything else, we will end the YouTube stream and the Odyssey stream will continue.
And this time, there won't be any Susan to avoid me saying what I really want to say.
But there might be a Bezic stopping you.
Yes, we might try being slightly less gamer than Trim wants to be, but we will be a lot more...
I won't go all out like that. No need to worry.
Yes, we'll be a lot more liberal than...
And we're not talking American liberal.
No, we're talking really liberal.
Open and honest.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep, and the UCBI, yada yada yada. Yes, you're not having an Odyssey account is part of the reason why we want to give everybody an opportunity to jump on and take full credit.
Yes.
If we're lucky, if we're lucky, we can be able to help Odyssey grow, or we just keep kicking it while it's down,
or crash and burns.
Yes.
Yes. Well, but in theory, it works, and we will be able to do things, which will be of great assistance.
Yeah.
Yes.
That would be nice indeed.
Yeah, Tristan says Odyssey's pretty great. No idea what the Odyssey bucks I keep being given are for, but I'm holding. They're for giving to us. Odyssey's
freely, generously, and against your will.
Yes. No, Odyssey is actually built on the blockchain. So in order to do things, you need credits, and they allow you to do things. But I believe you can also exchange for money. So, Gib.
Also, Bleach, UCYIB, the one has a Two-Face moment here. Say it. Or
say my name.
No.
Say his name.
No.
Say it.
I'm not going to say UCYIB to one. I'm not saying that. No.
Fine, be that way. Break his little heart.
Yes, I will, unless he gibbs on Odyssey. Then I'll say.
I mean,
that is something weird.
So slight shilling for not picking on UCYBD1, but anyone can give on multiple locations. See the comments, including you can hire Trim to draw your degenerate filth.
Yes.
That's one way of saying it, but I'm not doing furries unless they pay a lot. Hey, at least I'm honest, okay? I am honest.
Is that the word for it?
Yes.
So there you go, folks. Trim does have a price.
I do. But the question is, can you pay it?
Yes, well, I would want to ask, doesn't Odyssey link with Brave in some way, or library token? I think it does link with library somehow, maybe? Question mark.
Didn't Odyssey kind of grow out of library?
Yeah, I think it did.
some ways?
I think it's based on library somehow.
No. Yeah. Yeah. UCYIB to 1, not saying it, has a good point. I'm not saying your name! How dare you! But, yeah. Yeah, I think, yeah, that's probably a good platform for future-proofing this channel.
Yes.
Chat, come on over. We've got aggressively hilarious things to say.
Ardent Party's like, how are you, Mad Buds? I'm back. And I did a full hour and then some today, and you're still streaming. Ardent Party keeps streaming in the middle of our channel. I think the solution is that we need to kidnap him and make him a Sultan.
Probably, yeah.
You can't go
Party will
elsewhere,
become a member of the Sultans.
whether he likes it or not. Which is, I do believe, is how we acquire most of our hosts. Isn't that right, Bleach?
I mean,
Yeah.
if I'm gonna use Elder
Well, I was actually like,
oh, sorry.
I was kidnapped and hogtied, and then I just got dumped here. And I'm roaming around the woods blindly, just spouting off. So yeah.
I'm just gonna say you're welcome.
That sounds like a threat.
I mean, yes. No. I mean, no. I would never. Wink.
So he says.
You have no idea.
We're all being held on Trim's pirate ship.
Yar.
Yar, me hearties. Oh dear.
Nah, I wouldn't do such a thing. I wouldn't hold people hostage. The boat hasn't drained me of any kind of human emotion at all. I swear.
That's assuming you had it to begin with.
Exactly. Big difference.
Yep. Oh
Or if
dear.
I'm gonna use God Emperor language. Huge difference.
It's huge.
Yeah.
Huge.
It's huge, like my dick.
Oh dear.
Someone say degenerate? Hello.
Yep.
Indeed. Yeah, let's see, just editing some descriptions on YouTube for the next stream. Simulcasting at Odyssey, including the bits Susan won't let you see. Let you see on YouTube.
Speaking of YouTube and streaming and all that, Besek.
Yes.
You know the thing.
Yes. When are we bullying you? I mean, how much time do you have today?
I have nothing left today other than to make myself a pizza.
Oh, excellent. Well, if you've got time,
So
we
you've
can...
got plenty of time.
Extreme amount of time, actually. I gotta finish the drawing, but we can do that while we're testing.
Yeah. Well, that's it. Exactly. And I mean, Disco and the Monkey are going to be streaming later, so we can sit there, watch them, do some actual work. Have lots of fun.
Yep. They might actually have white pills for us.
If we didn't steal most of them.
I'm just I recommend everyone in chat go there and try to black pill as hard as possible.
Yes.
On Disco or Apes channel.
Yes.
It's a dare. We want
Yeah.
we want to compare black pills versus white pills. Black versus white. Who wins?
Sadly, they've both got a lot more subs than us. Bastards.
True. For now.
For now, yes.
Helter Skelter this shit. You know, that was a move, actually, wasn't it?
It was. It's also a very
That's
interest.
what,
It's also
Charles-
a very nasty hentai. But don't worry about that.
Wait, what?
Well, and what Charles Manson said when he went and committed the murder. So, yeah.
No, I did not expect that. You are much more culturally endowed than I am.
Otherwise,
I-
like,
I
don't
am
forget to
well
add a
endowed,
content warning about game words, just in case you have spoon on you. Yeah, spoon's a spicy boy.
Well, he actually was he was a good boy today.
Well, mostly.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't hear anything bad.
No, not this time.
Well,
Well,
that might
you
say-
wouldn't, would you, Trim?
Okay, that might say more about me than anything else.
Yeah.
Oops.
As usual.
Yes, but yes. Next week we will all, of course, be back here on the YouTubes and then also later on the Odysseys.
Yes. And so we're shilling for
Oh,
Sultans. next
apparently
week.
Ardent Party does have an audience, and his chat was speculating on the kinds of hentai he has as well. Excellent.
Oh, nice.
Apparently Google on Android does it as well, but still. Yes,
Hmm.
must kidnap Ardent Party later. He's like, he does say, I'm not sure you guys really need more piratical accent content. We don't?
Oh, yes, we do. This is the entire Anglosphere right now. And now Norway is part of it.
Well, we were always part of it. We started it.
Yes.
We gave you your traditions, and you kept up well until you fucked it all up.
Yeah. Speaking of fucking nice things up, Sweden.
Valheim?
Just
Oh.
Sweden. They had such a nice little country, then they fucked it up.
Well, I mean, even fucking Swedes I'm working with are like, yeah, I don't like Sweden anymore.
Not fans of that cultural enrichment?
No, for some reason they kind of regretted it, and a lot of them actually didn't vote for the parties that actually caused that shit.
Yeah,
Mm,
bastards.
that'll happen.
Oh dear. But yes, we are scheduled over on the Odyssey. I will post the link in chat and see if YouTube lets us actually post it.
That could be a thing.
I will also post the
Well,
link
yes.
in live shows.
Do the thing, guys. You gotta do the thing.
Yeah.
Jesus. Hey, could you also post my thingy?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Fuck. Oh, that's right.
Shit chill sometimes.
It's your job to shill yourself. Speaking of shilling
It's a
Trim,
shared project.
speaking of shilling Trim, Trim's Art Shack now has enough subscribers that I can actually link to him as an @ in the video description.
Hey, thank you everybody who's joined so far.
Nice.
Yeah.
Now to disappoint them immensely.
They're not your mother.
So you knew about that, huh? I mean, you met me. It's kind of self-evident.
Yes. So don't forget to check out Trim's Art Shack for things such as drawing, what do we call them? Time lapses. And once I beat Trim into some form of technical aptitude, live streams. Where
Fucking dream.
where I'm trying to convince Trim to take super chats on what to do a quick sketch of during the stream.
Oh, I can do that. I do much for money, and that includes money.
So basically, you're telling us you're a prostitute.
Yes.
I mean, I'm willing to work on the fucking boat, for fuck's sake, for only that reason. So yes.
Yes, and don't forget to check out Trim's hot boat streams over on. Fuck, I can't even finish it. OnlyFans.com/Trim's hot boat.
I swear to God, if you try to make something of that, I'm going to fly to Australia and beat you the fuck up.
This is acceptable as long as you smuggle me out of the country in your luggage.
In a body bag. I can handle a lot of shit, but that's where I draw the fucking line.
Yes. Oh, Ardent Party says he'll check that out. He likes good art. Yes, and for the low price of whatever the fuck's on his Ko-Fi, you can have good art.
Yeah.
And the rights to it, as long as you make sure you negotiate them appropriately with the Trim.
Yes.
Ardent Party says, in fact, most of the last half hour of his stream, unscheduled, was discussing the aesthetics of fighter jets and various media in the world. Ooh, fighter jets.
You like a Transformers discussion.
The
You got me for
F-14
hours.
Tomcat is the best modern fighter jet that is now out of production.
Yeah.
Just saying that now.
Yes.
I'm a big fan of the F-15, but only because Starscream and the
Yes.
turn into that.
Ardent Party says, boat or OnlyFans. Yes, OnlyFans.com/boathor.
If you make something like that, I'm going to fucking punch you.
Only boats.
There will be violence. Toot toot.
Oh, fuck.
$20 is $20, he says.
Ardent Party says, Warthog go brute. Well, the Warthog technically isn't a fighter jet, it's a ground attack craft.
Yeah, but it's a cool car. And I do like that it's
You fucking gamer! For fuck's sake.
Trim. I'm going to have to start pounding your
Rectum.
DMs with images of actual aircraft, so you know what they are.
I was actually making a red versus blue meme.
Yes.
No.
No. to see Bleach Demon pounding Trim, don't forget, OnlyFans.com/boathor.
Now you got your shilling game back, alright, you son of a bitch.
And this is just a preview of what you'll see on Odyssey.
Oh my.
Oh, yes, but yes, don't forget to check out Trim's Art Shack, which now has enough subscribers that it actually shows up.
Hey, read the last thing Ardent Party sent. That one.
Clip Trim saying there'll be violence for the next nonce watch. Yes. Oh, excellent.
Oh.
Oh, Trim, when the fuck did you get 88 views on your time lapse?
I go, what now?
When did the Envor time lapse get 88 fucking views?
I don't fucking know.
What the fuck happened there?
I got lucky, I guess.
Well, Trim just kept going back and checking out, seeing what he was doing wrong initially, so that's why 85 of those 88 views came from.
But still, 88 views is respectable.
Exactly.
I'm surprised people actually want to watch this shit.
Yep. Don't forget, while you watch the time lapse, you can listen to the most banging music Bezek can get his hands on for free.
Also, remember that we're also sponsored musically by the talents of the Stoa Group, also under the name of Bandit Hands by DJT.
Yes.
Show them some love.
Do I actually have them shown in the video description?
You better.
I
gave you a link.
On Trimmers I do, not on Sultans. Probably should do that since they were kind enough to give us our theme song.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The wicked Arabian style theme song is also produced by the Stowe Group.
Yes.
Check them out on YouTube and Twitch.
Yeah. All the YouTube and Twitch.
Yes.
I need to log into Trim's
if you
channel and
don't,
check the
Trim will go
analytics.
and, Trim will take you and hold you in his sex dungeon on the boat if you don't go and give them a listen.
And put you on OnlyFans.
You would like.
But as the receiver, not the recipient.
Yes. Yeah, here we fucking
Make
go.
myself redundant.
109 views in the last 28 days. Where the fuck did they come from?
I have no idea. I got 13 subscribers, for fuck's sake. What
Yep.
the fuck?
Oh, there we go. You've even got comments. King Croc 2 weeks ago. With the music, this reminds me of one of those game series where all the bosses are saying the same ring, planning on how to crush the player. Pretty dope. Nice.
Hey.
And that was the banner time lapse where we were using these theme.
Huh. Just give him a. I'll give him a heart on it. Heart. I'll give him a heart.
You give him a heart. There you go. Have a heart. Let's have a look at analytics, because what the fuck has happened? Yeah, where the fuck did these views come from?
I
Seven
hope you're not
subscribers
showing
in the
off.
last
I hope
20
you're not
days.
showing off anything so that means it could take this.
No.
So anyone could like take over this.
No. They're not seeing anything that they could use. Where the fuck did the views come from?
They seem to just pop out of nowhere, like
Play-
dwarf women.
Yeah. Hold on. Let's see if it'll tell me how viewers found this short. From suggested videos, 73.6%. Well, fuck me lengthways. Oh, holy shit. 1.1 thousand impressions. 87% from YouTube recommending your content.
Hey.
There we go. It's getting...
And then I start talking politics, and it goes all the way down.
Tristan Armstrong says, Trim, your commissions cap at light and shadow. There's no option for German romanticism in oil on canvas.
Is that something I even can do?
I don't think
yes,
I don't think you know how to do oil painting.
I mean, I come from the country of oil. It doesn't mean I'm the master of oil.
Yeah, well, holy shit.
Jesus.
Holy
I
shit,
have
our
no
impressions.
chance of doing that.
See, Trim, this is why you insisted on doing shorts as well as regular videos. Because apparently the shorts are just going into people's fucking feeds. Like a motherfucker.
Why do you think I've been nagging at you for so long?
I don't know, because you're a woman.
Yeah, that too, but you see there's some results? Chat, bully Bessick to fucking get the finger out of his ass.
I've been busy doing my stuff. But more of that.
Like,
Ah, dear.
Yeah. So, do the shorts comments show up differently than the regular video comments?
Do they now?
I'm just asking the question.
I saw this on Only Boats. What? Thanks, Bleach.
oh Lord.
Iron Party's like, whose electronic dick do I have to suck to get recommendations like that? Apparently you need to do shorts.
Yeah, clearly. They're pushing the TikTok envelope here.
I mean, it works.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Let me read a part of Trim's description, because Trim's not the one that writes them. It's like, hi, I'm Trim, and I create art for fun and money.
Thank you, Bessick. You nailed it. Oh, fucking hell. So I do write a little comment in some of time lapses if there's something special connected to.
Oh, yeah, it does show. It does. YouTube does tell us what the music is, but that's fine because it's flogged from the YouTube audio library. because I'm a cheap ass.
It's respectable.
or prudent. You can call it that. But,
Yes.
Yeah, cheap ass goes.
Mm-hmm. But yes, time lapses, views, music. Like and subscribe. Oh dear.
What else do we have to shill this week?
Me. And Trim, actually. Don't forget to join us Sunday at... What time is it, UK time? Not UK time, Trim time, Trim. Trim, what Trim time is it that we're probably going to be playing Valheim?
I mean, if it's UK time, it's 8 o'clock Nuggy time. So 1 hour ago.
Yeah, right, so 8 o'clock Norwegian time or 7... This is PM, right? 7 PM England time. Possibly earlier if we can wrangle a disco. We will be streaming...
2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Yes, we will be streaming Valheim with the three of us and Disco over on twitch.tv/Bezic1000. Where it's basically this, but we're gaming and Trim's useless.
Have you know that I'm actually being very, very, very useful because I do all the shit you don't want to do. I collect berries, I harass the wildlife, I harass the local populace, I also harass the very ground I walk upon, and I am a mild nuisance to the trolls because I feel insecure.
Oh, you're very much a nuisance to the trolls. We actually, we actually have a colorized photograph of Trim being molested by trolls. Where is it? Which one of these 1,000 fucking folders did I put it in?
No, not that one. The other one. No, not that.
Oh, that's an... I mean, I like that picture, but I can't show it on YouTube.
Oh, it's Hooters Revisited.
Where? The Hooters picture. Yes, there we go. Far better.
It's an ecstatic fucking kid.
Yeah. Yes, here we can see an accurate representation of Trim playing Valheim. Running along, terrified of a troll with the cart flying over in the background, losing stuff.
Yeah, and if someone would start actually shooting arrows instead of laughing at my suffering, that'd be nice.
No.
And then the other two people are just distracted and be like, shh, be quiet. We're doing important things. Well, I come with the fucking necessary materials to build said things.
Artipi's like, also, is it really kidnapping if I come willingly? After enough indoctrination, no.
Get yourself to the re-education camp.
We can go the cult route.
So yes, right, things coming up. Pretty much immediately after this, whenever they actually fucking schedule shit, Monkey and Disco are doing White Pills. Sometime after that, Disco is streaming something that isn't important because we're not there. Then, yes, Sunday, tomorrow, at those times we mentioned before, we will be streaming Valheim, where we have lots and lots of fun, and Trim gets turned into Trim Paste.
Hey, I haven't been turned into paste in a while, well, except for the abomination. But that also happened to you. That happened to you. You can't shit on me for that. I haven't died from a troll in a long
In at least minutes.
I'll show you.
Oh dear. Yes, anyway, basically... But, and of course...
If I can do a quick shill, now this is a ways out, but I figure I might as well say it and to get some accountability for myself to actually follow through with this. I'm wrapping up and starting to edit a novel that I've sat on for nearly 12 years. But I'm working on getting that. It's a American Western. We'll see how long it turns out, but it's not going to just be a light read. It's somewhere around 350 pages currently. Hopefully that'll get pared down, but yeah, I'm excited about trying to get that done and out of my hair, and I will say all but one of the locations is historically accurate, and I have visited to make sure I'm actually getting the geography as close as possible. So, just wanted to throw that out there. Don't know when it's going to come out, but hopefully by the end of this year.
Yes, very good.
So, and if I get the first chapter or two ready, they will probably be on the Sultans website, so you can get a preview.
Yes. We will have great deals of fun.
Hey, buddy. Hey, pal. Hey, Bleach.
Do you
Need some co-power? Opportunities.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ardent Party says, oh, by the way, my Twitter is dead, as of my stream, because fuck those fascist stalks. Find me on Gab, etc. Loads of links in my descriptions. Yes. Other shilling during the week. At some point, I will be streaming Factorio again with Discordia and possibly the Monkey. It depends whether the Monkey's a traitor or not.
Well, so it's a high chance that you won't then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we will also be streaming
Monkey.
Valheim as much as Trim and Disco are available. Which is...
Hey, at least not all on me for once.
Yes. Oh, dear.
Also, we must remember that Bleach also must be available. You know, this is a team effort.
Well, it's preferable if Bleach is available.
Yeah. And yeah, I've got... hopefully, if we keep to the schedule we have been, I should be clear of scheduling conflicts, but we'll see.
Yeah, excellent. All right, so, yes. Go... Actually, can I actually direct the fucking stream to anyone when it finishes?
I mean, if Disco can do it, you should do it too.
I might not have
Yeah.
enough subs. They might not
Oh.
have enough subs to do it, which is gay. What?
Yeah. Oh,
Like
I do
comment,
have a game
yes.
recommendation for Billy Blogs.
You do?
I highly recommend Power Wash Simulator for you.
Or Shadow of War. That's also
No.
a really good game.
Power Wash Simulator is just perfect for Billy.
Oh no, he was sitting there whining about it in Disco's chat when we were streaming.
That's why it's perfect.
Oh, yes, I see. That's right. There was there was a Bleach demon in the chat.
Yeah.
Oh dear, but yes, we're basically just waffling now. So check us out in all the places. Convince your friends, your neighbour's cat to like, watch, subscribe.
Whoever's
So hopefully-
trapped in your basement.
Yeah, we're probably never going to get the Sultans monetized on YouTube, but maybe in other places. So the more people watch, the more chances of money.
I like money.
Yep.
Yes, we do. But yes, you know the places, you know the things. So
In other words.
yes. But yeah, I believe that is everything. So we will see you all next time.
Shadilay, everybody.
Shadilay,
Shadilay.
fuckers.